Parents stole my college fund to pay for Golden Child brother's wedding, so I exposed them. I'm 22-year-old F and just finished college. I paid for it entirely myself through scholarships, loans, and working multiple jobs. My parents told me when I was 18 that the college fund they'd promised me didn't exist anymore due to financial difficulties. I was devastated, but accepted it and figured out how to make it work on my own. Meanwhile, my younger brother Tyler, 20-year-old male, has had everything handed to him his entire life. Tyler dropped out of community college after one semester. Our parents didn't care. He moved back home, worked part-time at a vape shop, and spent most of his time gaming. Last year, he got his girlfriend Brittany pregnant. She was 19, he was 19, and our parents were thrilled. Suddenly, they were going to be grandparents, and Tyler was stepping up and becoming a man. They got engaged 3 months ago. My parents immediately started planning this huge wedding. I thought it was insane given that Tyler and Brittany barely had any money and were living in my parents' basement with a newborn. But my mom was obsessed with planning every detail. She kept talking about how it was going to be the wedding of the year, how everyone would be so impressed. 2 weeks ago, I was at my parents' house helping my mom with something on her computer. She left the room, and a message notification popped up from my dad. It said, "Transferred another $15K to the wedding planner. We're at $58K total now." I stared at that message, trying to make sense of it. $58,000 for Tyler's wedding. I opened their banking app that was still logged in. I know I shouldn't have, but something wasn't adding up. I found a savings account labeled Education Fund with a balance of 0. The transaction history went back years. There had been over $92,000 in that account 4 years ago. I clicked through and saw regular deposits from when I was born until I was about 10 years old. Then I found the withdrawals. Starting from when I was 18, right after I'd been told there was no money for college. $20,000 my freshman year to pay off Tyler's car that he'd wrecked. $15,000 for Tyler's legal fees after he got a DUI. Multiple withdrawals of thousands for Tyler's various expenses over the years. The final $58,000 had been withdrawn over the past 3 months, all going toward wedding expenses. My college fund had existed. They'd spent it all on Tyler and lied to me. I took screenshots of everything. Then I went through their email and found more. Emails between my parents discussing how to tell me there was no money without admitting where it went. Messages about how I was smart and capable enough to figure college out myself, while Tyler needed more support. A particularly brutal email from my mom saying I'd always been self-sufficient, and Tyler had always needed more help, so it made sense to allocate resources accordingly. I left without saying anything, went home and cried for hours. Then I got angry. I'd worked myself to exhaustion for 4 years, took out $47,000 in student loans, missed social events and opportunities because I was working, ate ramen for weeks at a time to save money, all while my parents had over $90,000 that was supposed to be mine. Tyler's wedding is this Saturday. It's going to be huge, 200 guests, at an expensive venue. My parents have been bragging about it to everyone. I've been making plans of my own. I created a photo collage, screenshots of the education fund with my name on it, the withdrawal history, the emails discussing how to hide it from me. I had it printed as a large poster. I also made copies of a detailed breakdown showing every dollar that was supposed to be mine and where it actually went. I'm going to that wedding, and everyone there is going to know exactly how it was paid for. The wedding was yesterday, and I need to write this all down while it's still fresh. I got to the venue early, during the cocktail hour before the ceremony. My parents were busy with wedding coordinator stuff, and Tyler and Brittany were taking photos. Perfect timing. I'd printed about 100 copies of the breakdown document. It was titled, "How This Wedding Was Funded, a Timeline," and listed every withdrawal from my education fund with dates and amounts. It showed the original balance, all the deposits made specifically for my college, and then the systematic draining of it for Tyler's expenses, and now his wedding. I put one copy on every single seat in the ceremony area. On the gift table in the reception hall, I set up the large poster showing the bank statements and emails. I made sure it was positioned where everyone would see it when they walked in. Then I took my seat in the back row and waited. The guests started coming in from cocktail hour. I watched people pick up the documents from their seats, saw confusion, then shock as they read. People started whispering to each other. My Aunt Linda found me and asked if this was real. I showed her the full bank statements on my phone. Her face went red with anger. My mom came in to check on things about 10 minutes before the ceremony was supposed to start. She saw people reading the documents and looking uncomfortable, walked to the front and saw the poster. I watched her face go white, then red, then white again. She grabbed the poster and tried to tear it down, but my Uncle Mark stopped her, asked her loudly if it was true. My mom saw me in the back row. She knew immediately. She started walking toward me, but my dad got to me first. He grabbed my arm and hissed at me, asking what I'd done. I said loudly enough for nearby guests to hear that I'd simply provided documentation of how Tyler's wedding was being funded, that I thought the guests deserved to know they were celebrating an event paid for with money stolen from my education. My dad tried to pull me out of the room. I yanked my arm away, and several guests stood up. My Uncle Mark, my mom's brother, got between us and told my dad not to touch me. The scene was attracting more attention. Tyler came rushing in with Brittany, asking what was happening. Someone handed him one of the documents. I watched Tyler read it, saw his face change as he realized what it said. He looked at our parents and asked if it was true. My mom started crying and saying I was ruining everything, that I was jealous and vindictive. Tyler asked again, louder, if they'd used my college fund for his wedding. My dad tried to say it was more complicated than that. I stood up and said it was actually very simple. I showed Tyler the bank statements on my phone, showed him the account with his sister's name on it that had $92,000 until I turned 18, then was systematically drained for his expenses, his car, his legal fees, his credit card debts, and finally, his wedding. Brittany looked horrified. She asked her parents, who were standing nearby looking shocked, if they knew about this. They obviously didn't. Brittany's dad said something about not realizing this was how things were being paid for. Brittany started crying and saying she never would have agreed to such an expensive wedding if she'd known. Tyler looked at our parents and said he couldn't believe they'd done this. My mom tried to justify it by saying I'd gotten scholarships and made it work fine, that Tyler had needed help, and family helps family. I asked her why Tyler's needs always mattered more than mine, why I'd had to struggle and sacrifice while he got everything handed to him, including my future. The wedding coordinator came in asking if they were ready to start the ceremony. About half the guests had left by this point. Others were standing in groups whispering. My family was imploding in front of everyone. Tyler said he couldn't do the ceremony, not like this. Brittany was sobbing. Her parents were trying to comfort her. My mom turned on me with pure rage, called me selfish and cruel, said I'd destroyed my brother's wedding day because I couldn't let go of the past. I told her I'd destroyed nothing. They destroyed my trust, my financial security, and my ability to believe my family cared about me equally. This was just making sure everyone else knew who they really were. It's been 2 weeks since the wedding that never happened. Tyler and Brittany still got married, but they went to the courthouse the following Monday with just her parents present. None of my family was invited. The fallout has been nuclear. My parents' house has basically become a war zone. Extended family members have been taking sides. Most of them are on mine. My grandmother, my dad's mom, called and said she'd had no idea they'd done this, and she was ashamed of them. She'd contributed some money to my original college fund back when I was born, and was furious to learn it had been misused. She told my parents she was writing them out of her will. Several aunts and uncles have reached out to me. My Uncle Mark offered to help me refinance my student loans to get a better rate. My Aunt Linda sent me $2,000 saying it wasn't much, but she wanted to help. Other relatives have been sending smaller amounts, all saying they're appalled by what my parents did. My mom's best friend apparently confronted her about it, told her that what they'd done was financial abuse, and asked how she could live with herself. My mom has been posting vague things on Facebook about family betrayal and how you find out who people really are in hard times. The comments are not going the way she hoped. People who were at the wedding have been sharing what happened. Tyler has been texting me. He says he didn't know the full extent of where the money was coming from, that he knew they were helping with the wedding, but didn't realize it was my college fund. He's apologized multiple times. I believe he genuinely didn't know, but I also think he never asked questions because he didn't want to know. He was comfortable accepting money and support without examining where it came from. Brittany actually reached out separately. She said she was horrified when she found out and felt sick that she'd been benefiting from what was done to me. She said if she'd known, she would have insisted on a small wedding they could afford themselves. I believe her. She seems like a decent person who got caught up in my parents' dysfunction. My parents have tried to contact me multiple times. My dad sent an email saying I'd humiliated them publicly and destroyed family relationships, that what I did was cruel and vindictive. I responded with one line: "You stole $92,000 from your daughter's education and lied about it for 4 years, but I'm the cruel one?" My mom left me a voicemail crying and saying she's lost both her children now because Tyler isn't speaking to them either. She said she hopes I'm happy with what I've done. Honestly, I am. Not happy that it came to this, but happy that everyone knows the truth. Happy that I don't have to pretend anymore that we're a normal family where parents love their children equally. I've started therapy to deal with all of this. My therapist says what my parents did was financial abuse and emotional neglect, that the favoritism and lies were deeply damaging. I'm working through a lot of anger and grief. Grief for the family I thought I had and the parents I thought they were. The best outcome has been reconnecting with extended family members who had no idea this was happening. They've been incredibly supportive. My grandmother has offered to help me make payments on my loans. My Uncle Mark has been meeting with me monthly to help me build a better financial plan. Some people have told me I went too far, that I should have confronted my parents privately instead of exposing them at the wedding. But I did try talking to them. When I first discovered it, I called my dad that night and asked him directly about the education fund. He lied to my face again, said there had never been enough money for college and I was misremembering. That's when I knew the only way to stop the lies was to make them public. My parents had $92,000 saved for my education. They spent it on my brother's mistakes, his lifestyle, and finally his wedding. They looked me in the eye when I was 18 and told me the money didn't exist. Let me believe I had to do this alone because they couldn't help. And they would have kept that lie going forever if I hadn't found out. So yes, I exposed them at my brother's wedding. I made sure everyone knew exactly what kind of people they were. Some call it revenge. I call it accountability. They stole my future and my trust. The least they deserved was losing their reputation. Tyler and I are slowly rebuilding a relationship. He's acknowledged that he was the golden child and never questioned it. He's trying to do better, to be more aware. Brittany is good for him. She doesn't let him make excuses. Their baby is beautiful, and I'm trying to be present as an aunt, separate from the mess with our parents. As for my parents, I have no plans to reconcile. They've never actually apologized for what they did, only for how it made them look when I exposed it. That tells me everything I need to know. They're not sorry they stole from me. They're sorry they got caught. I'm 22 and I'm done sacrificing myself for a family that never valued me the way they valued my brother. I have $47,000 in student loan debt that I'll be paying off for years. But I also have the truth out there. A growing support system of family members who actually care, and the knowledge that I don't owe my parents anything ever again. Was I the asshole for exposing them at the wedding? Maybe, but I'd do it again. Some lessons need to be learned publicly. My parents secretly took credit for my artwork, and built their careers on my talent. I'm 25 million Fef, and I just discovered that my parents have been stealing my art and passing it off as their own for the past 10 years. They built successful careers as artists while I struggled in obscurity, and the entire art world is about to find out that their celebrated body of work was actually created by their daughter, who they kept hidden away. I've been drawing and painting since I could hold a crayon. By age 10, I was creating pieces that adults found remarkable. My parents are both artists. My mom does watercolors, and my dad works in mixed media. They were moderately successful with a small gallery representation and occasional sales, but nothing spectacular. When I was 15, my style really developed. I was creating these intricate pen and ink drawings with surrealist elements that people responded to. My art teacher wanted to submit my work to competitions. My parents said no, that I was too young for that kind of pressure and attention. They said I should just enjoy creating without the stress of competition. I was disappointed but trusted their judgment. They were professional artists. They knew the industry. They said when I was older, there would be time for all that. Around the same time, my parents' careers suddenly took off. My dad started producing these pen and ink pieces that galleries loved. Very intricate, surrealist, exactly the style I'd been developing. He got representation at a major gallery, started selling pieces for thousands of dollars, won awards. I was proud of him. Thought it was amazing that he'd developed such a similar style to mine. He said, "Great artists think alike, and maybe we'd influenced each other." I believed him. My mom's career exploded around the same time. Her watercolors suddenly had this depth and technical skill that her earlier work lacked. She got a solo show at a prestigious gallery. Art critics praised her evolution as an artist. I kept creating, but my parents discouraged me from pursuing it professionally. Said the art world was brutal, and maybe I should focus on something more stable. I went to college for graphic design instead of fine arts because they said it was more practical. I'd still paint and draw at home during visits. My parents were always interested in my new work, wanted to see everything I created, said they liked staying connected to my artistic journey even though I wasn't pursuing it professionally. I was touched by their interest. Then, 2 months ago, I went to a gallery opening in the city where I live now. I was browsing the exhibits when I saw a painting that made me freeze. It was mine. The exact painting I'd created 3 years ago during a visit home, but the label said it was by my mother, created last year, price $15,000. I stood there staring at my own work with someone else's name on it. Told myself I must be confused, that it was similar but not the same. But I knew every brushstroke. I'd spent weeks on that piece. I started researching my parents' recent work online. Gallery websites, their professional portfolios, exhibition catalogs. The more I looked, the more I recognized. Pieces I'd created over the past decade were in their portfolios with their signatures. My intricate pen and ink drawings under my dad's name. My watercolors under my mom's name. They'd been stealing my art for 10 years, taking pieces I created and signing their own names, building their reputations and careers on my talent while convincing me not to pursue art professionally. I felt sick. Then I got angry. Then I started planning. I spent 2 weeks documenting everything. I have photos of my artwork from over the years, progress shots, pieces in my childhood bedroom, me working on various projects. I dug through old phones, computers, cloud storage, under hundreds of images timestamped years before my parents created the same pieces. I also have my original sketchbooks and canvases from when I was younger. Physical evidence of my artistic development and the evolution of the style my parents later claimed as their own. There are journals where I'd written about my creative process for specific pieces that my parents later exhibited. My college roommate confirmed she'd seen me create many of these pieces. I had witnesses to my artistic process going back years. Text messages where I'd sent photos of works in progress that later appeared in my parents' galleries under their names. The evidence was overwhelming. They'd taken dozens of my pieces, maybe more than 100 over the years. Every time I'd visit home and create something, they'd keep it and eventually pass it off as theirs. My entire artistic output from ages 15 to 25 had been systematically stolen. I calculated the value. My dad had sold my drawings for anywhere from $3,000 to $12,000 each. My mom's sales of my watercolors ranged from $5,000 to $18,000. Conservative estimate, they'd made at least $400,000 from my stolen work, maybe more. I hired an art authentication lawyer who specializes in fraud cases. Showed her everything. She said this was one of the most clear-cut cases of art theft she'd seen, made worse by the fact that it was parents stealing from their child. She started building a legal case. I also contacted an art journalist I knew from college. Told her I had a major story about fraud in the contemporary art world. She was interested. I showed her the evidence and she was shocked. She wanted to break the story but needed to verify everything first. Over the next month, I cooperated with her investigation. She interviewed my college roommate, my old art teachers who remembered my early work, even tracked down people who'd seen my pieces before my parents exhibited them. She verified the timestamps on my digital files with a forensic expert. She contacted galleries that had sold my work under my parents' names. The galleries were cooperative once they understood what was happening. They pulled records showing my parents had represented the work as their own creation. They had signed certificates of authenticity, claiming they'd personally created each piece. My parents had no idea this was happening. I'd stopped visiting them months ago with vague excuses about being busy. They thought I was just caught up in my job and life. They had no idea I'd discovered their decade-long theft. The article published last week. Front page of a major art publication. Renowned artists built careers on daughter's stolen work. A decade of fraud exposed. It detailed everything. The timeline of when I created pieces versus when my parents exhibited them. The forensic evidence of the original digital files. Witness testimonies. Gallery records. Side-by-side comparisons showing my developmental work leading up to pieces my parents later claimed to have created fully formed. The art world exploded. My parents' galleries immediately dropped them. Collectors who'd purchased pieces started demanding refunds. Art critics who'd praised their work were writing new pieces about being deceived. My parents' professional reputations were destroyed overnight. They called me immediately. My dad was crying, saying I'd ruined them. My mom was hysterical, asking how I could do this to my own parents. I asked them how they could steal from their own daughter for 10 years. They tried to justify it, said they'd been struggling financially and saw an opportunity, that I wasn't using my art anyway, so what did it matter who claimed credit? That they'd planned to eventually tell me, but the lie got too big. I recorded the conversation. They admitted to everything. Taking my work, signing their names, selling it, keeping the money. Knew it was wrong, but convinced themselves it was harmless, since I wasn't pursuing art professionally. The legal consequences have been severe. My lawyer filed a massive lawsuit seeking return of all stolen artwork, all profits from sales of my work, damages for fraud, and punitive damages for the decade of deception. Galleries that sold my work under my parents' names are facing their own legal issues. Some collectors are suing the galleries for selling fraudulent art. The galleries are in turn suing my parents for misrepresentation. Criminal charges are being considered. The prosecutor's office is reviewing whether my parents' actions constitute fraud, theft, and forgery under art law. The fact that they signed certificates of authenticity claiming to be the creators makes it clear criminal fraud. My parents lost everything almost immediately. Their gallery representation, their teaching positions at an art school, their standing in the art community. Collectors started demanding refunds for hundreds of thousands of dollars in sales. My parents don't have that kind of money. They're facing bankruptcy. They might lose their house. The art school fired them for ethical violations. Their friends in the art world have distanced themselves. Nobody wants to be associated with artists who built their careers on stolen work from their own child. The family response has been complicated. My dad's parents are horrified and have apologized to me. They said they always thought it was suspicious how suddenly talented my parents became in their 40s. My mom's family is in denial, claiming I must be lying or confused about who created what. My younger brother, who's 22, is caught in the middle. He said he'd sometimes see my work at home and then later see it in my parents' exhibitions, but assumed they'd collaborated or I'd given them permission. He feels guilty for not questioning it. Extended family is divided. Some think I went too far making this public, that I should have handled it privately. Others are disgusted by what my parents did and fully support me. The art world has been incredibly supportive. Galleries that once represented my parents have reached out wanting to see my current work. Critics who feel deceived by my parents are championing me as a victim who deserves recognition. I've been offered several solo shows. Museums want to exhibit my stolen work alongside the evidence of my parents' theft as a case study in art fraud. There's talk of a documentary about the case. My actual career as an artist is finally launching, but it's overshadowed by the scandal. Everything I create now is viewed through the lens of being the artist whose parents stole her work. I wanted to be known for my art, not for being a victim. Some people ask if I regret exposing them so publicly, if I wish I'd confronted them privately and given them a chance to make it right. The answer is no. They had 10 years to make it right. They chose to keep stealing, keep lying, keep building their careers on my talent while discouraging me from pursuing my own. My parents destroyed their own careers by stealing mine. I just made sure everyone knew the truth. The lawsuits are ongoing. My lawyer expects we'll win substantial damages, but collecting will be difficult since my parents are broke. The criminal investigation is still active. My parents might face actual jail time for fraud. Am I the Yoda for exposing my parents' decade of art theft and destroying their careers? Some family members think I am, that I should have given them a chance to privately return the work and make amends, that going public was vindictive and designed to destroy them. But private confrontation would have let them control the narrative. They'd have claimed it was a misunderstanding, that we'd collaborated, that I'd given permission. The art world would never have known the truth. Public exposure with overwhelming evidence meant they couldn't lie. Everyone saw the timestamps, the witnesses, their own admissions. Their careers are destroyed, but that's because those careers were built on theft. I'm 25 years old and finally being recognized as the artist I've been since I was 15. Galleries want my work. Critics are reviewing my pieces positively. I'm getting opportunities I should have had a decade ago. My parents stole 10 years of my artistic career. They made hundreds of thousands of dollars from my work while I struggled. They convinced me not to pursue art professionally while they built their reputations on my talent. They don't get to keep the rewards of that theft. They don't get to quietly return my paintings and move on like it never happened. The art world needed to know. Collectors who paid thousands for my work deserve to know it wasn't created by the people whose signatures appeared on it. Some people call this revenge. I call it justice. My parents committed fraud. They're facing the consequences. If their careers are destroyed, it's because their careers were fraudulent from the start. You can't mourn the loss of something that should never have existed. I spent 10 years being told I wasn't good enough to pursue art professionally, while my parents sold my work for thousands of dollars. Now everyone knows the truth. And my parents are learning that you can't build a career on stolen talent without eventually getting caught. Family business I built from nothing, voted me out and gave it to my incompetent brother. I'm 28 Urag F, and I just watched my family steal the company I spent 6 years building from the ground up. They voted me out of my own business, installed my useless brother as CEO, and expect me to just accept it gracefully. I'm about to show them exactly how badly they miscalculated. 6 years ago, when I was 22, I had an idea for a specialty food subscription service. Farm-to-table meal kits with local ingredients, targeted at urban professionals who wanted quality food but didn't have time to shop farmers markets. I developed the business plan, secured initial funding through small business loans in my name, and started operating out of a shared commercial kitchen. My parents thought it was a cute hobby. My older brother Cameron, 30, was working in finance and was the family's golden child. My younger brother Miles, 25, had dropped out of college and was finding himself by couch surfing and playing in a band. Nobody took my business seriously at first, but it grew. Within a year, I had 500 subscribers. By year 2, 2,000. I was profitable, employing 12 people, and had moved into my own facility. That's when my family suddenly got interested. My dad, who'd been skeptical about the whole thing, suggested I incorporate properly and set up a board of directors for liability protection. He offered to help, said his business experience would be valuable. I was naive and grateful for the support, so I agreed. He set up an LLC with me owning 51% and the remaining 49% split between him, my mom, and my two brothers as founding investors, even though they'd contributed nothing. My dad said it was standard to have family involved, and my majority share meant I maintained control. I trusted him. The business kept growing. By year 4, we had 8,000 subscribers, had expanded to 3 cities, employed 40 people, and were generating $3.2 million in annual revenue. I was working 80-hour weeks managing everything: product development, supplier relationships, marketing, operations, finance. My entire life was this company. My family started getting more involved. Cameron joined the board meetings and started questioning my decisions. My mom suggested Miles needed a job and could I hire him. I made Miles a social media coordinator at $45,000 a year, which was generous given his complete lack of qualifications or work ethic. Things changed 6 months ago. Cameron started bringing up concerns at board meetings. My spending was too aggressive. My expansion plans were risky. I should focus on profitability over growth. I defended my strategy. We were in a growth phase, and the market opportunity was massive. But Cameron kept pushing back with my dad supporting him. Then they brought in an outside consultant to evaluate operations and provide recommendations. I thought it was unnecessary, but agreed. The consultant spent a month reviewing everything and delivered a report to the board. The report was damning. It said I was a good entrepreneur but lacked the management skills to take the company to the next level, that my leadership style was too controlling and I didn't delegate effectively, that the company needed experienced executive leadership to scale properly. The consultant recommended replacing me as CEO with someone who had corporate experience, someone who understood finance and operations at scale, someone like Cameron, who had an MBA and 10 years in finance. At the next board meeting, my family voted to remove me as CEO and install Cameron. My dad, my mom, Cameron, and Miles all voted yes. I voted no. 51% to 49%. Except, my dad had never actually filed the paperwork giving me 51%. He'd filed it as equal 20% shares for each of us. I had the same voting power as everyone else, and they'd just outvoted me 4-1. I was fired from the company I'd built, the business I'd created from nothing, and my family acted like this was a reasonable business decision. I sat in that boardroom stunned as Cameron outlined his vision for the company's future. He was going to professionalize operations, bring in real management, scale efficiently. He thanked me for my entrepreneurial spirit in getting things started, but said it was time for experienced leadership. My mom hugged me afterward and said she knew this was hard, but it was for the best. That I'd always have a place in the company, and they'd figure out an appropriate role for me. My dad said I should be proud of what I'd built, and now I could let others handle the stress of running it. Miles, who'd contributed absolutely nothing except mediocre Instagram posts, said he was excited to learn from Cameron and finally be part of something successful. I went home and didn't cry. I got angry. Then I got strategic. First, I pulled every contract, every supplier agreement, every partnership I'd personally negotiated over 6 years. Reviewed what was in my name versus the company's name. Turns out when you build a business from scratch, a lot of critical relationships are personal. Our produce suppliers? I'd found them at farmers markets and built relationships over years. Contracts were often handshake agreements or informal emails with me personally. Our specialty ingredient importers? Same thing. The commercial kitchen that gave us overflow capacity? The owner was my friend from culinary school. Our biggest client was a corporate partnership I'd landed, providing meal kits to a tech company for their employees. $800,000 annual contract. I'd pitched it, negotiated it, and the agreement had a personal services clause saying I'd be the primary point of contact. I started making calls. Told every supplier and partner that I'd been removed from the company, that new management would be reaching out, but I wanted them to hear from me first. Didn't tell them what to do, just gave them information and thanked them for years of partnership. Then I filed a lawsuit. My lawyer reviewed the corporate documents and confirmed my dad had committed fraud. He'd told me I was getting 51%, but filed paperwork giving me 20%. I'd signed the documents, trusting him, never imagining my own father would lie about something so fundamental. The lawsuit alleged fraud in the formation of the LLC, breach of fiduciary duty, and requested dissolution of the current corporate structure. My lawyer said I had a strong case, but litigation would take years. I didn't have years, so I made another plan. I quit formally, sent a resignation letter to the board announcing I was leaving the company effective immediately and would no longer be providing any services. Cameron sent back a confused email saying I'd already been removed as CEO and asking what services I meant. I meant everything. I was the institutional knowledge of that company. I knew every supplier's quirks, every production bottleneck, every operational detail. I'd never documented most of it because I'd never planned to leave. Cameron had an MBA, but had never worked a day in food service. He thought running a meal kit company was like running a hedge fund. Within a week, things started falling apart. Suppliers started backing out. Turns out many of them had been doing business with me personally and weren't interested in working with my brother. The corporate client invoked the personal services clause and canceled their $800,000 contract. Production issues Cameron didn't know how to solve started causing delays. Cameron called me panicking, asked if I could help troubleshoot. I said I no longer worked for the company, and any consulting would be billed at $500 per hour. He said that was ridiculous. I said that was my rate for working with companies that stole my business. Subscriber complaints started rolling in. Quality was declining, deliveries were late, customer service was overwhelmed. Cameron had no idea how to manage operations, and Miles was useless. My dad tried to step in, but he'd never actually worked in the business, just attended board meetings. Revenue started dropping, first 10%, then 20%. Subscribers were canceling. The team I'd built was quitting because Cameron was a terrible manager who treated everyone like they were incompetent. 2 months after they pushed me out, the company I'd spent 6 years building was hemorrhaging money and subscribers. Cameron called another emergency board meeting and asked me to attend. I showed up with my lawyer. They wanted me to come back as CEO, said they'd made a mistake, that the company needed my leadership. My mom actually cried and apologized. My dad said they hadn't realized how essential I was to operations. I said no. They'd voted me out. They could figure it out. Cameron's desperation grew. He tried to hire a new CEO, but nobody wanted to run a failing meal kit company. He offered to reinstate me with better terms, but I wasn't interested in working for my family anymore. The business kept declining. Within 4 months, they'd lost 40% of subscribers. Revenue was down to under $2 million. They'd burned through the cash reserves I'd built up. Banks were reluctant to extend more credit to a company in free fall under new, inexperienced management. My lawsuit was progressing. Discovery revealed even more fraud. My dad had actively misrepresented my ownership stake in documents to the bank to secure business loans in the early days. The bank was now involved and very unhappy. Cameron tried to sell the company. found a buyer willing to pay $800,000 for the subscriber list and brand assets. A company I'd built to $3.2 million in revenue was being sold for scraps. The board voted to accept the offer. I voted no, but was outvoted again. Then, my lawyer filed an injunction, argued that the sale couldn't proceed until the ownership dispute was resolved. The judge agreed and blocked the sale pending litigation. Now my family was stuck. They couldn't run the company profitably, couldn't hire someone else to run it, couldn't sell it, and it was losing money every month. The business was slowly dying and taking their investment with it. My dad tried to negotiate directly, said we should settle the lawsuit, that I could buy out their shares at a fair price and take back control. I asked what he thought fair was. He said $1.5 million for their combined 80%. I laughed. The company they'd destroyed was barely worth $800,000 according to their own sale offer. I countered with $100,000 for their full 80% stake. He said that was insulting. I said so was voting me out of my own company after I'd built it from nothing. My offer stood. $100,000, or I'd let the litigation drag on while the company continued bleeding money until there was nothing left. My mom tried emotional appeals, said I was destroying the family over business. I reminded her she'd voted to remove me from the company I'd sacrificed 6 years of my life to build, that they'd chosen Cameron's inexperience over my proven track record, that Miles had voted to fire his sister from her own company so he could keep his $45,000 no-show job. Cameron tried one more time, said he'd resign as CEO if I came back, that he recognized he was in over his head. I told him I wasn't interested in salvaging his mistakes, that if they wanted me to save the company, they could accept my buyout offer. They stalled for another month. The company lost another 15% of subscribers. Monthly losses hit $80,000. The facility lease was coming up for renewal, and the landlord wanted a personal guarantee none of them could provide. My dad called and accepted my offer. $100,000 for 80% of the company, giving me full control. We closed the deal within 2 weeks. I walked back into my company as the 100% owner. Most of the original staff had quit, but a few key people had stayed hoping I'd return. I rehired them immediately with raises and started rebuilding. It's been 4 months since I bought back control. I've stabilized operations, rebuilt supplier relationships, and started winning back subscribers. Revenue is recovering. We're back to $2.4 million annually and growing. I'll get back to $3 million within a year. My family is no longer involved. Cameron went back to finance with a failed CEO stint on his resume. Miles is back to couch surfing. My parents lost their investment and their relationship with me. Some relatives think I was cruel, that I intentionally let the company fail just to buy it back cheap. They're right. I did exactly that. My family stole my company through fraud and installed my incompetent brother as CEO. I let them learn exactly how much they needed me, then bought back my own company for pennies on the dollar. Am I the day for letting my family destroy the company they stole from me, then buying it back for a fraction of its value? Some people think so. That I should have helped when they asked, that family comes first, that I let employees and customers suffer just to prove a point. But I didn't steal the company. They did. I didn't commit fraud to give myself more ownership. My dad did. I didn't vote to install an unqualified CEO. They did. I built something from nothing, and they took it from me thinking I was replaceable, thinking Cameron's MBA was worth more than my 6 years of expertise. They found out the hard way that you can't steal someone's business and then expect them to save you when you crash it. My lawyer says they could have fought the buyout offer, but they had no leverage. The company was dying, they had no cash, and the litigation would have taken years they couldn't afford. I paid $100,000 for a company that was worth $3.2 million before they destroyed it. Now, I'm rebuilding it without them. They got exactly what they deserved, 10 cents on the dollar for something they stole and couldn't manage. Some family members have tried to reconcile, said enough time has passed that I got my company back, that we should move past this. I've told them there's nothing to move past. They committed fraud, stole my business, and learned an expensive lesson about consequences. I'm 28 years old, and I own 100% of a company I built twice, once from scratch and once from the ashes my family left when they tried to take it from me. That's not revenge. That's just being better at business than the people who thought I was replaceable. Family convinced my wealthy mentor I plagiarized so my cousin could get the mentorship. I'm 27F, and I just finished destroying the academic careers of my entire family because they sabotaged the most important opportunity of my life to benefit my underachieving cousin. This is a story about jealousy, fraud, and the scorched earth revenge that followed when I finally discovered the truth. 4 years ago, I was a PhD student in neuroscience at a prestigious university. I'd worked incredibly hard to get there. First-generation college student, full scholarship, published research as an undergrad. I was on track to work with Dr. Helen Zhang, one of the most renowned neuroscientists in the world, who was looking for a protege to mentor. Dr. Zhang's mentorship was legendary. Her previous mentees had gone on to head departments at major universities, win significant grants, make breakthrough discoveries. Working with her was a golden ticket to an extraordinary career. The selection process was intensely competitive. I made it to the final 3 candidates. The other 2 were brilliant, but I had the most relevant research experience. Dr. Zhang seemed impressed with my work. She told me privately that my research proposal was exactly the kind of innovative thinking she valued. Then, everything fell apart. Someone sent Dr. Zhang an anonymous email with evidence that I'd plagiarized significant portions of my research proposal. The email included side-by-side comparisons, showing my text matched an obscure dissertation from a European university published 3 years earlier. I was devastated and confused. I'd written that proposal myself over months of work. I'd never seen the dissertation they claimed I'd copied from. Dr. Zhang was disappointed, but said she had to investigate. The university's Academic Integrity Committee got involved. The evidence looked damning. Whole paragraphs from my proposal matched the European dissertation almost word for word. I insisted I'd never seen that document, that I didn't understand how this was possible. But the committee said ignorance wasn't a defense, and plagiarism was plagiarism. I was found guilty of academic misconduct. My PhD program put me on probation. Dr. Zhang withdrew her mentorship offer and selected someone else, my cousin, Natalie. Natalie was 25 at the time, also in a PhD program, but at a less prestigious university. She was smart but not exceptional. We'd grown up together, and I'd always been the academic star while she struggled to keep up. Our family always compared us, and I'd always come out ahead. When Dr. Zhang chose Natalie as her mentee after my plagiarism scandal, I was too destroyed to even be suspicious. I figured Natalie had been the second choice and benefited from my downfall. I felt like I'd lost everything through my own stupidity, even though I couldn't remember ever seeing that European dissertation. I almost quit my PhD entirely. I was depressed, humiliated, convinced I'd somehow plagiarized without realizing it. But I pushed through, finished my degree with no fanfare, and took a mediocre postdoc position at a small university. Meanwhile, Natalie thrived under Dr. Zhang's mentorship. She got her name on high-impact publications, received a prestigious fellowship, was invited to speak at major conferences. Our family celebrated her success constantly. My aunt and uncle, Natalie's parents, never missed an opportunity to mention how well she was doing. I tried to be happy for her, but it hurt. That should have been my career. Those should have been my publications. I'd lost everything because of one instance of plagiarism I still didn't understand. Then, 2 months ago, I was helping my grandmother clean out her attic. I found a box of old family documents and started going through them. At the bottom was a folder labeled Natalie, Important. Inside were printouts of my research proposal and the European dissertation. There were handwritten notes in my uncle's handwriting comparing sections and highlighting similarities. There was an email draft to Dr. Zhang, unsigned, explaining that they'd discovered evidence of plagiarism. My family had framed me. I sat in my grandmother's attic, holding evidence that my own family had destroyed my academic career to benefit Natalie. The notes were detailed, showing exactly how my uncle had compared my proposal to the obscure dissertation and crafted the plagiarism accusation. There were more documents, emails between my aunt and uncle discussing the plan, messages about how Natalie deserved the mentorship more than I did because she'd always lived in my shadow, discussions about how to make the plagiarism claim anonymous and untraceable. They'd spent weeks planning this, found an obscure dissertation that covered similar topics to my research, edited my proposal to incorporate exact phrases from that dissertation, then sent the evidence to Dr. Zhang anonymously, knowing the plagiarism would disqualify me. I took photos of everything. Then I kept searching. Found more evidence that my aunt had been the one to actually access my research files. She'd worked in the university's IT department at the time and had used her access to steal my proposal before I submitted it. She'd edited it to include the plagiarized sections, then somehow replaced my original file with the plagiarized version. When I'd submitted my proposal, I'd unknowingly submitted the version she'd tampered with. That's why I'd never recognized the plagiarized sections, because I'd never written them. The conspiracy went even deeper. I found correspondence between my uncle and one of the Academic Integrity Committee members, a colleague of his. My uncle had provided the committee member with additional evidence of my supposed plagiarism pattern to ensure I'd be found guilty. My entire family had orchestrated an elaborate fraud to destroy my career and give Natalie the opportunity instead. And they'd succeeded completely. I drove home in shock. Then I got angry. Then I started planning. First, I compiled all the evidence, made copies, uploaded everything to secure cloud storage, gave copies to a trusted friend. Then I contacted a lawyer who specialized in academic fraud and misconduct. She reviewed everything and said I had multiple causes of action: fraud, conspiracy, defamation, tortious interference with business relationships. The evidence was clear and extensive. We could go after my aunt and uncle, and possibly Natalie, depending on what she knew. I also took the evidence to Dr. Zhang, emailed her requesting a meeting, said I had information about my plagiarism case that she needed to see. She agreed to meet, probably out of curiosity. I showed her everything. The documents from my uncle's files showing how they'd framed me, the evidence of my aunt tampering with my research proposal, the timeline showing the conspiracy. Dr. Zhang went pale as she reviewed it. She called in the university's legal counsel immediately. They spent 3 hours going through the evidence while I sat there watching my vindication unfold. The university launched an investigation. They brought in forensic IT specialists who confirmed my aunt had accessed my files and made edits right before I submitted the proposal. They found the original version of my proposal on university backup servers, the version without any plagiarism. They also investigated the committee member who'd been corresponding with my uncle. He admitted under pressure that my uncle had provided him with fabricated evidence of my plagiarism pattern to ensure I'd be found guilty. The academic integrity finding against me was vacated. My record was cleared. The university issued a formal apology. Then they went after my aunt, uncle, and their collaborator. My aunt was fired from her IT position and banned from all university employment. The committee member lost his position and his academic credentials were revoked. My uncle faced an ethics investigation at his own university. But I wasn't done. I wanted everyone to know what they'd done. The university's investigation uncovered enough evidence to pursue criminal charges. My aunt had committed computer fraud by accessing and altering my files. My uncle and the committee member had committed fraud and conspiracy. All 3 were charged. The criminal cases took months to build, but the prosecutors were thorough. My aunt eventually pleaded guilty to computer fraud and got 2 years probation plus community service. My uncle and the committee member went to trial. The trial was public. Evidence was presented showing how they'd systematically destroyed my academic career to benefit Natalie. Character witnesses testified about the years of family competitiveness and resentment. Emails were read aloud showing their conspiracy. Both were found guilty. My uncle got 1 year in jail plus fines. The committee member got 6 months plus loss of his academic credentials permanently. The story made academic news nationally. Family conspiracy destroys PhD student's career in elaborate fraud scheme, read the headlines. The academic community was horrified. Dr. Zhang reached out to me personally, apologized for not investigating more thoroughly when the original plagiarism claim came in, asked if I'd be interested in finally working with her as she'd originally intended. I accepted. 4 years late, I finally got the mentorship that should have been mine all along. Then came the question of Natalie. The investigation looked into whether she'd known about her parents' scheme. They found email evidence that she had known. Not the details, but she'd known her parents were handling the competition and had chosen not to ask questions. Dr. Zhang terminated their mentorship relationship immediately. The university where Natalie was completing her PhD launched their own investigation. They found that several of her publications under Dr. Zhang's mentorship had been primarily Dr. Zhang's work with Natalie's name added, which violated authorship ethics. Natalie's PhD was revoked, her publications were retracted, her fellowship was terminated, her academic career was over at 29. She called me crying, begging me to tell people she hadn't known the full extent of what her parents did. I told her she'd known enough to benefit from it, and had never questioned where her opportunity came from. That silence had been her choice. My extended family fractured. Some relatives supported me and were horrified by what my aunt and uncle had done. Others thought I'd gone too far pursuing criminal charges against family members and destroying Natalie's career. My grandmother, who'd unknowingly stored the evidence that exposed everything, said she was proud of me for fighting back. She apologized for not noticing what was happening at the time. The civil lawsuits are ongoing. I'm suing my aunt, uncle, and the former committee member for damages. My lawyer estimates I lost approximately $500,000 in career earnings over the 4 years I spent in a worse position than I should have been in. We're seeking that, plus punitive damages. My aunt and uncle will likely never recover financially. My uncle lost his university position. My aunt can't work in academia anymore. They're facing bankruptcy from legal fees and the coming judgment. Some people think I went too far, that I should have been satisfied with having my record cleared and getting the mentorship, that pursuing criminal charges and civil suits against family was excessive. But they didn't just make a mistake. They executed a months-long conspiracy to destroy my academic career. They committed multiple crimes. They stole 4 years of my professional life and gave them to Natalie instead. Am I for pursuing maximum criminal and civil penalties against my family members who framed me for plagiarism? According to my aunt, uncle, and Natalie, absolutely. They're telling people I've ruined their lives over ancient history and that family should forgive family. According to Dr. Zhang, the university, the prosecutors, and most of the academic community, I'm a victim who finally got justice. I'm 27 years old, and I finally have the mentorship I earned 4 years ago. My academic career is back on track, my record is cleared, and the family members who tried to destroy me are facing the consequences of their crimes. They spent months planning to frame me. I spent months planning to expose them. The difference is, their plan was built on lies, and mine was built on truth. Some people say revenge isn't worth it, but this isn't revenge. It's justice. They committed crimes against me. They're paying for those crimes. That's how the legal system is supposed to work. My family stole 4 years of my career and gave them to my cousin. I'm taking back everything they took and making sure they can never do this to anyone else. If that makes me vindictive, I'm fine with that. Better to be vindictive than to let criminals walk away from destroying your life just because they're family.
Family used my identity to commit fraud, and I reported them all to the FBI.
I'm 23 in, Mel, and I just sent my entire family to federal prison. This is going to be long, but I need to get it out. I grew up in what looked like a normal, middle-class family. My parents ran a small accounting firm. My older brother worked with them, and my younger sister was in college. We weren't rich, but we were comfortable. Or so I thought. I moved out at 18 for college across the country. Got a full scholarship to a good school in California while my family stayed in Ohio. I was the first one to move away, and my parents made a big deal about how proud they were. They helped me set up my first bank account, gave me advice on building credit, all the stuff good parents do. I trusted them completely. During college, I focused on my studies and didn't pay much attention to finances beyond my part-time job and student stipend. My parents said they'd handle anything official that came in the mail for me since I was using their address. Tax documents, credit card offers, that kind of thing. They said they'd scan and email me anything important. I thought they were being helpful. After graduation last year, I got a job at a tech company in Seattle. Great salary, benefits, the whole package. I was excited to start my adult life. That's when everything fell apart. I applied for an apartment and got denied. The landlord said my credit score was 512. I was confused because I'd never had a credit card or any debt beyond my student loans, which were deferred. I pulled my credit report and nearly threw up. There were 17 credit cards in my name that I'd never opened. A car loan for a vehicle I'd never seen. A personal loan for $45,000, multiple store credit accounts. All of them were maxed out or in collections. The total debt in my name was over $160,000. I called my parents panicking, told them someone had stolen my identity and destroyed my credit. My dad got really quiet. Then he said we needed to talk in person, and he'd fly out to Seattle. That should have been my first red flag, but I was too freaked out to notice. My dad arrived 2 days later. We sat in my studio apartment, and he told me the truth. The accounting firm had been struggling for years. They'd been using client money to cover business expenses, which is illegal. Then they'd started taking out credit cards and loans in my name to cover the gaps. My brother had forged my signature on applications. My mom had used my social security number to open accounts. They'd been doing it since I was 19 years old. 4 years of fraud. Over $160,000 stolen using my identity. And they'd hidden it by intercepting all my mail and monitoring my credit reports with a service they'd set up in my name. I asked my dad why they didn't just tell me they were struggling. He said they didn't want to burden me while I was in school, that they thought they could fix it before I found out, that they'd planned to pay it all back eventually. I asked him how they planned to pay back $160,000 when they'd been stealing from clients. He didn't have an answer. Then came the part that made me see red. My dad said they needed me to not report this, that if I reported identity theft, the investigation would reveal everything, and they'd all go to prison. He was asking me to just accept the debt, work out payment plans with the creditors, and protect my family from the consequences of their crimes. I asked him if he understood what he was asking. I was 23 with $160,000 in fraudulent debt. My credit was destroyed. I couldn't rent an apartment or buy a car. My financial life was ruined before it started, and he wanted me to just accept it to save him. He said, "Family protects family." I told him to get out of my apartment. After my dad left, I spent 3 days researching and documenting everything. I pulled all my credit reports, collected every fraudulent account, saved every email and text from my parents about handling my mail. I found applications with forged signatures, transaction records showing purchases I never made being shipped to my family's address in Ohio. The scope was staggering. My brother had been using one of my credit cards to pay his rent. My mom had bought furniture on another. My dad had taken out the $45,000 personal loan and used it to pay off their business debts. My sister's college tuition had been paid with a credit card in my name. They'd been living their lives on my stolen identity for 4 years. I also discovered the client fraud. My dad's accounting firm managed retirement accounts and small business finances. They'd been skimming money from client accounts for years. Not huge amounts at once, just enough that busy clients wouldn't notice immediately. They'd stolen over $300,000 from clients over a 6-year period. I called my sister because she was the only one I thought might not be involved. She started crying immediately. She'd known. She'd known about the credit cards in my name, had known her tuition was fraud, and had said nothing. She said she'd wanted to tell me, but Mom and Dad had convinced her it would destroy the family, that they'd handle it and pay everything back. That's when I realized they were all complicit. My parents, my brother, even my sister who'd stayed silent. They'd all participated in or enabled the systematic destruction of my financial identity to cover their own mistakes. I filed a police report for identity theft, gave them everything I'd documented. They connected me with the FBI since the fraud crossed state lines and involved large amounts. The FBI agent I spoke with said this was one of the more extensive family identity theft cases she'd seen. Most parents who do this steal $10,000 or $20,000. My family had stolen over $160,000 and tried to cover it with more fraud. The investigation moved fast. The FBI seized my parents' business records and found the client fraud immediately. They arrested my dad first, then my mom, then my brother. My sister wasn't arrested but was named as a witness who'd knowingly failed to report fraud. My extended family lost their minds. My grandparents called me sobbing, begging me to drop the charges. I explained I couldn't drop federal charges, and even if I could, I wouldn't. My uncle said I was destroying the family over money. I told him it wasn't about money. It was about the fact that my parents had financially crippled me before my life even started and expected me to just accept it. My dad's siblings said I should have handled it privately. I asked them how you handle $160,000 in identity theft and client fraud privately. None of them had an answer. They just kept saying, family doesn't send family to prison. But here's what nobody wanted to acknowledge. My family had already destroyed me. I couldn't rent an apartment, couldn't buy a car, couldn't get a credit card or a loan, couldn't do any of the normal financial things a 23-year-old should be able to do. I'd graduated with honors from a top school, landed a great job, done everything right, and my credit score was 512 because my family had been systematically defrauding creditors in my name for 4 years. The court proceedings took 8 months. My parents and brother all tried to plead guilty to lesser charges. The prosecutors weren't interested. They had documentation of extensive, premeditated fraud against both me and their clients. This wasn't a mistake or a moment of desperation. It was a systematic criminal enterprise that happened to involve family members. My dad was sentenced to 6 years in federal prison. My mom got 5 years. My brother got 4 years. They also have to pay restitution to me and to their clients, though the prosecutors said I shouldn't expect to see much of that money.
They don't have it, and won't have significant earning potential for years. My sister avoided criminal charges by cooperating with the investigation, but she's been effectively disowned by everyone. My family blames her for not warning them I was reporting them, like she should have helped them cover up the crimes better. It's been a year since the sentencing. My credit is still a disaster despite the fraud judgments. I'm working with a lawyer to get everything removed from my reports, but it's a slow process. Each creditor has to be contacted individually, provided with court documentation, and convinced to remove the fraudulent accounts. Some have been cooperative. Others are fighting it. I'm living with roommates because I still can't pass a credit check for my own apartment. I had to buy a car with cash using my savings because I can't get an auto loan. I'm 24 years old, and my financial life is still in ruins because of what my family did, even though they're in prison for it. The extended family has split. Half of them think I did the right thing, half think I'm a monster who destroyed the family. Thanksgiving was interesting. I spent it with friends instead of family for obvious reasons. My grandparents invited me and said they'd understand if I didn't come, but they wanted me to know I was welcome. I appreciated the gesture, but I wasn't ready. My sister has tried to rebuild a relationship with me.
She sends texts every few weeks saying she's sorry, that she should have warned me or gone to the police herself, that she was scared and weak and made the wrong choice. I've responded a few times, but I don't know if I'll ever really forgive her. She was 19 when the fraud started, old enough to know better. She chose them over me for 4 years. The hardest part is processing what this means about my family. These weren't strangers who stole my identity. This was my mom and dad, the people who raised me, who helped me with homework, who came to my graduation. They looked at their 19-year-old son and decided his financial future was worth less than covering their business mistakes. My therapist says this is a profound betrayal of parental trust, that parents are supposed to protect their children, not exploit them, that what they did was a fundamental violation of the parent-child relationship. I'm working through a lot of anger and grief about who I thought they were versus who they actually are. People ask if I regret reporting them. The answer is no. What was the alternative? Let them destroy my life to save theirs? Accept $160,000 in debt I didn't create? Spend the next decade working to pay off their fraud while they continued their lives? They made a choice to commit crimes. They made a choice to use me as their victim. I made a choice not to be complicit in my own victimization. If that makes me the bad guy in some people's eyes, I can live with it. The FBI agent told me most family identity theft victims never report it. They either don't realize it's happening until it's too late, or they feel too guilty about getting family members in trouble. She said the average family identity theft case involves about $12,000 and stays hidden because victims sacrifice themselves to protect their abusers. That's not a sacrifice I was willing to make. My parents had a business degree and an accounting certification. They knew exactly what they were doing, and they knew the consequences. They chose crime anyway. They chose to victimize their own son anyway. Those were their choices. My choice was to hold them accountable, to refuse to accept the debt, to refuse to let them walk away from $160,000 in identity theft plus $300,000 in client fraud, to refuse to sacrifice my entire financial future to protect them from the consequences of their actions. Some people think I'm heartless, that I sent my parents to prison over money. But it wasn't about money. It was about the fact that they looked at their child and saw a solution to their problems, instead of a person who deserved protection. I'm 24 now. My parents won't be out of prison until I'm 30. My brother won't be out until I'm 28. By the time they're released, I'll hopefully have rebuilt my credit and my life. I'll have had 6 years to process this betrayal and decide what, if any, relationship I want with them. Right now, I don't want one. Right now, I'm angry and hurt and focused on fixing the disaster they created. Maybe that will change. Maybe when they've served their time and paid their debt to society, I'll be ready to have a conversation about why they did this and whether they're truly sorry. Or maybe I'll never be ready. Maybe some betrayals are too fundamental to overcome. Maybe when your parents steal your identity and ruin your credit before you're old enough to legally drink, that's a bridge too burned to rebuild. I don't know yet. What I do know is that I made the right choice reporting them. That holding people accountable for crimes isn't cruel, it's necessary. That protecting family doesn't mean letting them victimize you. My family used my identity to commit extensive fraud. I reported them to the FBI, and they went to prison. Some people think I'm the asshole for it. I think I'm the only one who refused to be an accomplice to my own destruction. Am I the for sending my family to federal prison after they stole my identity? According to half my relatives, yes. According to my therapist, my friends, and the FBI agent who worked my case, I was the victim who refused to stay silent. I'm okay with that assessment, because the alternative was accepting that my family loved themselves more than they valued me, and living with the consequences of their crimes for the rest of my life. Some prices are too high to pay, even for family. Family used my sperm donations without consent,
and now 3 kids exist because of them. I'm 29 years ago, and I just found out I have 3 biological children that I never consented to creating. My family used sperm I donated for medical research to artificially inseminate my brother's wife and 2 cousins. I'm currently suing everyone involved, and the fallout is destroying my entire extended family. 7 years ago, when I was 22, I participated in a genetic study at a university research hospital. It was studying hereditary traits in families with certain genetic markers. Part of the study involved donating blood and sperm samples for analysis. I signed consent forms specifically stating the samples were for research only and would be destroyed after the study concluded. I got paid $500 for participating and forgot about it. The study ended. I assumed my samples were destroyed per the consent agreement, and I moved on with my life. My brother Cole is 32 and has been married to his wife Jennifer for 8 years. They struggled with infertility for years. Cole has a genetic condition that makes natural conception nearly impossible. They'd tried IVF multiple times with donor sperm, but nothing worked. It was devastating for them and hard to watch. 3 years ago, Jennifer got pregnant. The family was ecstatic. They said it was a miracle, that they'd tried one more time with a new donor, and it finally worked. Their daughter Emma was born healthy and beautiful. I was thrilled to be an uncle. 2 years ago, my cousin Rachel also announced she was pregnant via sperm donor. Her husband had similar fertility issues. Then, last year, my other cousin Melissa got pregnant the same way. Both their husbands had medical conditions preventing natural conception. I thought it was coincidental that 3 family members had all successfully used donor sperm around the same time, but fertility treatments were getting better, so maybe it made sense. Then, 2 months ago, I was at a family gathering. Emma, now 3 years old, was playing nearby. My mom made a comment about how much Emma looked like me at that age. Several relatives agreed. Someone joked that if they didn't know better, they'd think she was my daughter. Everyone laughed, except my brother Cole, who looked uncomfortable, and Jennifer, who quickly changed the subject. I didn't think much of it until later, when I was looking at photos from the gathering. Emma really did look like me. Same distinctive eye color that runs in my dad's side of the family, but neither Cole nor Jennifer have. Same facial structure, same birthmark on her shoulder that I have. I started looking at photos of Rachel's son and Melissa's daughter. The same distinctive features. All 3 kids looked like they could be mine. I confronted Cole privately the next day, asked him directly if there was something he needed to tell me about Emma. He got defensive, said I was being paranoid. I told him about the resemblance, and he said kids can look like anyone in the family. I didn't believe him. I ordered a paternity test kit online. At the next family event, I managed to get a cheek swab from Emma when no one was looking. Sent it off with my DNA. The results came back. 99.9% probability of paternity. Emma was my biological daughter. I felt sick. Confronted Cole again with the results. He broke down and admitted everything. The research hospital had a staff member who was friends with Jennifer. When Jennifer found out I donated samples for the genetic study, she'd ask this friend if there was any way to access them. The friend, violating every ethical and legal standard, had given Jennifer one of my sperm samples. Jennifer had used it for IVF, got pregnant with Emma, told everyone it was an anonymous donor. Then, Rachel found out what Jennifer had done, asked if there were more samples. There were. The corrupt staff member provided Rachel with another vial of my sperm. Then Melissa got one too. 3 family members had stolen my genetic material and created children without my knowledge or consent. I sat in Cole's living room as he explained how 3 different women in my family had used stolen samples of my sperm to get pregnant. He was crying, saying they'd been desperate and saw an opportunity, that they'd planned to never tell anyone. I asked if the husbands knew. Cole admitted he knew from the beginning. So did Rachel's husband and Melissa's husband.
All three couples had conspired to use my stolen genetic material to create their children. I asked about the hospital staff member who'd provided the samples. Cole said her name was Dr. Sarah Chen, and she'd been paid $5,000 per vial. She'd known it was illegal and unethical, but needed the money. I immediately called a lawyer, explained everything. She said this was one of the most egregious violations of reproductive rights and medical ethics she'd encountered. That multiple laws had been broken, and I had grounds for both criminal complaints and civil suits. We started with the hospital, filed a formal complaint about Dr. Chen's theft of biological materials and violation of the research consent agreement. The hospital's legal team panicked. They launched an internal investigation, and Dr. Chen was fired within a week. Then I filed police reports. Theft of biological materials, fraud, conspiracy. The detective assigned to my case said this was complicated because the children now existed, and the legal framework for handling stolen sperm cases was still developing. I also demanded paternity tests for all three children. Cole, Rachel, and Melissa all refused initially. My lawyer got a court order. All three tests came back, confirming I was the biological father. My family exploded. My parents begged me not to pursue legal action, said I was tearing the family apart over something that couldn't be undone, that three beautiful children existed, and I should just accept it and move forward. I told them three children existed without my consent, that my genetic material had been stolen and used to create human beings I'd never agreed to father. That this wasn't about the children, it was about fundamental violation of my reproductive autonomy. My dad said I was being selfish, that Cole and the others were just desperate people who'd made a bad choice. I said, desperate people don't get to steal other people's sperm, that there are legal ways to use donor sperm, and they'd deliberately chosen theft instead. Jennifer called me crying, said she loved Emma and I couldn't take her away. I told her I wasn't trying to take anyone away. I was trying to hold her accountable for theft and fraud. She said I'd never wanted kids anyway, so what did it matter? I said it mattered because consent matters. Rachel and Melissa both sent angry messages, said I was trying to destroy their families over a technicality, that I should be honored to have helped them have children. I told them honor requires consent, and they'd stolen from me. The civil suits moved forward. I'm suing Cole and Jennifer, Rachel and her husband, Melissa and her husband, Dr. Chen, and the hospital, seeking damages for emotional distress, violation of reproductive rights, fraud, and theft of biological materials. My lawyer says the hospital will likely settle quickly to avoid publicity. Dr. Chen has no assets to speak of. The real question is, what happens with my family members? The criminal investigation is ongoing. The prosecutor says the theft charges are solid. The fraud charges are complicated. The reproductive rights violations are in murky legal territory because the laws weren't written with this scenario in mind. Extended family is completely divided. Some think what Cole, Rachel, and Melissa did was unconscionable, and I'm right to pursue justice. Others think I'm destroying three families over something that's already done, and should just accept being a biological father and move on. My mom's sister said I was being cruel to the children by making this public. I pointed out I wasn't the one who made them exist without their biological father's consent, that I was a victim here, not a villain. The children are too young to understand now, but someday they'll learn they exist because their parents stole someone's sperm, that their biological father never consented to their creation. I don't know how that will affect them, but it's not my fault. The lawsuits have progressed over the past 3 months. The hospital settled for $850,000 and a public apology, admitting their staff member violated consent protocols and research ethics. Dr. Chen is facing criminal charges and potential jail time. My family members are a different story. Cole and Jennifer's lawyer tried to argue that by donating sperm for research, I'd somehow waived rights to that genetic material. My lawyer presented the explicit consent forms I'd signed, limiting use to research only. That argument collapsed. Rachel and Melissa tried a different approach. Their lawyers argued that I'd suffered no actual damages since I never wanted children anyway, and the use of my sperm hadn't harmed me. My therapist provided testimony about the severe emotional trauma of learning you've been made a biological parent without consent. The judge wasn't sympathetic to their arguments, ruled that reproductive autonomy is a fundamental right, and using someone's genetic material without consent is a clear violation, regardless of whether physical harm occurred. The civil trials resulted in judgments against all three couples. Cole and Jennifer owe $275,000. Rachel and her husband owe $225,000. Melissa and her husband owe $200,000. None of them have that kind of money. Their lawyers are trying to negotiate payment plans. Cole had to sell their house. They're moving into a small rental and facing years of debt. Jennifer's family has disowned her for the scandal. Rachel and Melissa are in similar situations, drowning in legal debt with damaged reputations. The criminal cases are still pending. The prosecutor is pushing forward with theft and fraud charges. My family's lawyers are trying to negotiate plea deals, but I've told the prosecutor I want full prosecution. They stole my genetic material and created children. That deserves consequences. My parents have stopped speaking to me. They said I've destroyed 3 marriages and harmed 3 innocent children by pursuing this. I've told them the marriages destroyed themselves by building on theft, and the children were harmed by being created without consent. The children are the complicated part. Emma is 4 now. Rachel's son is 3. Melissa's daughter is 2. They're innocent in all this, but they exist because of crimes committed against me. I have no relationship with them. Legally, I'm their biological father, but I never agreed to that role. My lawyer says I could pursue parental rights if I wanted. I don't want. I also could be forced to pay child support since I'm the biological father. We're fighting that. The argument is that since I never consented to the children's creation, I shouldn't be financially responsible for them. It's unprecedented legal territory. Some states have ruled that sperm donors aren't responsible for child support. Others have ruled they are if certain conditions aren't met. My case is unique because I was a victim of theft, not a consensual donor. The judge will decide in 3 months whether I owe 18 years of child support for 3 children I never agreed to father. The possibility that I could be forced to financially support children created from stolen genetic material is keeping me up at night. It would be the ultimate injustice, being victimized and then forced to pay for it. Extended family has fractured completely. Half of them aren't speaking to the other half. Family gatherings are impossible. Holidays are canceled. My grandmother is heartbroken watching her family destroy itself. But they didn't destroy themselves over my lawsuits. They destroyed themselves when 3 couples decided stealing my sperm was acceptable because they wanted children. Some people ask if I regret pursuing this legally, if I wish I'd just accepted it quietly and moved on. The answer is absolutely not. What happened to me was a fundamental violation. My family stole my genetic material and created human beings without my consent. If I'd stayed quiet, they'd have gotten away with it. The children would have grown up never knowing. I'd have been at family gatherings with 3 biological children thinking I was just an uncle and cousin. Am I to the for suing my family members who stole my sperm donations and used them to get pregnant? According to my parents and about half the extended family, yes, I'm destroying families over something that can't be undone. I'm being vindictive and cruel to innocent children. According to the other half, the hospital's legal team, every lawyer I've consulted, and my therapist, I'm a victim seeking justice for an egregious violation. I'm 29 years old, and I'm the biological father of 3 children I never consented to creating. I didn't choose this. My family chose it for me when they stole my genetic material. They're facing financial ruin, criminal charges, and destroyed reputations because they committed crimes. Those are consequences they created when they decided theft was acceptable. Some people say I should think about the children. I am thinking about them. They're going to grow up knowing they were created through theft, that their biological father never agreed to be their father. That's traumatic, and it's not my fault. Their parents should have thought about that before stealing sperm, before creating children through crime, before building their families on a foundation of lies. I participated in medical research to help science. My family turned that into an opportunity to steal from me. They created 3 human beings without my knowledge or consent. I'm making sure there are consequences, legal, financial, and criminal. Because what they did wasn't just wrong, it was a violation of fundamental human rights. If that makes me the villain in some people's eyes, I can live with it. Better to be seen as the villain than to be the silent victim of reproductive theft. My family stole my genetic future. I'm taking back my rights the only way I can, through the legal system. And I'm not stopping until everyone involved has faced full accountability for what they did.
Found out I was the affair baby, and my dad has been punishing me for it my whole life. I'm 24 Yearville, and 3 weeks ago I discovered why my father has treated me differently than my siblings for my entire life. The truth has shattered my understanding of my family, and I'm still trying to process whether my revenge was justified or if I went too far. I need to get this out. Growing up, I always knew something was off. I have 2 older brothers, Marcus and Joel, who are 28 and 26. My dad adored them, went to every game, every school event, bragged about them constantly. With me, there was always this coldness. He'd attend my events but sit in the back looking miserable. He'd criticize everything I did. When I got straight A's, he'd ask why I wasn't also doing sports. When I made varsity soccer, he'd say my grades were slipping. My mom would make excuses. Dad was stressed from work. Dad had a lot on his mind. Dad just showed love differently. I believed her because I didn't have another explanation. I tried everything to win his approval. Academic awards, athletic achievements, volunteer work. Nothing was ever enough. He'd nod and walk away while my brothers got huge celebrations for lesser accomplishments. The difference was so stark that my brothers noticed. Marcus asked me once when we were teenagers why Dad was so hard on me. I didn't have an answer. Joel got defensive when I brought it up, said I was imagining things and Dad loved all of us equally. But he didn't. And deep down, we all knew it. When I graduated college 2 years ago, my dad didn't come to the ceremony. Said he had a work thing he couldn't get out of. He'd taken 3 days off for Marcus's graduation and 2 for Joel's. For mine, he had a work thing. My mom came and made excuses, but I saw the hurt in her eyes too. I moved across the country after graduation. Got a job in Seattle, put physical distance between me and the constant feeling of not being good enough. My therapist and I worked on accepting that some parents just don't bond with certain children. That it wasn't my fault. That I needed to build my own life and stop seeking approval I'd never get. Then, 3 weeks ago, my mom called me. She was crying, barely coherent. Said she needed to tell me something before I heard it from someone else. My dad had filed for divorce. After 32 years of marriage, he'd decided he was done. My mom was devastated, and in that devastation, she told me the truth. I'm not my dad's biological daughter. My mom had an affair 25 years ago with a colleague. She got pregnant with me. She confessed to my dad when she was 4 months along. He agreed to stay and raise me as his own on the condition that she cut all contact with my biological father and never told anyone the truth. My dad has known since before I was born that I wasn't his child, and he's been punishing me for my mother's affair for 24 years. Everything suddenly made sense. The coldness, the criticism, the absence at important events. He looked at me and saw my mother's betrayal. Every day of my life, my presence reminded him that his wife had cheated on him, and he'd taken that out on me, a child who had no control over how she was conceived. I asked my mom if my brothers knew. She said no, that the agreement had been total secrecy.
I asked if my biological father knew about me. She said no, she'd disappeared from his life and he'd never known she was pregnant. I asked her why she was telling me now. She said because the divorce was going to be ugly and she was afraid he'd tell me out of spite. I hung up and sat in my apartment for hours, trying to reconcile 24 years of memories with this new information. Every harsh word, every dismissal, every time I'd wondered what was wrong with me. It was all because of a secret I'd never known existed. Then, I got angry. Not at my mom for the affair, that was between her and my dad. I got angry that he'd agreed to raise me, and then spent my entire childhood making me feel unloved because he couldn't handle his wife's mistake. I decided he didn't get to control the narrative anymore. I spent 2 days planning, made a list of every family member, every family friend, everyone who'd been part of my childhood. Then I wrote a letter. It explained everything my mom had told me, how I'd just learned I was the product of an affair, how my dad had known since before I was born and had spent 24 years treating me like a burden while I thought something was wrong with me. I didn't attack him. I just laid out facts. How he'd missed my graduation but attended both my brothers' graduations. How he'd criticized my achievements while celebrating theirs. How I'd spent my childhood trying to earn love from a man who'd decided before I was born that I didn't deserve it. I ended the letter saying I understood he'd been hurt by my mom's affair, but I was an innocent child who'd deserved better. That he could have chosen to love me despite my origins, or he could have chosen to leave. Instead, he'd chosen to stay and make me pay for my mother's mistake every day of my life. I sent it to everyone. My brothers, my aunts and uncles, my grandparents, family friends, people from our church, everyone who'd watched my dad treat me differently and said nothing. I included screenshots of my mom's confession text to prove I wasn't lying. My phone exploded. My brothers called first. Marcus was crying, said he'd always known something was wrong but never imagined this. Joel was angry, demanded to know if it was true. I sent him our mom's messages. He went quiet and then said he needed time to process. My dad's family went into defense mode. His mother called me a liar trying to destroy her son during a difficult divorce. I sent her the proof. She said it didn't matter, that I was being cruel and airing private family business publicly. I asked her if she thought it was cruel that her son had emotionally abused a child for 2 decades over something that wasn't the child's fault. My mom's family was more sympathetic. My aunt said she'd suspected something was off in how my dad treated me but never knew why. She said she was sorry I'd had to grow up like that. My maternal grandmother called and apologized for not protecting me better, said she should have questioned my dad's behavior more forcefully. Friends of the family were shocked. Several reached out saying they'd noticed my dad's treatment of me was different, but assumed it was a personality clash, or that I reminded him of someone he didn't like. One of my dad's close friends admitted he'd asked my dad once why he was so hard on me, and my dad had said I needed tougher discipline than the boys. Now he understood it was never about discipline. My dad didn't contact me. He sent a message through his lawyer threatening to sue me for defamation. My lawyer responded that truth is an absolute defense to defamation, and I had proof of everything I'd stated. We haven't heard back. The divorce got nasty quickly. My mom's lawyer is using my letter as evidence of my dad's character and treatment of his children. My dad's trying to claim I'm exaggerating to help my mom in the divorce. The problem is my brothers are now backing up my account. Marcus wrote his own letter to the family, describing specific incidents where he'd watched our dad treat me terribly. Joel is in therapy, processing the fact that his father emotionally abused his sister for their entire childhood. My dad's reputation in our community has been destroyed. People he's known for decades are looking at him differently. His church asked him to step down from his position as an elder. Several families have distanced themselves. The man who'd spent years presenting himself as a devoted father is now known as someone who punished a child for her mother's affair. Some people think I went too far. My dad's sister said I should have handled it privately, that I destroyed his reputation out of spite.
My response was that he destroyed my childhood out of spite, so we're even. My mom is conflicted. She's glad the truth is out, but feels guilty that her affair is what started all of this. I told her I don't blame her for the affair. I blame him for agreeing to raise me and then making me suffer for it. If he couldn't love me, he should have left. Instead, he stayed and made damn sure I knew I wasn't really his daughter, without ever telling me why. My brothers are struggling. Marcus keeps apologizing for not doing more to protect me when we were kids. I've told him he was a kid too, that this wasn't his responsibility. Joel is angry at both our parents, at Dad for the abuse and at Mom for the affair that started it all. He's barely speaking to either of them. It's been 3 weeks since I sent the letter. The fallout continues. My dad finally broke his silence and sent me an email. It was long and defensive, explaining his perspective, how my mom's affair had destroyed his trust and his sense of self. How every time he looked at me, he was reminded of her betrayal. How he'd tried to love me, but couldn't get past the anger. He said he'd stayed for the sake of the family, that leaving would have been selfish. That he'd provided for me, given me a home, paid for my education. That I was ungrateful and vindictive for not appreciating the sacrifice he'd made in raising another man's child. I read it twice. Then I wrote back. I told him that staying and providing the bare minimum while emotionally abusing a child wasn't noble. It was cruel. That if he couldn't love me, he should have left and let Mom find someone who could. That being housed and fed doesn't erase 24 years of being made to feel unwanted in your own family. I said he'd had choices. He could have left. He could have gone to therapy and worked through his anger. He could have treated me with basic kindness, even if he couldn't fully bond with me. Instead, he chose to make a child responsible for adult problems, to punish me every day for something I didn't do and didn't even know about. I told him I didn't want his money or his name or anything from him. I wanted him to admit that what he did was wrong, that taking out his anger at my mom on an innocent child was abuse and nothing justified it. He responded that I'd always been difficult and oversensitive, that I'd misinterpreted normal parenting as abuse, that the letter I'd sent had destroyed relationships he'd built over decades, and I'd done it out of spite. I didn't respond again. There was no point. He'd spent 24 years convincing himself that his behavior was justified, and one letter wasn't going to change that. My biological father reached out. Somehow, word had gotten back to him through mutual connections. He said he'd had no idea I existed, that my mom had ended their affair suddenly, and he'd never known why. He asked if I wanted to meet. I don't know yet. Part of me is curious. Part of me isn't ready to add another complicated parental relationship to my life. My therapist says what my dad did was emotional abuse and neglect, that children aren't responsible for their parents' relationship problems, that I deserved to know the truth, and I had every right to tell people what I'd experienced. Some extended family members have sided with my dad. They say my mom's affair was unforgivable, and my dad was a saint for staying and raising me anyway. They think I'm being ungrateful and dramatic. I've blocked most of them. Others have been supportive. My aunt on my mom's side said she'd always thought something was wrong in how I was treated, and she's glad the truth is out. Several family friends have reached out privately to say they're sorry they didn't do more when they noticed my dad's differential treatment. My brothers and I are closer now. Marcus has been reading about children of affairs and parent favoritism, trying to understand what I went through. Joel set up weekly video calls, and we're rebuilding our relationship as adults instead of the strained dynamic we had growing up. My mom and I are in family therapy. She's expressed genuine remorse for having the affair and for not protecting me better from my dad's resentment. I'm working on forgiving her. The affair was wrong, but she didn't abuse me. He did. The divorce is proceeding. My dad's fighting for the house and retirement accounts. My mom's fighting for fair division and using documentation of my dad's treatment of me as evidence of his character. I've been subpoenaed to testify.
I'm not looking forward to it, but I'm going to tell the truth. My life in Seattle continues. I have friends here who've been supportive through all of this. My boss gave me time off when things got intense. I'm dating someone who thinks it's insane that a parent would treat a child like my dad treated me. Normal people are shocked by my dad's behavior. That helps me remember I'm not crazy. Do I regret sending the letter? Sometimes. Late at night, when I think about the relationships that have been damaged, the family that's fractured even more than it was. But mostly, no. Because the alternative was continuing to let my dad control the narrative, letting people think I was just a difficult daughter who didn't appreciate her father, instead of a child who was emotionally abused for circumstances beyond her control. AI Tia for exposing my dad's mistreatment of me after learning I was the product of an affair. Some family members think so. They think I should have kept the secret, handled it privately, not destroyed my dad's reputation.
But I spent 24 years protecting a secret I didn't even know existed. 24 years wondering what was wrong with me. 24 years trying to earn love from someone who'd decided I didn't deserve it before I was born. I'm done protecting him. I'm done being quiet about abuse just because it's family. I told the truth. He lived it. If his reputation is destroyed, it's because people know what he actually did. That's not my fault. That's his. I'm 24 years old, and I'm finally free of trying to earn love from someone who was never going to give it. The letter might have been nuclear, but it was also honest. And after a lifetime of living with a lie, honesty feels like the only right choice. Some secrets protect predators. Mine protected my abuser. I'm done protecting him. Let him live with the consequences of his choices. I've lived with them long enough. My family convinced my fiancée I cheated so my brother could marry her instead. I'm 27M, and I just found out that my entire family conspired to destroy my engagement so my younger brother could steal my fiancée. This sounds like a soap opera plot, but it's my actual life, and I'm still processing the betrayal. Writing this out is the only way I can make sense of what happened. 2 years ago, I was engaged to Sarah, 26F. We'd been together for 4 years and she was everything to me. Smart, funny, kind, shared my values and life goals. We were planning a wedding for the following summer. My family loved her, especially my mom, who treated her like the daughter she'd never had. My younger brother Ethan, 24, was in our friend group, and the three of us hung out often. Everything fell apart one night when Sarah came to my apartment unannounced. She was crying and said we needed to talk. She told me someone had sent her photos of me with another woman at a hotel. The photos showed me checking in with a blonde woman, us going into a room together, leaving separately the next morning. The timestamps were from 2 weeks earlier, when I'd supposedly been at a work conference. I was completely confused. I'd been at a work conference, but alone. I'd never been to that hotel, never been with any woman. I told Sarah the photos had to be fake or manipulated. She wanted to believe me, but the evidence looked real. She said she needed time to think. Over the next week, things got worse. Sarah received anonymous emails with more evidence. Screenshots of texts between me and someone saved as Hotel Girl, making plans to meet up. Bank statements showing I'd paid for the hotel room. Even a supposed phone recording of me talking to another woman intimately. I insisted it was all fabricated. I showed Sarah my actual bank statements, my phone records, my work conference schedule. But for every piece of evidence I provided, she'd receive something that contradicted it. The anonymous sender seemed to have an answer for everything. My family was supportive at first. My mom consoled Sarah, told her I was trustworthy. My brother Ethan was there for both of us, helping Sarah process her feelings while encouraging me to keep fighting for the relationship. Then my dad sat me down and said maybe I should just tell the truth, that if I'd made a mistake, owning up to it was better than making Sarah doubt herself. I told him there was no mistake to own up to. He looked at me with disappointment and said he'd raised me better than to lie. That's when I realized my own father didn't believe me. My family was believing the fabricated evidence over my word. Sarah broke off the engagement.
She said she couldn't marry someone she didn't trust, that even if I hadn't actually cheated, the doubt would poison our marriage. I begged her to reconsider, to let me prove my innocence, but she was done. She moved out, gave me back the ring, and within a month, she'd blocked me on everything. I was destroyed. Lost the woman I loved, and my family treated me like I'd brought it on myself through infidelity. My mom stopped calling. My dad made pointed comments about integrity. Ethan was the only one who stayed close, letting me cry on his shoulder about losing Sarah. 6 months later, Ethan told me he'd been spending time with Sarah. Helping her heal, he said. They'd developed feelings for each other. He felt terrible about it, given the circumstances, but wanted my blessing to date her. I was hurt, but told him to do what made him happy. I was too broken to fight anymore. They started dating. My family was thrilled, said Sarah had always been meant to be part of our family, that it was fate that she ended up with the right brother. They got engaged a year later. I didn't go to the engagement party, couldn't stomach watching my brother with the woman I'd planned to marry, but I heard all about it from my mom, who kept telling me how happy Sarah and Ethan were together. The wedding was last month. I wasn't invited. My mom called after to tell me how beautiful it was, how perfect they were together, that maybe this was how things were supposed to work out. Then 3 days ago, I got a package in the mail. The package was from someone named Jennifer Morrison. I didn't recognize the name. Inside was a USB drive and a handwritten letter. The letter said Jennifer had dated my brother Ethan for 2 years, and he'd recently broken up with her. That she'd discovered something while packing up her things from his apartment and thought I deserved to know the truth. I plugged in the USB drive. It contained folders of files with dates going back 3 years, screenshots of conversations between Ethan and my parents, planning documents, photos I recognized from Sarah's evidence against me, and detailed instructions for how they'd fabricated everything. I spent 6 hours going through it all. The plan had started when Ethan told my parents he'd developed feelings for Sarah. My mom had apparently encouraged it, said Sarah was perfect daughter-in-law material and Ethan should pursue her. When Ethan pointed out Sarah was engaged to his brother, my mom said obstacles could be removed. The photos of me at the hotel were faked, using a look-alike model my parents had hired. They'd found someone through an agency who resembled me from behind and in profile. Got photos of him checking into a hotel with a blonde woman, made sure the angles didn't show his face clearly but looked incriminating. The text messages were created by Ethan using a burner phone. He'd texted himself, pretending to be me and someone named Hotel Girl, then screenshotted the conversations and sent them to Sarah anonymously. The bank statements were fabricated by my dad, who worked in finance and knew how to create convincing fake documents. The hotel charge, the suspicious payments, all fake. The phone recording was Ethan's voice digitally altered to sound like me. He'd paid for voice modulation software and recorded himself having an intimate conversation, then pitched it to sound like my voice. Everything Sarah had received as proof of my infidelity had been systematically created by my own family. They'd spent months planning and executing this scheme to destroy my relationship so Ethan could have Sarah for himself. The screenshots showed my mom coordinating it all, telling Ethan when to send the next piece of evidence, advising him on how to comfort Sarah while subtly suggesting I might actually be guilty, coaching my dad on what to say to make me look worse. There were messages celebrating when Sarah broke off our engagement, my mom writing, "Phase 1 complete," like this was a military operation. Ethan expressing doubts about whether they should really do this. My mom telling him he deserved happiness, and Sarah was perfect for him, and I'd eventually move on. Messages about how to position Ethan as Sarah's emotional support, how long to wait before suggesting they had feelings for each other, how to make it seem natural instead of calculated. My entire family had conspired to destroy my engagement through elaborate fraud so my brother could marry my fiancée. And they'd succeeded. Jennifer's letter explained that she'd found all this while looking for her own belongings in Ethan's computer. That she'd been disgusted and thought about what she'd want to know if she were me. She'd copied everything before Ethan could delete it and sent it to me. I sat in my apartment with this evidence and felt rage like I'd never experienced. They'd taken everything from me. The woman I loved, my faith in my family, 2 years of my life spent thinking I'd somehow deserved to lose Sarah. All based on lies they'd created. I made copies of everything, uploaded it to multiple cloud services. Then I started making a plan.
Because they didn't get to destroy my life and just walk away like nothing happened.
I hired a lawyer first, showed her everything. She said what my family had done was potentially criminal fraud and definitely grounds for multiple civil suits. Defamation, fraud, intentional infliction of emotional distress, conspiracy. She started drafting paperwork. Then I contacted Sarah. Sent her a message saying I had proof of what really happened and she deserved to know the truth before her marriage went any further. She initially didn't respond, but I sent her one screenshot, the message from my mom saying, "Phase 1 complete," right after our engagement ended. Sarah called me within an hour. I sent her everything, every screenshot, every planning document, every piece of evidence showing how my family had fabricated my infidelity to destroy us. She was on the phone for 4 hours going through it all. She kept saying, "Oh my God," over and over. Then she started crying. Then she got angry. She said she'd been feeling weird about how quickly Ethan had moved in emotionally after our breakup, but attributed it to him being a good friend. Now she realized it had all been planned. Sarah confronted Ethan that night. He tried to deny it, but she had all the evidence. He eventually broke down and admitted everything. Said he'd had feelings for her, and my parents had convinced him it was okay to act on them. That I would move on and find someone else. That Sarah was meant to be with him. Sarah left him immediately, moved out of their apartment that night and went to stay with her parents. She called off the wedding. They'd been married less than a month, so annulment was possible. Her lawyer started the paperwork. Then I went to my parents' house. Walked in with a folder of printed evidence and put it on their kitchen table. Told them I knew everything. My mom tried to justify it. Said Ethan was clearly better for Sarah than I was. That they were happy together. That I should move on and stop being bitter. My dad said what they'd done might have been extreme, but the ends justified the means. I told them I was suing all 3 of them for fraud and conspiracy. That I'd already filed criminal complaints for identity fraud and defamation. That their scheme had destroyed my engagement, my relationship with Sarah, and 2 years of my life. My mom said I was overreacting, that family doesn't sue family. I said family doesn't create elaborate fraud schemes to destroy their son's engagement. My dad said they'd done it for Ethan's happiness. I asked if my happiness had mattered at all. Ethan called me begging me not to do this, said he'd made a mistake but he loved Sarah and I was destroying his life. I told him he'd destroyed mine first, systematically and deliberately, with our parents' help. That he'd married my fiancée based on lies he'd helped create. Now he was facing consequences. The lawsuits are filed. Criminal complaints are active. My family's lawyers have been contacting me trying to negotiate, but I'm not interested. I want this on public record. I want everyone to know what they did. Extended family has been reaching out. Some horrified by what my parents and brother did. Others trying to mediate, saying litigation will tear the family apart. I told them the family was torn apart when my mom coordinated a months-long fraud operation against her own son. Sarah and I have been talking. She's devastated about being manipulated and used as a pawn in my family's scheme. She said she'd loved me, and our breakup had destroyed her too, but she'd believed the evidence was real. She feels guilty for not believing me, even though the fabricated proof was incredibly convincing. I don't know if Sarah and I can rebuild what we had. Too much damage has been done. But at least now we both know the truth. that our relationship was destroyed by my family's calculated betrayal, not by anything either of us did. The criminal investigation is ongoing. The detective said creating fake evidence to destroy someone's relationship and reputation is absolutely prosecutable fraud. My parents could face charges. Ethan definitely will. The civil suits are progressing. My lawyer is seeking significant damages for the emotional distress, reputational harm, and the loss of my relationship with Sarah. Even if I can't get Sarah back, I can make sure my family pays for what they took from me. Am I the just for pursuing criminal charges and lawsuits against my parents and brother after they fabricated evidence of me cheating to destroy my engagement? Some people think I am, that I should handle this privately, that legal action against family is too far. But this wasn't a family disagreement. This was systematic fraud. They created fake photos, fake text messages, fake financial records. They hired actors. They coordinated their stories. They manipulated everyone, including Sarah, for months. My brother married my fiancée based on lies our parents helped him create. He stood at an altar with a woman he'd stolen through fraud and said vows, while I sat alone thinking I'd lost her through my own failings. They don't get to walk away from that. They don't get to say, "But we're family," and avoid consequences. I'm 27 years old. The woman I was going to marry is now married to my brother because my family decided he deserved her more than I did. They stole 2 years of my life and tried to steal my future. Some revenge is just making sure the truth comes out. Some justice is just refusing to protect the people who destroyed you. My family committed fraud. Now they're facing fraud charges. That's not revenge. That's consequences. My family forced me to raise my sister's kids, then sued me when I stopped. I'm 29-year OF, and I'm currently being sued by my own family for abandoning children that were never mine to begin with. This whole situation is so insane that I need to write it out to process it. I've been essentially trapped raising my sister's 3 kids for the past 7 years, and when I finally escaped, my family decided to take me to court. My older sister Monica is 35. When she was 25, she had her first kid, Nathan. She was single, working part-time, still living with our parents. Our mom immediately stepped in to help, which turned into our mom doing everything while Monica went out with friends. By the time Nathan was 2, Monica was barely parenting. Our mom had basically adopted him. Then Monica had twins when she was 28. Different father, also not in the picture. Our mom was already overwhelmed with Nathan and begged Monica to step up. Monica's solution was to ask me to move back home to help. I was 22, had just graduated college, and was job hunting. My parents offered me free rent if I'd help with the kids while I looked for work. It was supposed to be temporary, 3 months tops. It turned into 7 years of unpaid labor as a live-in nanny. At first it was just helping out, watching the kids while Monica worked or while our mom ran errands. But Monica's work hours got longer. Her social life got busier. She started going out multiple nights a week, coming home after midnight, sleeping until noon. I was doing all the morning routines, all the meals, all the bedtime routines. Our parents worked full-time and were exhausted. They started relying on me more and more. By the time I was 24, I was the primary caregiver for 3 kids that weren't mine. I was doing school drop-offs and pickups, making lunches, helping with homework, going to parent-teacher conferences, taking them to doctor appointments. Monica would drift in and out. Sometimes she'd be around for a few days acting like mom of the year. Then she'd disappear for a weekend with a new boyfriend. Our parents would make excuses for her. She was young, she was stressed, she was still figuring things out. Meanwhile, I was working part-time at a coffee shop and spending every other waking hour raising her children. I tried to leave multiple times. At 25, I got a job offer in another city. My parents begged me to stay, said the kids needed stability and Monica needed support. They offered to pay me a small stipend. I was stupid enough to believe it would change. It didn't. The stipend lasted 3 months before my dad said they couldn't afford it anymore. At 26, I got accepted to a graduate program out of state. Monica cried and said I was abandoning her kids. Our mom said I was being selfish, and the kids would be traumatized if I left. They'd bonded to me as a third parent. How could I hurt them like that? I turned down the program. At 27, I started secretly saving money and applying to jobs across the country. I was done. But every time I tried to discuss moving out, there was a crisis. One of the kids got sick. Monica lost her job. Nathan was struggling in school and needed consistency. There was always a reason I couldn't leave. The breaking point came 6 months ago. Monica announced she was pregnant again. Fourth kid. Another absent father. She was excited and talking about baby names. Our parents were stressed but trying to be supportive. Everyone looked at me expectantly. I said no. I said I wasn't doing this again. Monica said I was being dramatic, that I loved the kids and one more wouldn't be that different. I told her I'd been raising her kids for 7 years and I was done. I'd given my entire 20s to children that weren't my responsibility. My mom said the kids needed me. I said the kids needed their actual mother. I gave them 2 months' notice and moved to Denver. The transition was chaos. I found a job, rented an apartment, and packed my stuff. My family oscillated between begging me to stay and being furious that I was leaving. Monica called me selfish and said I was betraying her. Our dad said I was being immature and running away from family responsibility. Our mom cried every time she saw me. The kids were confused and upset. Nathan was 9 and didn't understand why I was leaving. The twins were 6 and kept asking if they did something wrong. I tried to explain that I loved them, but I needed to live my own life, that their mom would take care of them. Nathan said I was basically his mom and it wasn't fair. That broke my heart, but I left anyway. I moved to Denver, started my new job as a project coordinator, and for the first time in 7 years, I had my own life. I went out with coworkers, I joined a gym, I dated, I had hobbies. I existed as a person instead of as a caretaker for someone else's children. My family bombarded me with calls and texts for the first month. Updates about how the kids were crying for me, how Monica was overwhelmed, how our parents couldn't handle all 3 kids plus jobs. They sent photos of the kids looking sad with captions about how much they missed me. Guilt trip after guilt trip. I blocked most of them, kept minimal contact through email only. I sent birthday cards to the kids, but that was it. I was rebuilding my life, and I couldn't do that while being emotionally manipulated by my family. Then Monica had her baby. A girl this time. My mom sent me a photo and said they really needed me to come back, even temporarily, to help with the transition. I said no. She said I was being cruel and abandoning 4 innocent children who loved me. I said those were Monica's children, and she needed to figure out how to parent them. 3 months ago, I got served with legal papers. My family was suing me. The lawsuit claimed I had entered into a verbal contract to help raise Monica's children, that I'd accepted money from my parents in exchange for childcare services, that I'd created a parental bond with the children and then abandoned them, causing emotional distress. They were suing me for $50,000 in damages for breach of contract and emotional harm to the children. They also wanted a court order requiring me to maintain contact with the kids and contribute financially to their care. I laughed when I first read it. Then I got angry. Then I hired a lawyer. My attorney said the lawsuit was frivolous and would likely be dismissed. There was no written contract. The sporadic payments from my parents 7 years ago didn't constitute an employment agreement, and you can't force someone to have a relationship with children they didn't create or legally adopt. But defending myself would still cost money and time. My family knew that. This was their way of punishing me for leaving and trying to force me back into their dysfunctional system. Discovery has been eye-opening. My lawyer requested documentation of this supposed contract and payment agreement. My parents produced bank statements showing they'd paid me about $3,500 total over 7 years. That worked out to about $42 per month to be a full-time nanny for 3 kids. They were claiming this constituted a binding employment agreement. My lawyer also deposed Monica, asked her about her parenting, her work schedule, her responsibilities. Monica admitted under oath that I'd been doing most of the parenting since the twins were born, that she'd relied on me because our parents were working and she was overwhelmed, that she'd assumed I was fine with it because I never forced the issue. I never forced the issue because every time I tried, I was emotionally manipulated into staying. The deposition transcripts show Monica admitting she went out with friends multiple nights per week while I watched her kids, that she'd sleep in most mornings while I got the kids ready for school, that I'd attended more parent-teacher conferences than she had. She was asked if she'd ever considered that this arrangement was unfair to me. She said she'd thought I liked helping. The preliminary hearing was last month. My lawyer filed a motion to dismiss. The judge read through the complaint and the evidence and asked my family's lawyer to explain the legal basis for forcing an adult woman to maintain a relationship with her nieces and nephew. The lawyer argued that I'd acted as a de facto parent for years and had responsibilities to the children's well-being, that by suddenly leaving, I'd caused them psychological harm. The judge asked if I'd legally adopted the children. The answer was no. The judge asked if I'd ever been granted guardianship. Also no. The judge asked if there was any written agreement obligating me to provide childcare. Still no. The judge dismissed the case, said that while my departure may have been difficult for the children, I had no legal obligation to parent my sister's children, that the sporadic payments from my parents didn't create an employment contract, especially since I'd never signed anything and the amounts were negligible, that family members can't be forced to maintain relationships or provide care without legal guardianship or adoption. My family's lawyer tried to argue emotional distress and implied verbal contracts. The judge said if my family wanted to sue someone for failing to parent Monica's children, they should sue Monica. Then he dismissed the case with prejudice, meaning they can't refile. My family was furious. My dad sent me an email saying I'd destroyed the family and the kids would grow up knowing I abandoned them. Monica posted on Facebook about how some people value money over family, and she'd learned who really cared about her children. Our mom called from a number I hadn't blocked to tell me I was heartless, and she was ashamed to have raised such a selfish daughter. I blocked the new number and didn't respond to any of it. My lawyer sent them a letter warning that any further harassment could result in a restraining order and a countersuit for legal fees. The fallout in the extended family has been mixed. Some relatives think I'm terrible for leaving the kids. Others have quietly reached out to say they always thought Monica was taking advantage of me, and they're glad I got out. My aunt on my dad's side said she'd watched me sacrifice my 20s and was proud of me for finally choosing myself. My therapist has been crucial through all of this. I've been processing a lot of guilt and anger. Guilt because I do miss the kids and worry about them. Anger because my family used me for 7 years and then tried to legally force me to continue being used. The kids are doing fine, apparently, based on what I hear through the grapevine. Monica stepped up because she had to. Our parents set firmer boundaries. They hired an actual babysitter for when Monica works. The kids adjusted, because kids are resilient, and they were never my responsibility to begin with. I'm 29 now. I have a career I'm building, friendships I'm developing, a life that's actually mine. I'm dating someone who thinks it's insane that my family expected me to raise 4 kids that aren't mine. I'm taking classes and traveling and doing all the things I couldn't do when I was a live-in nanny. Sometimes I feel guilty. The kids didn't ask for any of this. Nathan especially was old enough to feel the loss of me leaving. But staying would have meant sacrificing more years of my life, and now potentially being trapped forever because they'd successfully guilt-tripped me into permanent servitude. My family genuinely believed they could sue me into coming back. that a judge would order me to help raise Monica's children because I'd done it before. The entitlement is staggering. They thought my life belonged to them because Monica couldn't be bothered to parent, and our parents were tired. Some people have asked if I'll ever reconcile with them. Right now, the answer is no. They didn't just ask for help. They trapped me, used me, took my 20s away, and then tried to legally force me to give them more. That's not family. That's exploitation. Monica had 4 children with 4 different men who aren't involved. Those are consequences of her choices. My parents enabled her instead of making her take responsibility. Those are consequences of their choices. I was never obligated to sacrifice my entire life to buffer them from those consequences. AI Tia for leaving my sister's kids after raising them for 7 years? My family thinks so. The judge who dismissed their lawsuit doesn't. My therapist doesn't. The friends I've made in Denver who have actual functional families definitely don't. I gave my sister 7 years of free childcare. I gave up jobs, education, relationships, and my entire 20s. I was finally done, and they sued me for it. The case was dismissed. I'm free, and I'm never going back. Some debts can't be paid because they should never have been owed in the first place. I don't owe Monica my life because she chose to have 4 kids she couldn't care for. I don't owe my parents infinite labor because they enabled her. I owe myself the chance to actually live, and that's exactly what I'm doing now. Let them figure out how to handle the consequences of Monica's choices. I'm done being the solution to problems I didn't create. My family gave away my inheritance to my step-siblings, so I made sure they got nothing. I'm 24 mil, Emil, and I've been planning this for 3 years. My mom died when I was 16 from breast cancer. She came from money and had set up a trust fund for me before she got sick. The trust was supposed to pay out when I turned 21, and it was substantial. Around $340,000. My mom had been very specific in her will about it going to me for education, starting my life, buying a home, whatever I needed. My dad remarried less than a year after Mom died. Her name is Cheryl, and she came with 2 kids from her previous marriage, Aiden, who's now 26, and Melissa, who's 23. From the moment they moved into our house, it was clear they expected to be treated like they'd always been there. My dad bent over backwards to make them comfortable while I was still grieving my mom. The worst part was how quickly my dad tried to erase my mom's presence. Her photos came down within months. Her belongings were donated or thrown away. When I objected, Cheryl said it was unhealthy to live in a shrine, and we all needed to move forward. I was 17 and had no power to stop it. Aiden and Melissa treated our house like a hotel. Neither of them worked consistently. Aiden went to community college for a year, then dropped out. Melissa didn't even bother with college. They both lived at home, rent-free, no responsibilities, while my dad funded their lifestyle. Meanwhile, I was working part-time and saving for college because I didn't want to take out massive loans. When I turned 21, I went to claim my trust fund. That's when I found out it was gone. My dad had somehow gotten himself named as trustee after my mom died and had the legal authority to make decisions about the fund until I turned 25. He'd restructured the whole thing. Instead of me getting the full amount at 21, it was now split 4 ways between me, Aiden, Melissa, and any future children my dad might have with Cheryl. I was getting $85,000 instead of $340,000. The rest was divided into shares for my step-siblings, who had no biological connection to my mother and no mention in her original will. My dad said he did it to be fair, that we were all family now, and my mom would have wanted everyone treated equally. I told him my mom didn't even know Aiden and Melissa existed, and she specifically wanted that money to go to me, her son. He said I was being selfish, and that family means sharing. Cheryl backed him up, saying it was inappropriate for me to get such a large sum when her children got nothing. That my mom had been privileged, and it wasn't fair that I benefited from that while Aiden and Melissa struggled. I pointed out they struggled because neither of them kept a job or took any responsibility for their lives. I took my $85,000 and moved out, cut contact with all of them, used the money for college and graduated debt-free, then got a good job in finance. While I was building my career, I was also watching my step-siblings waste their inheritance. Aiden bought an expensive truck he couldn't afford to maintain. Melissa blew hers on a MLM scheme and luxury purchases. Both came back to my dad asking for more money within 2 years. My dad's mother, my grandmother, passed away 6 months ago. She had a significant estate, and my dad stood to inherit around $500,000 as her only child. She'd made him executor and primary beneficiary. But my grandmother had always loved me and stayed in touch even after I cut off my dad. We'd meet for lunch monthly, and I'd tell her everything that was happening. Before she died, my grandmother changed her will. I helped her do it, and now my dad's finding out what it feels like to lose an inheritance you were counting on. The reading of my grandmother's will was 2 weeks ago. My dad had been talking for months about what he'd do with the inheritance. Pay off the house, fund Aiden and Melissa's various schemes, take a big vacation with Cheryl. He'd already made plans like the money was sitting in his account. I showed up to the lawyer's office because I'd been specifically requested to attend. My dad looked surprised to see me. We hadn't spoken in 3 years. Cheryl gave me a nasty look. Aiden and Melissa were there too, probably hoping they'd get some scraps. The lawyer began reading. My grandmother's estate was worth about $520,000 after all assets were liquidated. Everyone leaned forward. Then came the distribution. To her son, my father, she left $1 and her personal photo albums. The room went silent. The lawyer continued. The entire remainder of the estate, all $520,000, was left to me, her grandson. My dad stood up and said there had to be a mistake. The lawyer said there was no mistake and continued reading. My grandmother had included a letter explaining her decision. The lawyer read it aloud. In it, my grandmother detailed how disappointed she was in my father for remarrying so quickly, for erasing my mother's memory, and especially for stealing my inheritance to give to stepchildren who had no connection to our family. She wrote that she'd watched her son choose his new wife and her children over his own son repeatedly. That she'd seen how I'd been pushed aside and treated like an outsider in my own home. She said she was correcting his theft the only way she could, by ensuring I received what I deserved. She ended the letter saying she hoped my father would learn that actions have consequences, and that betraying your child comes with a price. The room exploded. My dad started yelling that this was my doing, that I'd manipulated his mother when she was elderly. I pointed out that Grandma was sharp as a tack until the day she died, and she'd made her own decisions. Cheryl accused me of being a greedy, vindictive person. I asked her if she'd had the same opinion when she encouraged my dad to take my mom's money and give it to her kids. Aiden said this was bullshit, and he was going to contest the will. The lawyer informed him he had no standing to contest anything, as he wasn't a beneficiary or family member. Melissa started crying about how unfair this was, that they'd been counting on that money. I told her that's exactly how I felt when I found out my $340,000 trust fund had been carved up to give her and Aiden money they'd done nothing to earn. My dad tried a different approach, got quiet and said we were family and I should do the right thing and share with my siblings. I told him Aiden and Melissa weren't my siblings. They were strangers who moved into my house and helped erase my mother, that I didn't owe them anything. He said my mom would be ashamed of me. That's when I lost it. I told him he had no right to speak about what my mom would want, that he'd dishonored her memory by remarrying someone who couldn't wait to remove every trace of her, that he'd stolen money she'd saved for me and given it to people she never met, that he'd chosen a new family over his son, and now he was facing the consequences. The meeting ended with my dad threatening to sue for undue influence. The lawyer told him privately that he'd have no case. My grandmother had been evaluated by multiple doctors to ensure she was competent when making her will changes. She'd left detailed notes about her reasoning. She'd even included documentation about my dad's restructuring of my trust fund to show his pattern of behavior. I walked out with paperwork to claim my inheritance. My dad followed me to the parking lot and grabbed my arm. Said I was tearing this family apart. I told him he'd torn our family apart when he married Cheryl 6 months after burying my mom. When he let Cheryl redecorate my mom's bedroom. When he gave away my inheritance to kids who weren't even his. He said he'd tried to blend the families and make everyone feel equal. I said he'd made everyone equal by bringing me down to nothing instead of raising himself up to be a decent father. That I'd spent 3 years watching Aiden and Melissa waste money that was supposed to be mine while he enabled them. That I'd watched him give Cheryl everything while my mom's memory was erased from her own home. I got in my car and left. Haven't heard from him since except through the angry texts and voicemails that I've been deleting. It's been 3 months since the will reading. My dad hired a lawyer to contest the will, but it was dismissed within a few weeks. My grandmother had been too thorough in her documentation. The judge apparently made some comment about how clear it was that she knew exactly what she was doing and why. The $520,000 is now in my accounts. Combined with what remained of my original $85,000 that I'd carefully invested, I'm sitting on over $600,000 at 24 years old. I've paid off my car, put a down payment on a condo, and invested the rest. My financial advisor says if I'm smart, I'll never have to worry about money. My dad's family has fractured. Several relatives have reached out to say they support me and think my dad got what he deserved. My mom's side of the family, who I'd stayed close with, has been amazing. My Aunt Sarah, my mom's sister, said she wishes my mom were here to see me standing up for myself, but that she'd be proud. The fallout at my dad's house has been ugly from what I hear. Cheryl is furious that the money's gone. She'd been planning to use it to fund some business idea Melissa had. Aiden apparently got arrested for drunk driving last month, and my dad had to bail him out, since there's no inheritance money for a lawyer. My dad lost his job a few weeks ago. I don't know the full story, but I heard through the family grapevine that he'd been making some poor decisions at work, and they let him go. Without the inheritance he was counting on, and now without his income, he's struggling. Cheryl has had to get a job for the first time in years. Some family members think I should help him. My uncle told me that regardless of what happened, that's still my father, and he's in trouble. I told him my father made his choices, and I'm living with mine. That I didn't create this situation, I just declined to rescue him from it. Here's what I don't feel guilty about. My dad had $340,000 that was meant for me. He could have left it alone. Could have explained to Cheryl and her kids that it was from my mom, specifically for me. Instead, he chose to redistribute it to make Cheryl happy. He chose to put his new wife's desires above his son's inheritance from his deceased mother. He taught me that family loyalty only goes one direction in his house. That my needs and my mother's wishes mattered less than keeping Cheryl and her kids satisfied. Well, he succeeded in teaching me that lesson, and now I'm applying it. My grandmother saw what he did and made her own choice about who deserved her estate. She chose the grandson who'd been pushed aside over the son who did the pushing. That wasn't my manipulation. That was her seeing clearly who my dad had become and deciding she didn't like it. I've had people tell me I should be the bigger person, that I got my money back and then some, so I should help my dad now that he's struggling. But here's the thing. He's not struggling because of bad luck. He's struggling because he made bad choices. He chose to steal from his son. He chose to enable 2 adult stepchildren who never learned responsibility. He chose to let his wife convince him that my mother's final wishes for her child didn't matter. Those choices have consequences. I'm not obligated to save him from consequences he created. Aiden and Melissa have both tried to contact me on social media. Aiden sent me a long message about how I'd destroyed their family and they'd never done anything to me. I replied with a simple timeline. The year my mom died, the year my dad married their mom, the year I was supposed to get my trust fund, the year I found out they'd each gotten $85,000 of money my dead mother had saved for me. Then I blocked him. Melissa tried a different approach. Sent a message saying she understood I was hurt, but that she'd always tried to be nice to me, and she hoped we could move past this. I didn't bother responding. She wasn't trying to be nice when she was living in my house rent-free, taking family vacations funded by my dad while I worked my way through college. She was just oblivious to how much was being taken from me to give to her. My mom's best friend reached out last week. She'd heard about everything through my aunt. She told me my mom would be proud of how I'd handled this, that my mom had been explicit about wanting me to have that money because she knew how hard life would be without her, and she wanted to give me a foundation. She said my grandmother had been right to correct what my dad had done. That conversation meant more to me than anything. Because this was never about being greedy or vindictive. It was about my mother's final gift to me being stolen and redistributed like it meant nothing. Like her wishes didn't matter once she wasn't around to enforce them. I'm 24 now, with financial security I wouldn't have had if my dad had kept his promise. But I only have it because my grandmother saw what happened and decided to make it right. I didn't manipulate her or trick her. I just told her the truth, and she made her own choices. My dad is 52 years old. He has plenty of time to rebuild his finances. Aiden and Melissa are adults who can get jobs and support themselves. Cheryl can work like everyone else. They'll figure it out. They'll just have to do it without money that was never meant for them in the first place. Meanwhile, I'm building the life my mom wanted for me. I'm investing, buying property, creating stability. I'm doing exactly what she hoped I'd do with her gift. It just took my grandmother's intervention to make it possible. Do I feel bad that my dad is struggling? Sometimes. He's still my father, and there's a part of me that remembers who he was before my mom died. But that person is gone. The man who replaced him chose a new family over me repeatedly, and I'm done setting myself on fire to keep him warm. Some people call what I did revenge. I call it justice. My grandmother called it making things right. Whatever you call it, I'm sleeping fine at night knowing that my mother's wishes were ultimately honored, and that the people who betrayed me learned that actions have consequences. Aitia for accepting my grandmother's inheritance and refusing to share it with my dad after he stole my trust fund. Maybe. But I'd make the same choice every single time. My family hid that I had a twin who died and gave me her organs without telling me. I'm 24 Yurugfelm, and 3 months ago, I discovered I've been living with my dead twin sister's organs inside me for 20 years. My family orchestrated an elaborate lie that's shaped my entire existence. And when I found out the truth, I made sure every single person involved faced consequences for what they did to both of us. I've always known I had a kidney transplant when I was 4 years old. My parents told me I had a rare kidney disease and received an organ from an anonymous donor who saved my life. They said I was lucky, that I should be grateful every day for my second chance. I grew up with that gratitude, took my anti-rejection medications religiously, and never questioned the story. I also grew up with weird gaps in my early childhood memories and strange comments from relatives that never quite made sense. My grandmother once said I reminded her so much of both of them before my mom cut her off. An aunt mentioned something about what happened to the girls before quickly correcting to what happened to you. I'd ask my parents and they'd say relatives just got confused sometimes. Last year I got engaged to my fiancé Matt. We started doing genetic testing because we wanted to know about any hereditary conditions before having kids. The results were strange. I showed markers for conditions that neither of my parents had. The genetic counselor suggested there might be an error and recommended more comprehensive testing. That's when things got really weird. My parents became intensely opposed to any further genetic testing, said it was unnecessary and expensive. When I insisted, my mom actually cried and begged me not to do it. My dad said some things are better left alone. That reaction made me more determined. I did a comprehensive DNA panel through a major testing company without telling them. When the results came back, I sat staring at them for hours, trying to understand what I was seeing. The report showed I had chimerism, two distinct sets of DNA in my body. One set matched my parents'. The other set also matched my parents' but was slightly different, like a sibling's DNA. The genetic counselor explained this sometimes happens when fraternal twins merge in the womb, but my markers suggested something else. I had organs from a biological sibling. I confronted my parents with the report. My mom collapsed into a chair. My dad looked like he might be sick. Then they told me the truth. I'd been born a twin, an identical twin sister named Sarah. We were both born with the same kidney disease. When we were 4, Sarah's condition deteriorated rapidly. She needed a kidney transplant, but wasn't high enough on the donor list. I was slightly healthier and higher on the list. Sarah died at age 4. Within hours, my parents made the decision to harvest her organs and give them to me. Her kidneys, part of her liver, tissue samples for potential future use. They never told me I'd had a twin. Never told me the anonymous donor was my identical twin sister. For 20 years, I'd been living with Sarah's organs, taking medication to keep my body from rejecting my dead twin's kidneys, and I'd never known she existed. I asked why they'd hidden it. My mom said they didn't want me to grow up with survivor's guilt, feeling like I'd only lived because Sarah died. My dad said they thought it would be too traumatic for a child to process. I asked if they'd ever planned to tell me. Long silence. Then my mom admitted, probably not. They'd decided it was easier if I never knew. After my parents told me about Sarah, I couldn't function. I'd spent 20 years not knowing I'd been a twin, that my sister died so I could live, that her organs were inside me, keeping me alive. Every pill I took was to prevent my body from rejecting her kidneys. My whole life was built on a secret. I demanded to know everything. My parents reluctantly gave me details. Sarah and I had been identical. We looked exactly the same, acted the same, were inseparable, according to my mom. When we were diagnosed with polycystic kidney disease, both of us needed transplants eventually. Sarah got sicker faster. She was in and out of the hospital while I was relatively stable at home. My parents focused on her care while I stayed with my grandmother. Then, Sarah died. Kidney failure, multiple organ failure. She was gone within days. My parents made the decision immediately. Sarah's organs were compatible with mine. The doctors said it could save my life. They authorized the harvesting and transplant. I woke up from surgery with Sarah's kidneys and never knew they'd come from my twin. My parents had hidden every trace of Sarah's existence, put away photos, gave away her clothes and toys, told relatives to never mention her around me. They'd erased their daughter from our family history to protect me from the truth. I asked to see photos. My mom brought out a box she'd kept hidden in the attic, pictures of 2 identical little girls, Sarah and me, playing together, smiling, twins. I stared at photos of a sister I didn't remember, a whole person I'd never known existed. The more I learned, the angrier I got. Not at my parents for saving my life. I understood that decision. I was angry about the lies, 20 years of lies. They'd let me believe I was an only child, let me grow up not knowing I'd had a twin sister who died. I started researching and found out their decision had been controversial at the time. The hospital ethics committee had serious concerns about harvesting organs from one twin to give to another without considering future psychological impacts. My parents had signed waivers acknowledging the ethical questions, but proceeded anyway. I also found out several family members had objected. My grandmother had argued that I deserved to know the truth. My dad's brother had said hiding Sarah's existence was wrong. But my parents had insisted, and eventually everyone had agreed to keep the secret. I contacted relatives who'd known Sarah. My grandmother cried and said she'd wanted to tell me so many times, but promised my parents she wouldn't. My aunt said she'd hated lying to me, but felt it wasn't her place to go against my parents' wishes. Everyone had known except me. My entire extended family had maintained this elaborate lie for 20 years. I called off my engagement to Matt. Not because of him, but because I couldn't handle planning a wedding when my whole identity had just shattered. He was understanding but hurt. We agreed to postpone everything while I processed. Then, I started making decisions about how to handle this. My first decision was that I was done protecting my parents from the consequences of their choices. I contacted the hospital where the transplant had occurred and requested all medical records. The hospital was reluctant, citing privacy concerns. I got a lawyer who specialized in medical rights. She filed requests under patient rights laws and HIPAA. The records revealed more lies. The hospital ethics committee had recommended against the transplant because of concerns about informed consent for a 4-year-old and psychological impacts. My parents had fought the recommendation and found a surgeon willing to proceed. There were also notes about my parents refusing counseling services for me as I grew older. The hospital had recommended therapy to help me process the transplant. My parents had declined on my behalf, saying I was adjusting fine and didn't need it. With my lawyer's help, I filed a complaint against the hospital for proceeding with an ethically questionable transplant over committee objections. I also filed complaints against the specific surgeon and medical staff who'd participated. The hospital investigated and found that protocols at the time had been violated. The surgeon who'd performed my transplant had bypassed several ethical safeguards. He'd retired years ago, but the hospital censured his record posthumously. Then I went after my parents legally. My lawyer said I had grounds for a lawsuit based on psychological harm from the decades of deception, that they'd violated my right to informed consent about my own medical history. We filed suit seeking damages for emotional distress, therapy costs, and the violation of my right to know my own medical and family history. My parents were served papers at their home. My parents were devastated when they got the lawsuit. My mom called me sobbing, asking how I could sue them for saving my life. I told her I wasn't suing them for the transplant. I was suing them for 20 years of lies about it. My dad tried a different approach. Said they'd made the best decisions they could at a terrible time, that hindsight was easy, but they'd done what they thought was right. I told him that keeping Sarah's existence secret for 2 decades went far beyond doing what was right in a crisis. The lawsuit forced everything into the open. Court filings became public record. Local media picked up the story. Woman sues parents for hiding dead twin sister's existence after receiving her organs. The attention was intense. My story went viral on social media. Medical ethicists weighed in on the debate about whether parents should tell children they received organs from deceased siblings. Some supported my parents' decision to prioritize my mental health. Others said I had a fundamental right to know my own history. Extended family fractured completely. My grandmother testified on my behalf, saying she'd always believed I should have been told. My dad's brother provided testimony about objecting at the time. Other relatives testified supporting my parents, saying they'd made an impossible choice in impossible circumstances. The trial was brutal. My lawyer presented evidence of psychological harm, my confusion about my early memories, my identity crisis upon learning the truth, my engagement falling apart. Expert witnesses testified about the importance of knowing your complete medical history. My parents' lawyer argued they'd acted in my best interest as a child, and that I'd lived a healthy, happy life because of their decisions. That the transplant had saved me, and the secrecy had protected me from trauma. The judge ruled in my favor on most counts, found that while the original transplant decision was understandable, maintaining the deception into my adulthood was indefensible. Awarded me $400,000 in damages for emotional distress and violation of my medical autonomy. My parents don't have $400,000. They're facing bankruptcy or having to sell their house. The judgment will follow them for years. Our relationship is destroyed. Some family members think I went too far, that suing my parents was vindictive and cruel, that they'd saved my life and I repaid them with legal action. My aunt said I was punishing them for loving me too much to burden me with painful truth. But other relatives support me. My grandmother said secrets like this always come out eventually, and it would have been better if my parents had been honest. My cousin said I had every right to know about Sarah and be angry about the lies. I've started therapy specifically to process having a twin I never knew, to process that Sarah died and I lived because I got her organs, to process 20 years of being lied to by everyone I trusted. The therapist says I'm experiencing complicated grief for a sister I never got to consciously know, that I'm mourning both Sarah and the relationship we could have had, that my anger at my parents is valid because they didn't just hide information, they erased a whole person from my life. I visit Sarah's grave now. My parents had buried her under her name, but I'd never known. There's a small headstone with her name and dates. I sit there and talk to her, tell her about my life, apologize for not knowing she existed. I'm 24 years old, living with my dead twin's organs, processing the fact that I was lied to for 20 years about the most fundamental aspects of my identity. My parents thought they were protecting me. Instead, they built my entire life on a lie. Am I the for suing my parents after they hid that I had a twin sister who died and gave me her organs? Some people think I am. That I should be grateful to be alive and forgive my parents for doing what they thought was best. That destroying them financially over old decisions is cruel. Others think I'm completely justified, that I had a right to know about Sarah, that medical autonomy includes knowing where your organs came from, especially when they came from a sibling you never knew existed. My fiancé Matt and I are trying to rebuild our relationship. He's been patient while I process everything, but he's also said he doesn't know if he can marry into a family with this much dysfunction and pain. I don't know if my parents and I will ever reconcile. They maintain they did nothing wrong. I maintain that hiding Sarah was a fundamental betrayal. We're at an impasse. What I do know is that Sarah existed. She was my twin, my identical sister, and she died at 4 years old. Her organs live on inside me, and for 20 years, nobody thought I deserved to know that truth. My parents stole my history from me. They erased my sister to protect me from grief they decided I couldn't handle. They made that choice when I was 4 and never reconsidered it as I grew older. The lawsuit isn't revenge, it's accountability. They don't get to make decisions about my medical and family history and then face no consequences when those decisions cause harm. I have Sarah's kidneys inside me. I take pills every day to keep my body from rejecting them, and now I know they're hers. I know she existed. I know she died so I could live. That truth was mine to know. My parents stole it from me for 2 decades. The court agreed they were wrong. Some betrayals are so fundamental they can't be forgiven. Erasing your child's twin sister from existence is one of them. My family let me believe I was schizophrenic to cover up their gaslighting and abuse. I'm 25-year-old F, and I just discovered that I'm not mentally ill. For the past 8 years, I've been on antipsychotic medication for a schizophrenia diagnosis that was completely fabricated by my family. I'm writing this from a hotel room because I can't go back to the house where I was tortured, and I need to document everything before I lose my nerve about what I'm going to do next. When I was 17, I started experiencing what my family called episodes. I'd hear voices, see things that weren't there, become convinced that people were plotting against me. My parents took me to a psychiatrist who diagnosed me with early-onset schizophrenia. I was devastated, but also relieved to have an explanation for what was happening to me. The medication made me foggy and tired, but my parents said that was normal. My symptoms would improve and then get worse again. I'd have periods of stability, and then suddenly I'd be hearing voices telling me my family hated me, or seeing shadowy figures in my room, or finding evidence that my younger brother was stealing from me. My parents were so supportive through it all. My mom would hold me when I cried about being broken. My dad would drive me to therapy appointments. My brother Tyler, now 23, would help me remember to take my medication. They were my anchors through the nightmare of mental illness. I lost friends because of my condition. Got asked to leave college after 2 semesters because of behavioral issues during an episode. Couldn't hold a job for more than a few months. My entire adult life has been shaped by managing my schizophrenia. I lived with my parents because I couldn't function independently. They handled my disability payments, managed my medications, monitored my mental state. 3 months ago, I went to a new psychiatrist. My regular doctor had retired, and this new one wanted to do a comprehensive evaluation. She asked detailed questions about my symptoms, when they occurred, what triggered them. Then she asked to see my medication history and medical records from my original diagnosis. She reviewed everything and said something that changed my life. She said, my symptoms didn't present like typical schizophrenia. The pattern was wrong, the timing was suspicious, and some of the medications I'd been on weren't standard treatment for schizophrenia at all. She recommended I check into an inpatient facility for observation and proper diagnosis. I was scared, but agreed. I told my parents I'd be gone for 2 weeks for intensive treatment. They seemed nervous but supportive. In the facility, something strange happened. My symptoms disappeared. Completely. No voices, no visual hallucinations, no paranoid thoughts. The doctors reduced my medications gradually and nothing changed. I felt clearer than I had in years. The psychiatrist there was concerned. She said that my symptoms coinciding exactly with being at home and disappearing in a controlled environment suggested environmental factors, not schizophrenia. She asked if there was any possibility that someone could be drugging me or manipulating my environment. I laughed at first. Then I started thinking. The voices always happened at home, never at friends' houses or in public. The visual hallucinations were always in my bedroom at night. The paranoid thoughts would spike after family dinners. The evidence of my brother stealing from me was always conveniently discovered when I was alone in the house. The doctor suggested I extend my stay and that we contact authorities. I said no, that I wanted to go home and observe before making accusations. She reluctantly agreed, but made me promise to document everything and check in daily. I went home, and for the first time in 8 years I paid attention. Really paid attention. And what I found destroyed my entire understanding of my family and my life. I pretended to take my medications but hid them instead. Kept a journal of every symptom, when it occurred, what I'd eaten or drunk beforehand. Within a week, I noticed patterns. The voices happened after drinking the special tea my mom made me every evening. She said it helped me relax. I started recording my room at night with my phone. The shadowy figures I'd been seeing? My brother was sneaking into my room wearing dark clothes, moving things around, standing at the foot of my bed until I woke up screaming. The evidence of theft? I set up a hidden camera. Tyler was taking money from my wallet and small items from my room, then putting them in obvious places where I'd find them later and think I'd forgotten taking them. My paranoid thoughts about family members talking about me. I found a recording device hidden in the living room vent. My family had been staging conversations for me to overhear, saying things like, "She's getting worse," and "We might have to institutionalize her permanently," loud enough for me to hear from my room. I felt like I was going insane, discovering that I wasn't insane. For 8 years, my family had been systematically making me believe I was mentally ill, drugging my tea, sneaking into my room to terrify me, staging evidence, recording fake conversations. Why? I kept documenting, didn't confront them, just collected evidence, took samples of my tea to have tested, saved the recordings from my hidden camera, downloaded footage from the device in the vent, made copies of everything, and sent it to a secure cloud storage. Then, I followed the money. I had access to my bank account where my disability payments were deposited. My parents had power of attorney and managed it for me. I requested 8 years of statements. They'd been stealing from me. The disability payments were $1,400 per month. Over 8 years, that's over $134,000. My account currently had $3,000. Where had the rest gone?
I dug through old financial records I found in my dad's office. There were credit card payments made from my disability account. A vacation to Europe charged to my account. Tyler's car down payment had come from my disability fund. They'd been using my mental illness as a piggy bank. But it was worse than theft. I found the original psychiatric evaluation from when I was 17, the one that had diagnosed me with schizophrenia. I read it carefully this time, not through the fog of medication and fear. The psychiatrist had noted that my symptoms were reported by family and not observed during evaluation, that I seemed coherent and stable in the office. His diagnosis was tentative and recommended 6 months of monitoring before confirming schizophrenia. There was a second page I'd never seen, a follow-up note saying my symptoms only occurred at home and suggesting possible malingering or factitious disorder imposed on another, medical abuse. He'd recommended family therapy and investigation. I'd never seen that second page. My parents had never told me the doctor was suspicious. They'd taken the tentative diagnosis and run with it, finding a new psychiatrist who was willing to prescribe heavy medications based on their reports of my symptoms. I took all my evidence to the police, showed them the recordings, the drug test results showing sedatives in my tea, the financial records, the medical notes. I told them everything. They opened an investigation. Child Protective Services got involved even though I was now an adult, because the abuse had started when I was a minor. The detective assigned to my case said it was one of the most disturbing situations she'd encountered. They got warrants, searched my parents' house while I stayed in a hotel, found more evidence, detailed journals my mother had kept about exactly how much sedative to put in my tea to cause hallucinations without being obviously drugged, plans about how to gradually worsen my condition so they could get me declared incompetent and access my disability payments permanently. There was even a family group chat between my parents and Tyler that I'd never been included in. Messages about coordinating their gaslighting. Tyler joking about how scared I'd looked when he stood over my bed. My mom calculating how much money they'd stolen. My dad discussing plans to have me committed long-term to a psychiatric facility so they could sell the story of their burden caring for their sick daughter. They'd been planning to institutionalize me permanently, get rid of me once they'd drained my disability payments, and I became more trouble than I was worth. My parents and brother were arrested 2 months ago. They're facing charges of conspiracy to commit fraud, financial exploitation of a vulnerable adult, administering drugs without consent, child abuse, and a dozen other counts. The prosecutor says they could each face 15 to 20 years in prison. The arraignment was surreal. I sat in the courtroom and watched my family, the people who were supposed to love and protect me, plead not guilty to torturing me for 8 years. My mom cried and said I was having a psychotic break and none of this was real. My dad's lawyer tried to argue I was mentally unstable and making false accusations. Tyler claimed he'd just been following our parents' instructions and didn't understand what was happening. The evidence was overwhelming. The prosecutor presented the recordings of Tyler sneaking into my room, the drug tests showing sedatives in the tea, the financial records showing $131,000 stolen from my disability account, my mother's journal detailing exactly how to psychologically torture someone into believing they're mentally ill. The judge denied bail, said they posed a danger to me and a flight risk. They're currently in county jail awaiting trial. Extended family is split. Some believe I fabricated everything as part of a mental breakdown. Others are horrified and apologizing for not noticing something was wrong. My dad's brother posted on Facebook calling me a liar who was destroying the family. I sent him the court documents and he deleted his account. Friends from before my diagnosis have been reaching out. Several said they'd thought it was weird when I suddenly developed schizophrenia and changed completely. One admitted she'd suspected my parents were lying but didn't know how to help or what to say.
The psychiatric facility that evaluated me sent a formal apology, said they should have pushed harder when they suspected abuse. They've offered to help with any future treatment I need as I process this trauma. I've been in intensive therapy. My new therapist specializes in abuse survivors and has helped me understand that what my family did was prolonged, calculated torture. That I didn't imagine the abuse. I documented it. That I'm not crazy. I was being systematically driven toward insanity by people who were supposed to protect me. The hardest part is grieving the 8 years they took from me. I should have been finishing college, building a career, having relationships. Instead, I was drugged and terrified, convinced I was mentally ill, completely dependent on my abusers. I'm off all psychiatric medications now. My mind is clear for the first time since I was 17. I'm learning who I actually am without the fog of unnecessary antipsychotics. It's strange and liberating and terrifying. I got a job. Just part-time retail for now, but it's mine. My first real job where I'm not medicated into compliance and waiting for an episode that was never real. My coworkers have no idea about my history. To them, I'm just a normal 25-year-old. I'm suing my parents in civil court for the stolen disability money, plus damages for medical abuse and psychological torture. My lawyer says I have an excellent case. Even if they go to prison, they'll owe me everything they took, plus compensation for what they did. Some people think I should drop the charges. Distant relatives saying family should forgive each other, that prison is too harsh. I've blocked most of them. You don't forgive someone for 8 years of calculated torture. You don't forgive someone for drugging you nightly and making you believe you were losing your mind. My parents' lawyer tried to offer a plea deal. They'd plead guilty to financial crimes if I dropped the abuse charges. I said no. They don't get to admit to stealing my money while pretending the psychological torture didn't happen. It all happened. All of it goes on record. The trial is scheduled for 4 months from now. I'll have to testify about everything. Describe the voices I thought I heard, the hallucinations I thought I saw, not knowing they were all manufactured. Explain how my own family spent 8 years convincing me I was insane so they could steal from me. I'm terrified, but also determined. This can't happen to anyone else. If my family stays free, they'll do this again. Maybe not to me, but to someone. People capable of this level of calculated cruelty don't stop. Am I the first for pressing charges against my parents and brother for making me believe I was schizophrenic? For refusing plea deals? For pursuing maximum sentences? Some people think I am. Think I should show mercy, that they're still my family, that prison won't undo what happened. My therapist disagrees, says justice is part of healing, and that protecting others from my abusers is valid. I spent 8 years in a nightmare that my family created. 8 years drugged and terrified and convinced I was broken. They stole my young adulthood, my education, my independence, my sense of reality. They were planning to institutionalize me permanently and had already started the paperwork. I don't owe them mercy. I owe myself justice. The detective told me I likely saved myself by going to that inpatient facility. That if I'd stayed home much longer, the escalating doses of sedatives combined with the psychological torture might have caused permanent damage or worse. That my family's plan to have me committed was already in motion. I was months away from being locked in a psychiatric facility permanently, diagnosed with a disease I didn't have, drugged into compliance, completely cut off from anyone who might help. My family would have walked away with my disability payments, their hands clean, the burden of their mentally ill daughter finally resolved. Instead, I'm free. They're in jail. The truth is documented, and I'm learning how to be a person again instead of a victim. Some revenge is just survival. Some justice is just refusing to stay silent. My family tortured me for 8 years, and I'm making sure everyone knows exactly what they did. Maybe that makes me vindictive. Or maybe it just makes me someone who refused to protect the people who destroyed her. I'm 25 years old, and I'm not schizophrenic. I never was. I was abused, drugged, gaslighted, and financially exploited by my family. And now they're facing consequences while I rebuild a life they tried to steal. That's not revenge. That's just truth, finally catching up to them. My family sabotaged my scholarship so my cousin could have it instead. I'm 23 Euro male, and I just destroyed my entire family's reputation because they conspired to ruin my future for my cousin's benefit. This happened 3 years ago, but I only recently discovered the truth and decided they needed to face consequences. I'm still shaking as I write this. When I was a senior in high school, I was a straight-A student with a 4.0 GPA. I'd worked incredibly hard, took all AP classes, volunteered extensively, and was captain of the debate team. My dream was to attend Stanford, and I'd applied for the Morrison Scholarship, a full ride given to one student from our state each year. It covered tuition, room, board, books, everything for 4 years. Around $320,000 total value. My cousin Derek was also a senior that year at a different school. He was smart, but not exceptional. Solid B+ student, some extracurriculars, generally a good kid. His parents, my Aunt Linda and Uncle Ray, were much wealthier than my single mom. They could easily afford to send Derek anywhere. My mom was a nurse who'd struggled to raise me alone after my dad left. Stanford would have been impossible without a full scholarship. I made it to the final round of the Morrison Scholarship. There were 3 of us being considered: me, Derek, and a girl named Sophia from another school. The final selection involved interviews, essay submissions, and a review of our complete academic records. 2 weeks before the winner was announced, I got called into the principal's office. She looked uncomfortable and showed me an academic dishonesty report. Someone had submitted evidence that I'd plagiarized my junior year history paper. There were screenshots showing my paper matched significant portions of an obscure online source. I was devastated and confused. I'd written that paper myself, I was certain, but the evidence was there in black and white. Large sections of my paper matched this online source exactly. The principal said the academic committee had to investigate, that until it was resolved, my GPA would be marked as under review, and my scholarship application would be flagged. I tried to fight it, but the timeline worked against me. The investigation took 3 weeks. By the time they concluded the plagiarism claim was questionable and dropped the charges, the Morrison Scholarship had already been awarded. To Derek. I was crushed but tried to move on. I got into a good state school on a partial scholarship, took out loans for the rest. My mom took an extra job to help with expenses. Meanwhile, Derek went to Stanford on the full ride that should have been mine. I was bitter, but figured life was just unfair sometimes. Maybe I had accidentally plagiarized without realizing it. Maybe Derek just had a better interview. I tried to let it go. Then, 3 weeks ago, I was at my grandmother's 80th birthday party. Most of the family was there, including Derek, who'd just graduated from Stanford and landed a prestigious consulting job. Everyone was congratulating him, talking about his bright future. I felt that old bitterness, but pushed it down. Late in the evening, I went to get something from my grandmother's study and overheard my Aunt Linda and Uncle Ray talking in the next room. They'd been drinking, and their voices carried through the door. My aunt was saying something about how glad she was that the plan worked and nobody ever found out. My uncle laughed and said they'd been smart to use someone outside the family to submit the plagiarism claim. I froze, kept listening. They talked about how they'd known I was Derek's main competition for the Morrison Scholarship, how they'd taken my junior history paper and found an obscure source online that covered similar topics, how they'd edited my paper to match the online source exactly, then backdated the online source to make it look like it existed before I wrote my paper. They'd framed me for plagiarism to eliminate me from scholarship competition, so Derek could win instead.
I stood outside that door for 20 minutes listening to my aunt and uncle laugh about how they'd destroyed my chances at Stanford, how easy it had been, how the timing had worked perfectly to knock me out of the running while Derek sailed through. My uncle said the $5,000 they'd paid the tech guy to create and backdate the fake online source was the best money he'd ever spent. That Derek's Stanford degree would open doors worth millions over his lifetime. My aunt said I'd landed on my feet anyway at state school, so no real harm done. No real harm. They'd stolen my scholarship, forced my mom to work herself to exhaustion to afford my education, saddled me with $60,000 in student loan debt, and denied me the opportunities that Stanford would have provided. And they thought no real harm was done because I'd survived. I pulled out my phone and started recording. Got about 10 minutes of them discussing the details before they changed subjects. I stood there with my phone shaking in my hand, trying to process what I'd just learned. When I went back to the party, I couldn't look at them, or at Derek. Did he know? Had he been part of this? I watched him accepting congratulations and wondered if my entire extended family had conspired against me, or if it was just his parents. I left early, told my mom I wasn't feeling well, drove home and listened to the recording 5 times. It was clear. It was damning. They'd admitted to fraud to eliminate me from scholarship competition. I spent the next week investigating, found a lawyer who said what they'd done was potentially criminal fraud, academic fraud, conspiracy to commit fraud, possibly wire fraud if they'd submitted the plagiarism claim electronically. Civil liability was certain, criminal charges were possible. I also hired a private investigator to find the tech guy they'd paid. Took 2 weeks, but we found him. He initially refused to talk, but when my lawyer mentioned federal wire fraud charges and obstruction of justice, he decided cooperation was better than prison. He gave us everything. The original email chain with my aunt and uncle, the fake source he'd created, the backdating metadata, payment records showing the $5,000 transfer. I took it all to Stanford, explained the situation, provided the evidence, asked them to review Derek's Morrison Scholarship Award. They launched an investigation. I also filed a police report, provided all my evidence. The detective said this was a new one for him, but fraud was fraud, regardless of the context. Then, I contacted the Morrison Scholarship Foundation directly, showed them what had happened. They were horrified. The scholarship was meant to reward merit and help deserving students. It had been awarded to Derek based on fraudulent elimination of his main competitor. The foundation revoked Derek's scholarship retroactively, all 4 years. Stanford sent him a bill for $320,000 in tuition, room, board, and fees that had been paid by the scholarship. He had 90 days to pay, or they'd send it to collections and pursue legal action. Derek called me panicking, said there had to be a mistake. I told him to talk to his parents. He said he didn't understand what was happening. I asked him directly if he'd known about the plagiarism frame-up. Long silence. Then he admitted his parents had told him they'd handled the competition, but he hadn't asked for details. He'd known. Maybe not the specifics, but he'd known his parents were sabotaging me, and he'd accepted the scholarship anyway. I told him to lose my number. Then I sent a detailed email to every member of my extended family explaining what had happened. Included excerpts from the recording, statements from the tech guy, and the Morrison Foundation's letter revoking the scholarship. My family exploded. My aunt and uncle tried to claim the recording was fake or taken out of context. I released the full audio file. They switched to saying it was a private conversation and I had no right to record them. I pointed out I was in a one-party consent state, and the recording was completely legal. Derek tried to paint himself as a victim, said he'd worked hard at Stanford and deserved his degree. The foundation disagreed. They said accepting a scholarship obtained through fraud invalidated the award, regardless of his academic performance afterward. The legal fallout has been nuclear. The police investigation led to charges against my aunt and uncle for conspiracy to commit fraud and filing false reports. The tech guy took a plea deal
and testified against them. They're facing up to 5 years in prison and significant fines. Derek is being sued by Stanford for the $320,000. His parents can't afford to pay it despite being wealthy because most of their money is tied up in investments and property. They're trying to negotiate a payment plan, but Stanford wants the money now. The Morrison Foundation also sued my aunt and uncle for fraud and reputational harm. They're seeking damages plus the full scholarship amount. Their lawyers say the foundation's reputation depends on the integrity of their selection process, and this fraud undermined that. I filed my own civil suit for damages. My lawyer calculated lost opportunities, the difference in earning potential between a Stanford degree and my state school degree, my student loan debt that I wouldn't have if I'd gotten the scholarship, and emotional distress. We're seeking $850,000 in damages. My family is torn apart. Some relatives think I went too far, that I destroyed Derek's life and might send my aunt and uncle to prison over something that happened years ago. Others are horrified by what my aunt and uncle did and fully support me. My mom is conflicted. She's angry about what her sister did to us, but worried about the family relationships being destroyed. I told her that Linda destroyed our family when she decided to commit fraud against her own nephew so her son could get ahead. My grandmother is devastated. She's 80 years old and watching her children and grandchildren destroy each other in court. She asked me to drop everything, said family was more important than money. I told her that family should have been more important than a scholarship too. But Linda and Ray didn't care about that when they framed me. Derek lost his consulting job. His employer found out about the scholarship fraud through news coverage and decided they couldn't employ someone who'd benefited from academic fraud. He's trying to find new work, but the story follows him. Stanford graduate whose scholarship was revoked for fraud isn't a great resume point. Linda and Ray have been ostracized by most of the extended family. Their church asked them to step down from volunteer positions. Friends have distanced themselves. Ray's business partners have been quietly pushing him out. Their reputation in our community is destroyed. Some people ask if I feel guilty, if I think I took it too far. The answer is no. They didn't just make a mistake. They executed a calculated plan to destroy my academic record and steal a $320,000 scholarship from me so their son could have it instead. They paid someone $5,000 to commit fraud. They watched me struggle with student loans and my mom work extra jobs and never felt guilty enough to confess. They only got caught because they got drunk and careless. If I hadn't overheard that conversation, they'd have gotten away with it forever. Derek would have his prestigious job, I'd have my debt, and they'd be laughing about how clever they were. The criminal trial is in 2 months. My aunt and uncle are trying to negotiate plea deals, but the prosecutor isn't interested. She says, this kind of fraud against educational institutions and scholarship foundations needs to be prosecuted to the fullest extent. The civil suits are ongoing. My lawyer is confident we'll win. Even if Linda and Ray don't have liquid assets, they'll have to sell property or liquidate investments to pay the judgments. Their comfortable, wealthy lifestyle is over. Derek is trying to go back to school to finish a degree somewhere else, but his academic record is flagged. Most schools won't accept him with a fraud notation from Stanford. He's basically starting over at 23 with no degree and $320,000 in debt. My extended family keeps pressuring me to settle, to drop the criminal charges, to let it go. They say I've made my point, and continuing to pursue this is just vindictive. I disagree. Making my point would have been confronting them privately. What I'm doing is making sure they face full legal consequences for fraud. Am I the day for destroying my cousin's life and potentially sending my aunt and uncle to prison after they framed me for plagiarism to steal my scholarship? Some family members think so. They think I should have confronted Linda and Ray privately, maybe demanded repayment of my student loans, but not involved police and courts. That family should handle things internally. But this wasn't a family dispute. This was criminal fraud. They didn't just hurt my feelings or cause family drama. They committed crimes that destroyed my opportunities and created financial hardship for my mom and me. Those crimes have consequences beyond family embarrassment. I'm 23 years old, with $60,000 in student loan debt that I should never have had. My mom worked herself to exhaustion to help pay for my education when there should have been a full scholarship. Derek got 4 years at Stanford and a degree that opened doors for him, all based on fraud. Linda and Ray got to feel proud of their son while knowing they'd cheated to get him there.
They stole 3 years of my future before I found out. I'm taking back whatever justice I can get now. If that makes me vindictive, I'm okay with it. Some betrayals are too calculated to forgive. Some frauds are too deliberate to handle quietly. My family chose to commit crimes against me. I'm choosing to make sure they're held accountable. That's not revenge. That's justice. And unlike the scholarship they stole from me, justice isn't something they can take away. My family tried to force me to donate a kidney to my golden child brother, and I refused. I'm 28 years ago, and my family hasn't spoken to me in 6 months because I wouldn't give my brother one of my organs. This situation has been building my entire life, but it came to a head last year in the worst possible way. I need to write this out because I'm still processing whether I made the right choice. Growing up, my older brother Ryan, now 32, was the golden child. Star athlete, popular, charismatic, everything came easy to him. I was the forgettable middle child between Ryan and my younger sister Emma. My parents poured resources into Ryan's sports, his social life, his college. Emma got attention for being the baby. I got whatever was left over, which wasn't much. I learned early to be independent, paid for my own college through scholarships and work, moved across the country for a job in Portland, built my own life. My parents would call occasionally, but conversations always centered on Ryan's latest achievement or Emma's newest drama. I was fine with it. I'd accepted my role in the family ecosystem. Ryan partied hard through college and his 20s. My parents called it living life to the fullest. He drank heavily, did drugs recreationally, never took care of himself. I'd see posts on social media of him completely wasted at bars or music festivals. My parents would laugh about his wild stories when we'd talk. I thought it was irresponsible, but it was his life. Last year, Ryan got sick. Really sick. Turns out years of heavy drinking had destroyed his liver. He needed a transplant. My parents were devastated. They immediately got tested to see if they could donate part of their liver, but neither was a match. Emma got tested too. Also not a match. That's when they all turned their attention to me. My mom called and asked me to get tested as a potential donor. I said I'd think about it. She started crying and said Ryan could die without a transplant, and I was his only hope. I pointed out that he'd destroyed his own liver through choices he'd made, despite everyone telling him to slow down. She said that was cruel, and he was sick and needed help. I did some research on liver donation. It's major surgery with significant risks. Recovery takes months. There can be long-term complications, and there was no guarantee it would work, especially if Ryan didn't change his lifestyle. I looked at his social media. He was still posting from bars 2 weeks before his diagnosis, still bragging about drinking. I told my parents I wasn't comfortable donating. My dad flew to Portland unannounced and showed up at my apartment. He said I was being selfish and killing my brother, that family helps family, and I owed Ryan this. I asked what I owed him for. Dad said for being my brother, for all the years we grew up together. I pointed out Ryan had barely acknowledged my existence for the past decade unless he needed something. Dad said this was different. This was life or death. I asked if Ryan had committed to sobriety and lifestyle changes if he got a transplant. Dad got uncomfortable and said Ryan was working on it. I said I wasn't giving part of my liver to someone who'd probably just destroy it again. The conversation ended with my dad saying if I didn't do this, I was dead to the family, that he'd never forgive me for letting Ryan die when I could save him. I told him to leave.
My mom tried a different approach. She sent me photos of Ryan as a kid, videos of us playing together when we were young. Long emails about how Ryan had always looked up to me, even if he didn't show it. How I was his last chance. How could I live with myself if he died and I'd refuse to help? I blocked her number after the 15th email in 2 days. The pressure campaign intensified. My parents created a GoFundMe for Ryan's medical expenses, and in the description mentioned that his sister refused to get tested as a donor. They didn't name me directly, but everyone who knew our family knew who they meant. The comments were brutal. People calling me selfish, heartless, a terrible sister. Some said I should be ashamed to call myself family. My aunts and uncles started calling. My dad's brother said I was making a mistake I'd regret forever. My mom's sister said she couldn't believe I was raised to be so cold. Cousins I hadn't talked to in years were messaging me on social media, telling me to do the right thing. One cousin said I was basically murdering Ryan by refusing. Emma called crying. She's 25 and has always been closer to Ryan than to me. She said I was killing our brother over some petty grudge about the past, that I was jealous of Ryan and using this as revenge for not getting enough attention growing up. I asked her why she wasn't donating if she cared so much. She said she already got tested and wasn't a match, otherwise she would. I asked Emma if Ryan had stopped drinking. Long silence. Then she admitted he hadn't, that he'd been to the bar twice since his diagnosis, because he was stressed and needed to blow off steam. I asked if she understood that giving him part of my liver would be pointless if he was going to keep drinking. She said he'd promised to quit after the transplant. After the transplant, not before, not as a condition of getting one. After, when he'd already have a new liver to destroy. I did more research and found statistics on transplant outcomes for alcoholics who don't maintain sobriety. The rejection rates are significantly higher, the survival rates are lower. And most transplant centers won't even list active alcoholics because the organs could go to someone who'll take care of them. I called Ryan directly for the first time in years, asked him straight if he'd quit drinking. He said he'd cut back. I asked if that meant he'd stopped. He got defensive and said he was dealing with a terminal diagnosis and I had no right to judge how he coped. I told him I wasn't judging. I was asking if he'd be sober if he got my liver. He said, probably. Probably. Not definitely. Not, yes, absolutely, I've learned my lesson. Probably. I told him I wasn't donating. He called me a selfish bitch and said he hoped I could live with his death on my conscience. I said his choices had caused his liver failure, not me. He hung up. My parents stopped pretending to be nice. My dad sent an email saying I was no longer welcome at family events, that I'd made my choice and they were making theirs. My mom sent one saying she couldn't look at me the same way knowing I'd let her son die. Emma posted something vague on Facebook about how you find out who people really are in a crisis. Friends of the family reached out. Some were supportive and said it was my body and my choice. Others said while they understood my hesitation, it was still my brother's life. One family friend said she'd have donated to her sibling without question and couldn't understand my refusal. I tried to explain about Ryan's continued drinking, about the statistics, about the risks of the surgery. People didn't want to hear it. To them it was simple. My brother needed a liver and I had one to spare, and I was saying no. The nuance didn't matter to them. My therapist asked me what I'd do if Ryan died and I hadn't donated. How would I feel? I said I'd feel sad that he died, but I wouldn't feel guilty because his death would be a consequence of his own choices, not mine. She asked if I could live with that. I said yes. But saying it in a therapy office and living with it are different things. Ryan got sicker. He was hospitalized. My parents sent me updates I didn't ask for. Photos of him in the hospital bed looking terrible. Messages about how he was barely holding on. How I was his only chance. I changed my number. They found my work email. I blocked that too. They showed up at my apartment building and the doorman called me. I told him not to let them up. My dad yelled in the lobby that I was murdering my own brother, and everyone in the building should know what kind of person I was. My employer's HR department called me in. Apparently, my parents had contacted them asking them to give me time off to donate a liver to my dying brother. HR was uncomfortable, but wanted to make sure I knew about the family medical leave options if I needed them. I explained the situation. They were understanding, but I could tell they thought I was cold. Ryan died 4 months ago. He'd been on the transplant list, but his continued drinking kept moving him down the priority list. He never stopped. Even in the hospital, Emma told me later, they'd caught him with alcohol that friends had smuggled in. He died waiting for a liver he probably wouldn't have gotten anyway because of his inability to stay sober. My parents didn't tell me he'd died. I found out from a mutual friend's Facebook post. The funeral was 3 days later and I wasn't invited. My dad had the funeral home put me on a list of people who weren't allowed to attend. I drove by during the service and saw cars packed around the church. There was a reception after at my parents' house that half the town attended. I wasn't there. I was alone in my apartment grieving a brother I'd barely known, who'd never really cared about me, who'd blamed me for not fixing the consequences of his own choices. The obituary my parents wrote mentioned his loving parents and devoted sister Emma. I wasn't mentioned at all. I'd been erased from his life story. Maybe I'd never really been part of it to begin with. Emma sent me a message 2 weeks after the funeral. She said she hoped I was happy now that Ryan was dead and I'd gotten what I wanted, that I could have saved him and chose not to, that she'd never forgive me, and neither would our parents, that I was no longer her sister. I blocked her. I was done trying to explain myself to people who'd already decided I was the villain. The grief has been complicated. I'm sad Ryan died. I'm sad he never got his life together. I'm sad our family fell apart, even though it was barely functional to begin with. But I'm not sorry I didn't donate. I've researched liver donation extensively since Ryan died. I found studies showing that living donors who were pressured into donating have higher rates of depression and regret afterward, especially when the recipient doesn't maintain sobriety. I found testimonials from people who donated to alcoholic family members who went back to drinking. The guilt and anger they felt watching their organ be destroyed. I would have been one of those people. I would have given Ryan part of my liver, undergone major surgery, risked my health, and watched him go back to the bar within months. And when his transplanted liver failed, my family would have blamed me for not giving him a better piece, or for not being supportive enough during his recovery, or for something. Because that's what they do. They protect Ryan from consequences and blame everyone else when reality catches up. My parents still aren't speaking to me. My dad's brother reached out once to say Dad was heartbroken about losing both a son and a daughter. I didn't respond. I didn't lose them. They chose Ryan over me my entire life, and when it came down to it, they chose to blame me for not fixing what he'd broken. Some people think I'm a monster for refusing to donate, that organ donation is a sacred act of love and I failed the test. That I let my brother die over a grudge and I'll have to live with that. Maybe they're right. Maybe I am a terrible person for not even getting tested. Maybe if I'd been a better sister, more forgiving, more willing to sacrifice, Ryan would still be alive. But I don't think so. I think Ryan would still be dead because he never stopped drinking. I think I'd be recovering from major surgery with one less organ and a dead brother anyway. And I think my family would still have found a way to make it my fault. I'm 28 years old. I have both my kidneys and my liver intact. I have a job and a life and friends who support me. I don't have a family anymore, but I'm not sure I ever really did. Ryan made choices that destroyed his liver. My parents made choices that destroyed our family. I made a choice to protect myself and my health. Am I the for refusing to donate part of my liver to my alcoholic brother who wouldn't commit to sobriety? According to my entire family, yes. According to my therapist, my friends, and the medical professionals I consulted, I made a rational decision about major surgery with significant risks. I'm learning to live with being the villain in my family's story. Because the alternative was being the martyr who sacrificed her health for someone who wouldn't save himself. Some people think that makes me heartless. I think it makes me the only person in my family who understood that you can't save someone who won't save themselves. Ryan's death isn't on me. It's on the disease he created through his choices and his refusal to change. I'm sad he's gone, but I'm not sorry I still have both pieces of my liver. Maybe that makes me a monster. Or maybe it just makes me someone who finally chose herself over a family that never chose her at all. My parents kicked me out at 18 but now want me back to care for them, and I said no. I'm 25 years ago, and my parents just found out that going no contact means no contact. For context, I grew up in a very traditional religious household. My parents are evangelical Christians who believe in strict gender roles, purity culture, the whole package. I have 4 younger siblings, all boys, who were treated like princes while I was essentially their built-in maid and babysitter from age 12 onward. My parents homeschooled all of us, but the boys got actual education while I got homemaking lessons. They went to co-op classes for science and math. I learned to cook, clean, sew, and take care of children. By the time I was 16, I was responsible for most of the household management and childcare, while my mom ran her mommy blog and went to Bible studies. I was expected to stay home until I got married to a man from our church that my father approved of. No college, no career, just waiting to transition from my father's household to my husband's household. They had a guy picked out for me, Richard, who was 32 when I was 17. Everyone thought it was a perfect match because he wanted a submissive wife who would homeschool their future children. When I turned 18, I told my parents I wanted to go to community college. Just part-time, maybe get a business degree, keep living at home and helping with my brothers. My dad said no. Education makes women rebellious, and I didn't need college to be a wife and mother. I pushed back, which was apparently unacceptable. We fought for weeks. It escalated when I refused to continue courting Richard. I told my parents I wasn't interested in marrying him or anyone else right then, that I wanted to figure out my own life first. My mother cried and said I was breaking her heart and rejecting God's plan. My father said I was being influenced by worldly thinking and needed to submit to his authority as my father. Then they gave me an ultimatum. Either I agree to marry Richard and forget about college, or I could leave and be on my own since I clearly didn't want to be part of the family anymore. They said if I left, I wouldn't be welcome back unless I repented and submitted to their authority. I had 2 days to decide. I chose to leave. I'd been secretly working at a coffee shop for a few months against their rules and had saved about $1,800. A coworker let me sleep on her couch while I figured things out. My parents told the church I'd gone astray and was living in sin. They told my siblings I'd abandoned them. I wasn't allowed to contact anyone from our church or family. That was 7 years ago. In those 7 years, I put myself through community college, then transferred to a state university, worked full-time while taking classes full-time, graduated with a degree in accounting, got my CPA license. Now I work for a great firm making $68,000 a year with benefits and a 401k. I have my own apartment, my own car, my own life that I built completely alone. I've been no contact with my parents the entire time. They made it clear I wasn't their daughter anymore when I refused to comply. My youngest brother found me on social media 2 years ago, when he turned 18 and left home too. Turns out my parents didn't learn their lesson. He told me what they'd said about me over the years, that I was a cautionary tale, that I was probably living on the streets or working as a prostitute because that's what happens to rebellious daughters. Last month, my brother told me our dad had a serious stroke. He's partially paralyzed and needs full-time care. My mom can't handle it alone, and my brothers all have their own lives now. None of them want to move back home to help. And that's when my parents suddenly remembered they have a daughter. My mother called me 3 weeks ago. First time I'd heard her voice in 7 years. She didn't apologize for kicking me out or for any of the things she'd said. Just launched into how Dad was sick and they needed help. Said it was my duty as their daughter to come home and take care of them. That honoring your parents is a commandment, and I'd already sinned enough by leaving. I told her no. She was shocked. Said she was giving me a chance to make things right with the family, and I should be grateful. I said I didn't need to make anything right because I hadn't done anything wrong. That they kicked me out for wanting an education, and now they could deal with the consequences of not having me around. She started crying and saying I was being cruel, that they were my parents and they raised me, and I owed them. I asked if she remembered what she said when I left. She got quiet. I reminded her. She'd said I was dead to them, that I'd chosen the world over my family, that I would fail and come crawling back, and they might not take me back. Well, I didn't fail. I succeeded, and I wasn't coming back. My father got on the phone then. His speech was slurred from the stroke, but I could understand him. He said I needed to forgive them and come home, that what happened before was in the past, and family takes care of family. I told him he made it very clear 7 years ago that I wasn't family anymore. He said he was commanding me as my father to come home. I laughed and hung up. They had my brother call me. He felt bad doing it, but they'd pressured him. He said, maybe I should consider it, that they were old and sick, and maybe this was a chance to reconcile. I asked him if they'd apologized. He said no. I asked if they'd acknowledged they were wrong to kick out their 18-year-old daughter for wanting to go to college. He said they still thought they'd been right about that, but times were different now. I told my brother I loved him, but no, that I'd built a life without them, and I wasn't going to give it up to wipe my father's ass after he told me I was going to hell for disobedience. My brother understood. He'd left for similar reasons, just managed to do it with less drama. Then the church got involved. My parents had their pastor call me. He gave me a whole speech about forgiveness and honoring parents and how bitterness would poison my soul. I let him finish, then asked if he knew why I'd left. He said he knew I'd been rebellious and rejected godly counsel. I told him the actual story, that I'd been kicked out for wanting an education, that they'd tried to force me to marry a man 15 years older than me when I was 17. The pastor got uncomfortable, said there must be more to the story. I said there wasn't, and I wasn't interested in his input on my life. He said he'd pray for me. I told him to pray for my parents instead, since they were the ones who needed help. My parents started having other church members call, people I'd grown up with, all giving me versions of the same speech about duty and forgiveness. I blocked every number. Then my mom created a Facebook account just to message me. Long paragraphs about how hurt she was, how I was abandoning them in their time of need, how God would judge me for this. I responded once. Told her that when I was 18 and scared and had nowhere to go, when I was their daughter in a time of need, they chose their pride and control over helping me. That I'd learned from their example that family is conditional, and I'm simply applying the same standards they set. Then I blocked her. My aunt, my dad's sister who I hadn't spoken to in years, somehow got my number. She said she understood I was hurt, but my parents were suffering and I should be the bigger person. I asked her where she was 7 years ago when they kicked me out. She admitted she'd agreed with their decision at the time. I asked why she thought I'd help people who threw me away, and why she expected me to be the bigger person when I was the child and they were the adults. She said, because that's what good people do. I told her, good people don't disown their children for wanting an education. Good people don't try to force their teenage daughter into marriage. Good people don't tell their child she's dead to them and then expect her to come running back when it's convenient. It's been a month since that first phone call, and the pressure campaign has intensified. My parents are apparently telling everyone that I'm refusing to help my disabled father out of spite. That they made mistakes, but they've apologized, and I'm being vindictive. The apologized part is a complete lie. I've never received an apology. Someone from church found my work email and sent me a long message about how my coworkers should know what kind of person I really am, threatening to contact my employer. I forwarded it to my boss with context and asked if I should be worried. My boss said absolutely not, that my family situation was none of their business, and if anyone from my family contacted the firm, they'd be told I was an excellent employee and nothing else. My brother told me things are getting bad at my parents' house. My mom is overwhelmed trying to care for my dad. She never had to work or manage a household alone because she always had me. My brothers have offered to help pay for a home health aide, but my parents refuse. They say it's a daughter's job to care for her parents, and they have a daughter who's shirking her responsibility. The irony is not lost on me. I wasn't good enough to invest in with an education. I wasn't valuable enough to keep when I didn't obey. But now I'm suddenly essential because they need something from me. Some people have told me I should help anyway because they're family, that I should be the bigger person regardless of what they did. But here's what those people don't understand. My parents didn't make a mistake. They made a choice. They chose their religious ideology and their need for control over their relationship with their daughter. They chose to see me as property that should submit, rather than as a person with my own desires and agency. And when I didn't comply, they threw me away. Not because I was doing drugs or committing crimes or hurting anyone, because I wanted to go to college. Because I didn't want to marry a man I barely knew who was almost twice my age. I was 18 years old, fresh out of high school, and my parents made me homeless because I wouldn't obey them. I slept on a couch, ate ramen for months, worked 40 hours a week while taking a full course load, cried myself to sleep wondering if I'd made the wrong choice. All because they decided I wasn't worth keeping if I wouldn't submit. Now my father is 59 and disabled from a stroke. My mother is 57 and overwhelmed, and they want me to come save them, to give up my apartment, my job, my independence, my life that I fought so hard to build. They want me to move back into the house they threw me out of and spend my days caring for a man who told me I was dead to him. The entitlement is staggering. They genuinely believe that after 7 years of no contact, after kicking me out and telling the church I was a sinner, after cutting me off completely, they can just call and I'll come running. Because I'm their daughter, and daughters are supposed to serve. But I'm not that 18-year-old girl anymore. I'm not scared or desperate or willing to sacrifice myself to earn love that should have been freely given. I built a life. I have friends, a career, stability, peace. I have therapy appointments where I unpack all the damage they did. I have a future that I'm excited about. And I have the power to say no. My parents taught me that family is conditional, that love comes with requirements, that if you don't meet expectations, you can be discarded. They're right. Family is conditional, and they failed to meet the conditions of being decent parents. So they don't get to be part of my life now that it's convenient for them. Some people think I'm being cruel, that I should help despite everything because that's what good people do. But good people also have boundaries. Good people recognize when a relationship is toxic. Good people don't set themselves on fire to keep others warm. I worked too hard to get here to go backward. I'm not going back to that house, to those people, to that life where I was valued only for what I could provide. I'm not going to sacrifice the life I built because my parents suddenly decided I'm useful again. My brother asked me if I'd regret this when they die. Maybe. Maybe I'll feel guilty for not helping when they were sick. But I'll also remember being 18 and terrified, sleeping on a stranger's couch, wondering how I'd survive. I'll remember working until my feet bled to pay for classes. I'll remember the shame they tried to make me feel for wanting more than they thought I deserved. And I'll remember that when they had the chance to be my parents, they chose not to be. So now when they need a daughter, they don't get to have one. I'm 25 years old. I'm a CPA with a good job and a great life. I have friends who love me and support me. I have a therapist who's helped me understand that what my parents did was abuse. I have a future full of possibilities. And I have the strength to protect the life I built. My parents made their choice 7 years ago. I'm making mine now. And unlike them, I don't owe anyone an explanation for choosing myself. Am I for refusing to care for my disabled father after he and my mother kicked me out at 18? Some people think so, but I'm okay with that. Because the alternative is giving up everything I fought for to serve people who never valued me. And I'm worth more than that. My parents sold my late grandfather's house that he left to me and kept the money. I'm 27 years F, and I just found out that my parents committed real estate fraud against me 5 years ago. My grandfather on my mom's side passed away when I was 22. He'd been sick for a while and we were close. Probably closer than I was with my own parents, honestly. He was a quiet, kind man who'd worked as a carpenter his whole life and had built his own house in the early 1980s. Before he died, Grandpa called me to the hospital and told me he was leaving me his house. Said he knew my parents would try to sell it and split the money with my uncle, but he wanted me to have it. It was worth about $425,000 based on the neighborhood. He said the deed was already changed and the house was mine, that his lawyer had handled everything. I cried and thanked him and told him I'd take care of it. When Grandpa died, I was in my senior year of college, 3 states away. I came home for the funeral and asked my parents about the house. My dad said we'd deal with the estate stuff after I graduated and got settled, that there was no rush and the house wasn't going anywhere. I was grieving and stressed about finals, so I trusted him. After graduation, I moved to Austin for a job in graphic design. I was focused on starting my career and finding an apartment. Every time I brought up Grandpa's house, my parents said they were handling the estate details and I didn't need to worry about it. They said there were some complications with the will and the lawyer was sorting it out. I figured they knew more about this stuff than I did. 2 years passed. I'd mention the house occasionally, and they'd give vague responses about ongoing legal issues. Then, 3 years. I started getting suspicious around year 4 when I asked directly when I could take possession, and my mom got defensive. Said I was being ungrateful and pushy, that these things take time. Last month, I was home visiting and drove past Grandpa's house. There was a different car in the driveway, and the yard looked different. I knocked on the door and a young couple answered. They said they'd bought the house 3 years ago. I felt like the ground disappeared under my feet. I went straight to the county property records office. The house had been sold exactly 3 years ago for $440,000. The sellers listed on the deed were my mother and uncle as co-executors of my grandfather's estate. The money had been split between them. I'd never seen a penny and had never been told it was sold. I called my mom from the parking lot and asked her why strangers were living in Grandpa's house. There was a long silence. Then she said they'd had to sell it to settle estate debts. I asked, what debts? Because Grandpa had specifically told me there were no debts and the house was paid off. She said there were taxes and fees I didn't understand. I told her I'd just seen the property records showing she and Uncle Tom had split $440,000. She got angry and said I was being nosy and disrespectful, that the adults had handled Grandpa's estate appropriately and I needed to drop it. I asked her where my inheritance was. She said I'd gotten my inheritance in the form of them paying for my college. I had a full scholarship. They'd paid for nothing. That's when I realized they'd stolen from me. Grandpa had left me that house, and they'd sold it and kept the money. When I accused her of this, she hung up on me. I hired a lawyer the next day. What we found out was so much worse than I'd imagined. My lawyer pulled all the estate documents from probate court. Grandpa's will was very clear. The house at 47 Maple Street was bequeathed specifically to me, his granddaughter. Everything else, which wasn't much beyond some savings and personal items, was to be split between my mom and uncle. The will had been properly executed, witnessed, and filed. But here's what happened. My parents had been named as my representatives in the estate since I was only 22 and in college when Grandpa died. This gave them the legal authority to manage my inheritance until I claimed it. Instead of transferring the house to me, they'd worked with my uncle to have the estate declare that the house needed to be sold to settle debts and distribute assets. There were no debts. Grandpa's estate had about $15,000 in cash savings and no outstanding bills. The property taxes were current. They'd fabricated the need to sell the house. The probate judge had signed off on the sale because my parents, as my representatives, and my uncle as co-executor, all agreed it was necessary. I was never notified. I was never asked. I was never told. The sale went through and the $440,000 was split, with my mom getting $220,000 and my uncle getting $220,000. According to the estate accounting, I received zero because the house sale proceeds were used to settle estate obligations and executor fees. This was documented fraud. My lawyer said we had an excellent case. They'd breached their fiduciary duty as my representatives. They'd defrauded me of my inheritance. They'd likely committed perjury when they told the probate court the sale was necessary. We could sue for the full value of my inheritance plus damages, interest, and legal fees. I told him to file everything. He warned me this would destroy my relationship with my family. I said they'd already done that when they stole $220,000 from me and lied about it for 5 years. The lawsuit hit my parents like a bomb. My dad called me screaming that I was suing my own mother. I told him he and Mom had stolen my inheritance and committed fraud. He said they'd made a family decision about what was best for everyone. I asked him how stealing from me was best for me. My mom sent a long email about how hurt she was that I'd involve lawyers in a family matter, that the house money had gone to important things, and I was being selfish. I replied asking what important things. She said they'd paid off their mortgage, bought a new car, and taken a European vacation. With my money. That my dead grandfather had left to me. My uncle tried a different approach. He said Grandpa had been old and confused when he'd made the will, that he hadn't really meant to leave everything to me, that the house should have been split among family equally. I sent him a copy of the will where Grandpa very specifically stated that he was of sound mind and specifically wanted me to have the house because he knew my mom and uncle would try to take it. Grandpa had known. He'd known they'd do exactly what they did. That's why he'd been so specific in the will. And they'd done it anyway. The discovery process revealed more theft. My mom had also taken Grandpa's woodworking tools, which he'd left to me in the will, and sold them. His truck, also left to me, had been sold. His savings account that should have come to me had been drained. They'd systematically taken everything he'd left me and either kept it or sold it. My lawyer estimated my total losses at about $260,000 when you included the tools, truck, and savings. The house alone was $220,000 of that based on the sale price, plus 5 years of interest and appreciation I'd missed out on. My parents hired a lawyer who tried to argue that as my representatives, they'd had discretion over how to handle my inheritance, that they'd made good faith decisions about what was best. The problem was, all their good faith decisions involved them getting my money and me getting nothing. The judge wasn't buying it. In a preliminary hearing, she said it was one of the clearer cases of estate fraud she'd seen, that there was no legitimate reason to sell a house that was specifically bequeathed to me and keep the proceeds, that my parents had abused their position as my representatives. My extended family got involved. Grandpa's sister, my great-aunt Helen, was furious when she found out what happened. She testified that my grandfather had told her explicitly that he was leaving me the house because he didn't trust my mom and uncle with it, that he'd known they'd try to take it, and had thought the will was ironclad enough to prevent it. She was wrong about that, but her testimony helped. The judge could see this wasn't a confused old man making random decisions. This was a grandfather who knew his daughter and son well enough to know they'd steal from his granddaughter if given the chance. The trial lasted 3 days. My parents' lawyer tried to paint me as a greedy young person who didn't appreciate everything they'd done for me. I had to testify about my relationship with my parents, about Grandpa, about finding out the house had been sold. It was brutal. My mom cried on the stand, said she'd thought she was doing the right thing, that I'd been so young and wouldn't have known how to manage a property. The prosecutor asked her why she didn't transfer it to me when I turned 25, or 26, or 27. Why she'd never told me it was sold. Why she'd spent my inheritance money on a vacation. She didn't have good answers. Just kept saying she'd made a mistake and I was her daughter and how could I do this to her? The prosecutor pointed out that she was my mother, and how could she do this to me? My uncle claimed he didn't know the house was supposed to come to me, that my mom had told him they were co-inheriting it. The prosecutor showed him the will where it clearly stated the house went to me. He said he hadn't read it carefully. He'd just signed what the lawyer told him to sign. The jury deliberated for 6 hours. They found in my favor on every count: breach of fiduciary duty, fraud, conversion of assets. The judge ordered my parents to pay me $220,000 for the house, plus $40,000 for the other items they'd taken, plus $75,000 in interest and appreciation, plus my legal fees of $28,000. Total judgment, $363,000. My parents don't have that kind of money. They'd spent most of my inheritance already. The judge put a lien on their house and ordered them to set up a payment plan. They'll be paying me for the next 15 years at minimum. My mom's not speaking to me. My dad sent one text saying I'd destroyed our family over money, and he hoped I was happy. I replied that they'd destroyed our family when they stole my inheritance and lied to me for 5 years, that I would have been happy to share Grandpa's house, or even sell it and split the money if they'd just asked. But they didn't ask. They stole. My uncle filed for bankruptcy to try to avoid paying his share. The judge said, estate fraud judgments aren't dischargeable in bankruptcy. He stuck with it. The extended family is split. Some think I did the right thing. Others think I should have just accepted the loss and moved on for the sake of family peace. My great-aunt Helen said Grandpa would be proud of me for fighting back. That he'd wanted me to have that house, and I'd honored his wishes by holding people accountable. Some cousins have stopped talking to me. They think I'm money-hungry and vindictive. I think they're people who've never had their family steal $250,000 from them and then lie about it for 5 years. My therapist says what my parents did was financial abuse. That parents who steal from their children are showing a fundamental lack of respect and love. That healthy parents don't see their children's inheritance as their own personal piggy bank. I've been thinking a lot about what Grandpa said in the hospital. That he knew they'd try to take it. He knew his own daughter well enough to know she'd steal from her own child if given the opportunity. And he tried to protect me with the will. It just hadn't been enough. I'm using the settlement money as a down payment on a house. Not the house Grandpa built, sadly. That's gone, and I can't get it back. But I'm buying a house that's mine, that I'm protecting, that no one can steal from me. My parents have sent a few emails through mutual family trying to reconcile. They want me to forgive them and move past this. I asked if they'd be willing to admit what they did was wrong, apologize sincerely, and agree to pay the judgment on an accelerated timeline. They said I was asking too much. Apparently, admitting you stole from your daughter is too much to ask. I'm 27 now. My relationship with my parents is probably over. I don't see how you rebuild trust after something like this. They looked me in the eye for 5 years and lied about where my inheritance went. They spent money my dead grandfather had saved for me on vacations and cars. They thought I'd never find out, or that I wouldn't do anything about it if I did. They were wrong, and now they're paying for it, literally. Do I regret suing them? No. What was the alternative? Let them keep $220,000 they'd stolen from me? pretend it was okay that they defrauded their own daughter, accept that Grandpa's final wishes didn't matter. Some people think family should forgive anything. I think family should behave in ways that don't require forgiveness for theft and fraud. My parents had a choice. They could have honored Grandpa's will and given me my inheritance. Instead, they chose to steal it. I chose to hold them accountable. If that makes me the villain in their story, I'm okay with it. Because in my story, I'm the granddaughter who refused to let her grandfather's final gift be stolen without a fight. Grandpa built that house with his own hands. He wanted me to have it. My parents sold it and kept the money. I sued them and won. Am I for destroying my relationship with my parents by suing them for my inheritance? According to them and half the family, yes. According to the jury, the judge, and everyone who read the will,
I was the victim of estate fraud who fought back. I'm comfortable with that verdict. My grandfather left me a gift, and my parents stole it. They're paying for that choice now, slowly, painfully, for the next 15 years. Some lessons cost $363,000. My parents are learning theirs. Parents forged my signature to guarantee their debt, and I'm refusing to save them. I'm 26-year-old M, and my parents just lost their house because I wouldn't bail them out of debt they fraudulently put in my name. Half my family thinks I'm a hero, and half thinks I'm a monster. I'm writing this because I need to process whether I made the right choice watching my parents lose everything. 3 months ago, I got a call from a collections agency about a delinquent loan. I told them they had the wrong person, that I'd never taken out a loan with their company. They read me the loan number and said it was a $75,000 home equity line of credit taken out 2 years ago with me as the co-signer and guarantor. I was completely confused. I'd never co-signed anything for anyone. I pulled my credit report immediately, and there it was, a $75,000 HELOC showing me as responsible party, currently 90 days past due. My credit score had tanked from 780 to 620. I called my parents, asked if they knew anything about a home equity loan in my name. My dad got very quiet. Then he said we needed to talk in person. I drove to their house that night with a pit in my stomach. They sat me down and my dad explained they'd taken out a home equity line of credit 2 years ago to pay off some debts. They'd needed a co-signer because their credit was poor. They'd forged my signature on the loan documents. They'd planned to pay it back before I ever found out. I stared at them in disbelief. They'd committed identity theft and fraud against their own son, put $75,000 of debt in my name without my knowledge or consent. And they were telling me this like it was a minor oversight. My mom started crying, saying they'd had no choice. They'd been drowning in credit card debt from my sister's medical bills and my dad's business failing. The HELOC was supposed to consolidate everything and give them a fresh start. They'd been making payments for 2 years, but recently, my dad lost his job, and they'd fallen behind. I asked why they didn't just declare bankruptcy instead of committing fraud against me. My dad said bankruptcy would have ruined them, that they'd lose the house. I pointed out that now they were losing the house anyway, and had destroyed my credit in the process. They begged me to help. The bank was threatening foreclosure. If I could make the back payments and help them get current, they'd figure out a way to pay me back. Just $8,000 to cover the missed payments and prevent foreclosure. I had $8,000 in savings. It was my emergency fund that I'd built carefully over years. I looked at my parents, at their house they'd lived in for 30 years, and said no. My mom was shocked. My dad got angry. He said I was their son and family helps family. I said family doesn't commit fraud against each other, that they'd stolen my identity and tanked my credit to cover their own financial mistakes. My dad said if I didn't help, they'd lose everything. I told them they should have thought about that before forging my signature on a $75,000 loan. I left and filed a police report for identity theft the next day. The collections agency was still calling. I sent them the police report and a notarized statement that I'd never authorized the loan.
told them I was the victim of identity fraud and wouldn't be making any payments. They said they'd investigate, but the debt was currently my legal responsibility until proven otherwise. My sister called crying. She's 24 and still lives with our parents. She said I was killing our family over money, that Mom and Dad were desperate and I was the only one who could help. I told her they'd committed a felony against me and I wasn't rewarding that. The bank foreclosed 2 months ago. My parents had to move out last week. The foreclosure process was brutal to watch even from a distance. My parents tried everything to stop it. They got a lawyer who said their best defense was that the loan was fraudulent because I hadn't actually co-signed. But that would require them to admit they'd forged my signature, which was a crime. They tried to refinance but couldn't qualify. Tried to sell the house, but there wasn't enough time between the foreclosure notice and the sale date. They reached out to everyone in the family asking for help. My dad's brother loaned them $3,000, but it wasn't nearly enough. My sister set up a GoFundMe, saying our parents were losing their home due to financial hardship. It raised about $2,000, not enough to matter. She posted on Facebook asking why I wouldn't help when I had the means. Several family members commented agreeing with her. My mom's sister called me and said I was being cruel. That yes, my parents made a mistake, but I was letting them become homeless over pride. I told her it wasn't a mistake, it was deliberate fraud, that I'd never even known about the loan until collections called me. She said I could press charges later, but right now I should help save their home. I asked if she'd be willing to give me $8,000 to cover the payments. She said she didn't have that kind of money. I said neither did I. That $8,000 was my entire emergency fund, and I wasn't spending it to fix a problem my parents created by committing identity theft. The police investigation went nowhere. The detective said these cases were hard to prosecute when it was family, that it often came down to he said, she said. The bank said they'd investigated and found my signature on all documents, so unless I pressed criminal charges, they were holding me responsible. I hired a lawyer. She said I could sue my parents for fraud and get a judgment, but they had no money, so I'd never collect. She could help me dispute the debt with the credit bureaus, but it would take months, and there was no guarantee. Meanwhile, the missed payments were destroying my credit. I made a decision. I told my lawyer to do whatever it took to prove the loan was fraudulent and get it off my credit report. File criminal charges if necessary. She said that could result in my parents going to jail. I said they'd committed a crime, so that was a possibility they'd created. My parents moved into a small apartment that my uncle helped them afford. They're bitter and angry. My dad won't speak to me. My mom sends messages saying I destroyed their lives and she'll never forgive me. My sister posts passive-aggressive things on social media about family loyalty. Extended family is divided. Some think I did the right thing, refusing to enable fraud. Others think I should have helped and dealt with the consequences later. My dad's side mostly supports him and thinks I was heartless. My mom's side is mixed. The worst was my grandmother's reaction. She's 84 and raised my mom. She called me and said she was ashamed of me, that when your parents are in trouble, you help them, period. That the money didn't matter compared to family. I tried to explain about the identity theft, but she said that was just details, and I should have helped save their home. I kept having doubts, lying awake wondering if I should have just paid the $8,000. If I'd let my pride about being right destroy my relationship with my parents over money that I technically had. Then my lawyer got the forensic analysis back. A handwriting expert compared the signature on the loan documents to my actual signature. It was conclusively not my handwriting. The expert said it appeared to be my father's handwriting, attempting to mimic mine. More investigation revealed my parents had also opened 2 credit cards in my name around the same time. Only $3,000 in total debt, but still fraud. They'd used my information to get the cards, made minimum payments for a while, then let them default. That was part of why my credit score had crashed. The pattern was clear. My parents had been systematically using my identity for years to get credit they couldn't qualify for themselves. The HELOC was just the biggest example. With the forensic evidence, my lawyer went back to the bank, presented proof that the signature was forged and I'd never authorized the loan. The bank's fraud department investigated and concluded I was a victim of identity theft. They removed the HELOC from my credit report and agreed to pursue my parents for the debt instead. The credit cards were handled similarly. Fraud reports, documentation, removal from my credit. Over 3 months, my credit score went from 620 back up to 760. I was no longer legally responsible for any of the fraudulent debt, but that meant my parents now were. The bank filed suit against them for the full $75,000 plus interest and fees. The credit card companies sent the defaulted accounts to collections. My parents, who'd just lost their home, were now facing lawsuits for debts they couldn't possibly pay. My dad called me for the first time in months, said I'd ruined them, that they were facing bankruptcy and potentially criminal charges because I'd insisted on proving the fraud instead of just helping family. I asked if he was seriously blaming me for consequences of his own crimes. He said they'd done it to help the family, that my sister's medical bills weren't optional and his business failing wasn't his fault, that they'd had no other options. I said they'd had the option of not committing identity theft against their son, of declaring bankruptcy before resorting to fraud, of being honest with me instead of forging my signature. My mom got on the phone begging me to tell the bank it was a misunderstanding, to say I had authorized the loan but forgot. I told her that would be perjury and fraud on my part. She said if I really loved them, I'd do it. I said if they'd really loved me, they wouldn't have stolen my identity. They declared bankruptcy. It will discharge most of their debt, but their credit is destroyed for years. They're in their late 50s trying to rebuild with nothing. My dad got a new job, but it pays $20,000 less than his old one. They'll probably never own a home again. My sister moved out and got her own place with roommates. She hasn't spoken to me since. Posts things occasionally about people who abandon their family when times get hard. I'm blocked from commenting. The criminal charges never materialized. The prosecutor said without my parents admitting to the forgery, it was hard to prove beyond reasonable doubt. The civil cases getting settled suggested fraud, but wasn't enough for criminal prosecution without my testimony. The detective asked if I wanted to testify against my parents in a criminal trial. I said no. I'd gotten the debt off my credit. They were facing financial consequences. I was done. He said I was being generous. I said I was being finished. My cousin, who'd stayed neutral through all this, told me recently that my parents are telling people I fabricated the evidence, that I hired an expert to lie about the signature so I could get out of a loan I actually co-signed, that I was trying to destroy them to avoid responsibility. I should care, but I don't anymore. Anyone who knows me knows I wouldn't commit fraud to avoid an $8,000 payment. Anyone who believes their version without asking questions isn't someone I need in my life. I'm 26 years old. My credit is rebuilt. I still have my emergency fund. I'm moving forward with my life without the weight of my parents' fraudulent debt. Some relationships don't survive betrayal. This is one of them. My parents chose to commit identity theft rather than be honest with me. They chose to forge my signature rather than face their financial failures. They chose to blame me rather than take responsibility. I chose not to enable them, not to reward fraud with rescue, not to sacrifice my financial security for people who'd already proven they'd steal from me. Am I a tough for refusing to save my parents from foreclosure after they forged my signature on a $75,000 loan? According to half my family, absolutely. I had the money to help and chose not to because I was angry about them forging one signature. I let my parents lose their home over pride. According to the other half, I did exactly what I should have. I refused to enable people who'd committed serious fraud against me. I protected myself from their financial disaster. My therapist says I made a healthy boundary decision, that I can't save people from consequences they created, especially when they created those consequences by victimizing me. I don't know if I made the right choice. I know I made the only choice I could live with. My parents stole my identity and destroyed my credit to cover their mistakes. When they got caught, they expected me to pay for the privilege of being defrauded. I said no. They lost their house. Now they're rebuilding from nothing while blaming me for their situation. Maybe I could have saved them. Maybe family is supposed to sacrifice everything for each other no matter what. Or maybe family isn't supposed to forge your signature on a $75,000 loan and then act surprised when you won't fix their mess. I chose to believe the second thing. My family is still paying the price for choosing the first. Parents secretly rented out my apartment while I was deployed and kept all the money. I'm 26 million and just found out my parents have been committing fraud using my property for the past 2 years. I'm active duty military, currently stationed overseas, and this whole situation has made me realize my family saw me as a paycheck instead of a son. I'm still processing the betrayal, but I need to write this down. 4 years ago, when I was 22, I bought a small condo with my VA loan. It was a good investment property in a college town near where I grew up. The plan was to live there during my stateside assignments and rent it out when I deployed. I'd done the research, run the numbers, and it made financial sense. My military salary covered my needs and the rental income would build equity. Before my first deployment 3 years ago, I asked my parents to manage the property. My dad had done some property management consulting years back and said he knew the business. We agreed he'd handle finding tenants, collecting rent, and managing any maintenance issues. In exchange, he'd keep 10% of the monthly rent as a management fee. The condo rented for $1,400 per month, so he'd get $140 and I'd get $1,260. I set up a dedicated bank account for the rental income, gave my dad access to deposit rent checks and pay any property expenses. I'd check the balance occasionally, and money was going in regularly. Everything seemed fine. I was deployed, focused on my work, and trusted my parents were handling things properly. I got back stateside 6 months ago and was scheduled for 2 weeks of leave before my next assignment. I planned to stay at my condo, maybe do some updates, check on the place. I texted my dad letting him know I'd be there next month and to make sure the current tenant's lease was ending, or at least that they knew I'd need to access the property. My dad called immediately, said there was a problem with the unit and it needed significant repairs. That I should stay with them instead and we'd deal with the condo issues together. I said I wanted to see the property anyway since I owned it. He got weird and defensive, said the tenant was difficult and he didn't want me dealing with that stress after deployment. That's when I knew something was wrong. I contacted the property management company I'd found online that supposedly my dad had gone through. They'd never heard of my dad or my property. I checked the local tenant registry. My condo had been registered as a rental for the past 2 years, but under my parents' names as landlords, not mine. I drove straight to my condo from the airport instead of going to my parents' house. There were people living there. A young couple who looked confused when I knocked and said I was the owner. They said they'd been renting from Mr. and Mrs. Peterson, my parents, for 18 months. They paid $1,800 per month, cash, directly to my dad. I felt sick. I asked to see their lease agreement. It was a standard rental contract with my parents listed as the landlords. The property address was my condo, but there was no mention of me anywhere. I explained the situation and showed them the deed with my name on it. They were as shocked as I was. I went to the bank and pulled all the statements for the rental account. My dad had been depositing exactly $1,260 per month, like clockwork. But he was collecting $1,800. He'd been pocketing an extra $540 per month for 18 months. That's nearly $10,000 he'd stolen from me. Plus, he was still taking his 10% management fee off the amount he claimed to be collecting. But it got worse. I pulled the full transaction history. My dad had been making withdrawals for property maintenance regularly. New water heater, $1,200. Roof repairs, $3,400. HVAC service, $800. Over 2 years, he'd claimed about $15,000 in maintenance expenses. I talked to the tenants. There had been no new water heater,
no roof repairs. The HVAC had been serviced once for $150, and they'd paid for it themselves. My dad had been fabricating maintenance expenses and pocketing that money too. Total theft, approximately $25,000 over 2 years. I didn't confront my parents immediately. I spent 2 days documenting everything, got statements from the current and previous tenants about what they'd paid and to whom. Pulled all bank records showing the deposits and fraudulent withdrawals. Got quotes from contractors showing that the maintenance work my dad had claimed was done had never actually been done. I photographed everything in the condo to document its actual condition versus the claimed repairs. Then, I got copies of the lease agreements my dad had signed as the landlord. He'd forged my signature on some earlier paperwork to set up utilities in the tenants' names. Identity fraud on top of theft. I also discovered he'd been claiming the rental property on his taxes. The $1,800 per month he was collecting, minus his fabricated expenses, he was reporting as his own rental income. He was committing tax fraud using my property. With all the evidence compiled, I went to my parents' house, walked in and put the folder on the kitchen table, told them I knew everything. My mom immediately started crying. My dad got angry and defensive, said I was being ungrateful, that he'd been managing my property and taking care of everything while I was overseas serving. I asked him to explain the $540 per month he'd been pocketing. He said that was additional management fees for the extra work involved. I pointed out we'd agreed to 10%, which he was already taking. He said circumstances had changed, and the property was more work than expected. I asked about the $15,000 in fabricated maintenance expenses. He claimed the work had been done, and the tenants must be confused or lying. I showed him the statements from contractors saying they'd never worked on the property. He said, "Those must be different contractors." I asked about claiming my rental income on his tax returns. He said his accountant had structured it that way for tax purposes, and it benefited the whole family. I asked how stealing my income benefited me. He didn't have an answer. My mom tried to mediate, said they'd made some mistakes, but we were family and we could work it out. That my dad had been under financial stress and made bad decisions. I asked what financial stress. They both have good jobs and their house is paid off. My mom got quiet, then admitted they'd taken out a second mortgage on their house 2 years ago to pay for my sister's wedding. A wedding that cost $60,000 that they couldn't actually afford. They'd been using my rental income to make the mortgage payments. My sister's wedding. They'd stolen $25,000 from me to help pay for my sister's extravagant wedding that I hadn't even been able to attend because I was deployed. I asked if my sister knew. My mom said no, that they'd told her they'd saved for the wedding. I asked if they'd planned to ever tell me the truth. My dad said they'd planned to pay me back eventually. Eventually? With what money? They were still using my rental income to pay their mortgage. I told them I was filing a police report and they had 1 week to return every dollar they'd stolen, or I'd also be pressing criminal charges. My dad said I was being vindictive and destroying the family over money. I said he'd destroyed my trust by stealing from me while I was serving overseas. My mom begged me to reconsider, said this would ruin my dad's career, that he could go to prison, that my sister would be devastated to learn her wedding had been funded by theft. I said those were all consequences of their choices, not mine. I left and filed the police report the next day, provided all my documentation. The detective said it was one of the clearer cases of theft and fraud she'd seen. My dad had signed legal documents as the landlord of a property he didn't own, collected rent under false pretenses, and filed fraudulent tax returns. Multiple felonies. My parents hired a lawyer who called me trying to negotiate. Said my parents would pay back the $25,000 over time if I dropped the complaint. I said they had 1 week to return it in full, or I was proceeding. The lawyer said they didn't have $25,000 liquid. I said that sounded like a problem they should have considered before stealing it. My sister called me crying. My parents had told her what happened. Their version, of course.
that I was being cruel and unforgiving over a misunderstanding, that they'd helped manage my property and now I was accusing them of theft. She said I was tearing the family apart. I sent her the bank statements, the tenant testimonies, the fake maintenance receipts, everything. Let her see exactly what her parents had done. She called back 2 hours later, quieter, asked if the wedding money had really come from stealing from me. I said yes. She said she hadn't known and felt sick about it. I told her I didn't blame her, but I needed her to understand this wasn't about me being cruel. This was about our parents committing systematic fraud against me for 2 years and expecting me to just accept it because we're family. The deadline passed. My parents didn't have the money. The prosecutor moved forward with charges. My dad was charged with fraud, theft, and filing false tax returns. My mom was charged as an accomplice since she'd known and benefited from the scheme. My dad's employer, a financial services firm, fired him when the charges became public. Turns out having an employee charged with fraud is bad for business. My mom still has her job as a school administrator, but is on administrative leave while the school board decides if the criminal charges impact her employment. My sister tried to mediate, suggested I could drop the charges if they signed over their house to me as repayment. I pointed out that would leave them homeless and still wouldn't be enough to cover what they stole, plus interest and damages. She said I was being unreasonable and vindictive. I asked her if she'd be so forgiving if someone stole $25,000 from her. She said that was different because it was parents and child, not strangers. I said that made it worse, not better, that parents are supposed to protect their children, not exploit them. The case is ongoing. My dad's lawyer is trying to negotiate a plea deal. The prosecutor wants jail time because of the premeditated nature of the fraud and the duration. My lawyer says I could also file a civil suit for damages, lost rental income, and emotional distress. Extended family has taken sides. My dad's brother thinks I'm overreacting and destroying my father's life over money. My mom's sister thinks my parents are criminals who deserve prosecution. Family gatherings have become impossible. My sister sent me the bill from her wedding planner. Apparently, the $60,000 wedding my parents helped fund broke down to $15,000 venue, $8,000 catering, $5,000 photography, $4,000 flowers, and the rest on dress, music, decorations, and other expenses. She said she'd had no idea that $25,000 of it was stolen from me, and she felt horrible. I told her I appreciated that, but it didn't change what our parents did. She asked if I'd ever forgive them. I said I didn't know. Right now, I was focused on getting my money back and making sure there were consequences for systematic fraud. The condo tenants moved out, said they didn't feel comfortable staying after learning about the situation. I don't blame them. I'm managing it myself now, from overseas, which is a challenge. I've lost 2 months of rental income during the transition. My parents' trial is set for next month. They're both facing potential prison time. My dad could get up to 5 years. My mom could get 3 as an accessory. The prosecutor said first offenders usually get lighter sentences, maybe probation or minimal jail time, but restitution would be mandatory. I've been thinking a lot about what my dad said, that I'm destroying the family over money. But it's not about money. It's about trust. I trusted them with my property while I was deployed serving my country. They saw an opportunity to steal from me and took it. For 2 years they looked me in the eye, accepted my thanks for managing the property, and never mentioned that they were stealing thousands of dollars. My therapist says what they did is a profound betrayal of parental duty, that parents are supposed to support their military children, not exploit their absence to commit fraud. That my guilt about the consequences they're facing is misplaced because I didn't create this situation. Some people think I should drop the charges, that jail time is too harsh for parents who made a mistake. But this wasn't a mistake. This was 2 years of calculated theft. Every month my dad deposited my money into his account instead of mine was a choice. Every fake maintenance expense was a choice. Forging my signature was a choice. I'm 26 years old. I served my country and bought a property as an investment in my future. My parents stole from that future to fund a lifestyle they couldn't afford. They'd still be stealing if I hadn't come home early and discovered it. Do I regret pressing charges? Sometimes. Late at night, when I think about my dad potentially in prison, I wonder if I went too far. But then I remember that he showed no remorse until he got caught. That his first instinct was to lie and claim the expenses were legitimate. That he was going to keep stealing indefinitely. Am I the for pressing criminal charges against my parents for stealing $25,000 from my rental property? My extended family is split. The prosecutor thinks I'm a victim seeking justice. My parents think I'm a vindictive son, choosing punishment over forgiveness. I think I'm a person who refused to accept being exploited by the people who were supposed to protect me. My parents committed crimes. Crimes have consequences. The fact that we're related doesn't change that. The military taught me about duty, honor, and integrity. My parents taught me that family will exploit you if you give them the chance. I'm done being the family member who gets exploited. Some bridges burn because they were built on lies. My relationship with my parents was built on me trusting them and them stealing from me. That bridge is ash, and I'm not interested in rebuilding it. Maybe I'll regret this decision someday. Maybe I'll wish I'd chosen family peace over justice. But today, I'm choosing accountability, and that feels right. Siblings emptied our dad's life insurance before telling me he died, and I made them pay. I'm 30 p.m., and 6 months ago, I found out my father had been dead for 3 years without anyone telling me. My 3 older siblings collected his $500,000 life insurance policy, split it among themselves, and never mentioned that our dad had died. When I discovered what they'd done, I made absolutely certain they regretted every dollar they stole from me. My relationship with my family has always been complicated. I'm the youngest of 4 kids by almost 10 years. I was the accident baby that came along when my siblings were teenagers. My sister Rachel is 43, my brother Kevin is 41, and my sister Michelle is 39. They'd always treated me like an outsider, like I wasn't really part of their generation of the family. When I was 22, I moved across the country for a job opportunity in Seattle. My dad and I stayed in touch through calls and emails, but my siblings and I barely spoke. They lived near each other and our dad in Ohio, and I was the one who'd left. The family dynamic was always them versus me. 3 years ago, my dad's calls became less frequent. He was getting older, had some health issues, but I figured he was just busy or tired. When I'd try calling and he didn't answer, I'd text my siblings asking if Dad was okay. They'd say he was fine, just resting. I shouldn't worry. Eventually, I got busy with my own life. New job, new relationship, buying a house. I'd send Dad emails that went unanswered, but my siblings kept assuring me everything was fine. I felt guilty about not being more present, but trusted that if something was seriously wrong, someone would tell me. 6 months ago, I was doing some genealogy research for a project and decided to request Dad's birth certificate from the Ohio Vital Records office. When the records arrived, there was a note saying they'd also included his death certificate in case I needed it for the genealogy work. Death certificate. Dated 3 years ago. I stared at that document for hours. My father had died 3 years ago, and no one had told me. I'd missed his funeral. I'd missed saying goodbye. I'd spent 3 years occasionally texting my siblings, asking how Dad was doing, and they'd lied every single time. I called Rachel first. When I told her I knew Dad was dead, she went silent. Then she said they'd decided not to tell me because I was so far away and there was nothing I could do anyway. That the funeral had been small, and they hadn't wanted to burden me with coming all that way. I asked when they'd planned to tell me. She admitted they hadn't really planned to tell me at all. They'd figured I'd find out eventually somehow, or maybe I'd just stop asking. I asked about Dad's life insurance policy. I knew he'd had one because he'd mentioned it years ago, said it would be split equally among his 4 children. Rachel suddenly got defensive, said that was a private matter. I hired a lawyer in Ohio. Within a week, we'd obtained records showing my father's $500,000 life insurance policy had been paid out to his estate 3 years ago. As the executor, Rachel had distributed the money to herself, Kevin, and Michelle. Each of them had received approximately $166,000. I'd received nothing, because they'd never told me our father was dead. My lawyer filed a lawsuit against all 3 of my siblings for fraud, breach of fiduciary duty, and theft. The evidence was straightforward. Dad's will specified his life insurance policy should be divided equally among his 4 children. Rachel, as executor, had a legal obligation to notify all beneficiaries and distribute the money according to the will. Instead, she'd simply divided the money 3 ways and forged documents showing that the estate had been settled properly. She'd never filed proper notifications with the probate court listing me as an heir. She'd actively concealed my father's death from me to steal my inheritance. My siblings hired lawyers who tried to argue that I'd abandoned the family by moving away and hadn't stayed in contact with Dad. My lawyer presented my phone records showing I'd called Dad regularly, showed email exchanges where I'd asked my siblings about Dad's health and they'd lied, showed texts where I'd asked to visit and they'd said Dad was too tired for visitors. The evidence showed systematic deception designed to keep me from learning about Dad's death until after the money had been distributed. During discovery, we found more evidence. Rachel had specifically delayed filing probate paperwork until she was sure I wouldn't find out about Dad's death. She'd told the insurance company that Dad only had 3 children. She'd instructed the funeral home not to publish an obituary online where I might see it. This wasn't negligence or a misunderstanding. This was calculated theft. My siblings' lawyers tried to negotiate, offered to pay me $100,000 to settle and avoid trial. My lawyer said we should take it because trials are expensive and unpredictable. I said no. They'd stolen $125,000 from me, and 3 years of knowing my father was dead. They deserved to face a jury. The trial was brutal. My lawyer presented evidence of every lie my siblings had told me, every text where they'd said Dad was fine when he'd been dead for months, every time I'd asked to visit and they'd made excuses. Rachel testified that she'd been planning to tell me eventually, but never found the right time. The prosecutor asked her to explain how 3 years passed without finding the right time to mention our father had died. She had no good answer. Kevin tried to justify their actions by saying I'd chosen to move away, and they shouldn't have to track me down. The prosecutor noted they'd had my phone number, email, and mailing address the entire time. Michelle cried on the stand and said they'd made a mistake, but they were still my family. My lawyer asked if family members typically steal $125,000 from each other. She said it wasn't like that. The jury deliberated for 6 hours, found all 3 siblings guilty of fraud and breach of fiduciary duty, awarded me my $125,000 share of the inheritance, plus $200,000 in punitive damages, plus legal fees. Total judgment, approximately $375,000 to be split among the 3 of them. They appealed. Lost. The appeals court said the evidence of intentional deception was overwhelming, and the punitive damages were appropriate given the egregious nature of the fraud. Now my siblings are facing financial ruin. Rachel had to sell her house to pay her portion of the judgment. Kevin's wife divorced him over the scandal and legal debt. Michelle declared bankruptcy, but the judgment survived it because it was based on fraud. The financial consequences were just the beginning of my siblings' problems. The Ohio State Bar opened an investigation into Rachel's conduct as executor because she'd filed false documents with the probate court. She wasn't a lawyer, but she could face criminal charges for filing fraudulent court paperwork. The district attorney reviewed the case and decided to prosecute. Rachel was charged with fraud, forgery, and filing false documents. She pleaded guilty to avoid trial and got 2 years probation plus community service. Kevin and Michelle avoided criminal charges by cooperating with prosecutors and testifying that Rachel had orchestrated everything. They'd known it was wrong, but went along with it because they wanted the money. The scandal destroyed what was left of my family's reputation in their community. The local newspaper covered the story extensively. People they'd known for years found out they'd hidden their father's death from his youngest son to steal his inheritance. Rachel lost her job when her employer found out about the criminal conviction. Kevin's business partners forced him out of their partnership.
Michelle's church asked her to step down from volunteer positions. Extended family took sides. Some relatives apologized to me for not speaking up when they'd found out I didn't know Dad had died. They'd assumed I knew and had chosen not to attend the funeral. Others had known I was being kept in the dark, but didn't want to get involved in family business. My father's brother, my Uncle Tom, reached out personally to apologize. He said he'd questioned Rachel about whether I'd been notified, and she'd assured him I had been. When he'd asked why I didn't attend the funeral, Rachel said we'd had a falling out and I'd chosen not to come. He'd believed her. Tom gave me a box of Dad's possessions that were supposed to have been split among the children. Photos, his watch, his war medals, personal letters. Rachel had kept everything and never told me it existed. I sat in my apartment, going through my dead father's belongings for the first time, 3 years after he died, reading letters he'd written to my mom before I was born, looking at photos from his childhood, holding his Purple Heart from Vietnam. These should have been given to me years ago. Instead, my sister had kept them stored in her attic while telling me Dad was alive and fine. The emotional damage has been harder to quantify than the financial theft. I missed my father's funeral. I missed saying goodbye. I spent 3 years occasionally calling him and getting no answer, never knowing he was dead. Every birthday, every Father's Day, I'd sent cards that no one ever mentioned went unopened. My therapist says I'm dealing with complicated grief, compounded by profound betrayal. That I'm mourning my father, while also mourning the siblings I thought I had. Because people who loved me wouldn't have done this. Some extended family members think I went too far pursuing the lawsuit and criminal charges. That family should forgive family, and the money wasn't worth destroying my relationships with my siblings. But they didn't just take money. They took my opportunity to say goodbye to my father. They took 3 years of my life where I could have been processing his death. They made me spend years worrying about why Dad wasn't responding to my messages, never knowing he was gone. The $125,000 they stole was just money. The 3 years of lies about Dad being alive was unforgivable. I tried to reconcile with them after the trial concluded, sent an email saying I'd be willing to move forward if they would genuinely apologize and acknowledge what they'd done. Rachel responded that there was nothing to apologize for because they'd been protecting me from grief. Kevin said I was ungrateful for the years they'd handled everything while I lived my life across the country. Michelle didn't respond at all. So that was it. I have no siblings anymore. Rachel, Kevin, and Michelle are strangers who share some DNA and a history of lying to me about our father's death to steal my inheritance. Am I TA for destroying my siblings financially and legally after they hid our dad's death and stole my inheritance? Some relatives think so. That siblings make mistakes and I should have handled this privately. That suing them and cooperating with prosecutors was too far. But I disagree. They didn't make a mistake. They executed a plan. Rachel delayed probate filings strategically. They all lied to me systematically for 3 years. They divided my father's life insurance 3 ways instead of 4, and forged documents claiming the estate was properly settled. Those aren't mistakes. Those are crimes. I'm 30 years old. My father died 3 years ago and I found out 6 months ago. I spent years unknowingly grieving a man who was already dead because my siblings chose money over telling me the truth. The jury awarded me $375,000. Rachel has a criminal record. All 3 of them are financially devastated and socially ruined in their community. Some people call that revenge. I call it Consequences. My siblings stole my inheritance and my right to grieve my father. They made that choice deliberately and maintained it for years. I made sure they paid for that choice. Every dollar, every bit of reputation, every consequence they're facing now. If that makes me vindictive, I can live with that. Because the alternative was letting them get away with one of the cruelest betrayals I can imagine. They chose money over their brother. I chose justice over family loyalty. I'd make the same choice again. Sister faked a terminal illness to steal my fiancé, and I destroyed her perfect life. I'm 26F, and I just watched my sister's entire world collapse because of lies she told 3 years ago. My older sister Vanessa is 29 and has always been the golden child. Pretty, charming, successful, the one who could do no wrong in our parents' eyes. I was the awkward younger sister who never quite measured up. I was okay with it growing up. We were close despite the favoritism, or so I thought. When I was 23, I got engaged to my boyfriend of 4 years, Daniel. He was perfect, kind, funny, ambitious, and he loved me completely. We were planning a wedding for the following summer. Vanessa had just gone through a bad breakup and was living with our parents temporarily while she found a new place. She'd come over often, and the 3 of us would hang out. I thought she was being supportive. 2 months before my wedding, Daniel sat me down and said he needed to tell me something. He looked devastated. He said Vanessa had come to him privately 3 weeks earlier and told him she had stage 4 pancreatic cancer, that she'd been given 6 months to a year to live. She'd begged him not to tell me because she didn't want to ruin my wedding excitement, said she wanted me to have one happy event before everything became about her dying. Daniel said Vanessa had broken down crying in his arms, talking about everything she'd never get to do. Never get married, never have kids, never grow old. He'd comforted her, and over the following weeks, she'd kept coming to him. Late-night texts about being scared, calls when she'd supposedly just gotten back from chemo. He'd felt terrible for her and wanted to support her without breaking his promise to keep her secret. Then, he said something had happened between them, that grief and emotion had led to them kissing, then more, that it had happened multiple times over the past 3 weeks. He was crying, saying he didn't know how it happened, that he felt like he'd been manipulated. But that wasn't an excuse. He said he couldn't marry me with this secret, and I deserved to know everything. I felt like my entire world had shattered. My sister was dying and my fiancé had cheated on me with her. I called off the wedding immediately. Daniel moved out of our apartment. I was devastated but also felt guilty for being angry about the cheating when Vanessa was supposedly dying. My parents sat me down and said I needed to be understanding, that Vanessa was going through something traumatic, and people don't think clearly when facing death. That Daniel had made a mistake, but it came from a place of compassion. They actually suggested I should consider forgiving both of them, so Vanessa could have family support in her final months without the stress of family drama. I moved away, got a job in another city, started therapy, tried to rebuild my life. Meanwhile, Daniel and Vanessa apparently continued their relationship. My parents would give me updates I didn't ask for about how happy Vanessa was in her final months, how Daniel was taking such good care of her. It made me sick. 6 months passed, then a year. Vanessa's supposed death timeline came and went. My parents said the doctors had been wrong, that she was responding incredibly well to treatment. Then she was in remission. Then she was cancer-free. A miracle recovery. Vanessa and Daniel got engaged. My parents were thrilled. They said something beautiful had come from a terrible situation. They wanted me to be happy for my sister who'd survived and found love. I smiled and said nothing while I planned something else. Because here's what nobody knew. I'd been investigating, and I'd found out the truth about Vanessa's cancer. It started with small things that didn't add up. I'd asked my mom which hospital Vanessa was getting treated at, and she'd said Vanessa wanted privacy about her medical details.
When I'd sent flowers to the hospital,
they'd said they had no patient by that name. My mom said Vanessa was using a different name for privacy reasons, which made no sense. I hired a private investigator. Cost me $3,000, but it was worth it. The PI accessed medical records, insurance claims, pharmacy records, everything. There was no cancer. There had never been cancer. Vanessa had never been to an oncologist, never had chemo, never had a single diagnostic test for pancreatic cancer. She'd faked the entire thing, created fake medical documents. There were templates online, apparently. She'd photoshopped lab results and radiology reports, made up doctor names, invented an entire medical crisis to manipulate Daniel into emotional vulnerability and steal him from me. The PI found more. Vanessa had been interested in Daniel long before the supposed diagnosis. There were deleted social media messages between her and a friend where she'd talked about how unfair it was that I got to marry Daniel when she was prettier and more successful. How Daniel should be with her instead. Her friend had joked about her stealing him, and Vanessa had replied with, "Maybe I will." This was dated 2 months before she'd told Daniel about the cancer. She'd planned this. The entire terminal illness story was a calculated scheme to break us up and take Daniel for herself. I compiled everything into a detailed document, medical records showing no cancer treatment, screenshots of the messages showing premeditation, a timeline of her lies with evidence for each claim, statements from the PI about what he'd found. It was ironclad. Vanessa and Daniel's wedding was 3 months away when I put my plan into action. They were having an engagement party at my parents' house. Big event, all the family and friends, celebration of their love story and Vanessa's miraculous recovery. I RSVP'd yes. I showed up in a nice dress with a folder under my arm, gave a toast about how happy I was for them. Everyone smiled and clapped. Then I said I had a gift for the happy couple. I pulled out the folder and started distributing copies to everyone there. I explained calmly what the documents showed, that there had never been any cancer, that Vanessa had faked a terminal illness to manipulate Daniel into an emotional affair, that she'd deliberately destroyed my relationship as part of a planned scheme to take my fiancé. The room went completely silent. Daniel grabbed one of the documents and started reading, his face going pale. My parents said I was lying, that this was vindictive jealousy. I told them to call Vanessa's supposed oncologist, gave them the number. It was disconnected because the person didn't exist. Vanessa tried to say the documents were forged, that I'd made everything up. I pulled out my phone and played a recording. The PI had interviewed one of the supposed nurses from Vanessa's cancer treatment. The woman had never heard of Vanessa, and the clinic address she'd supposedly been treated at didn't exist. Daniel looked at Vanessa and asked if it was true. She started crying, saying it was complicated, that she'd been desperate and made mistakes. He asked her directly if she'd ever had cancer. She couldn't answer. That was the answer. He walked out. My parents started yelling at me for ruining everything. I said I'd ruined nothing, that Vanessa had ruined it when she decided to fake a terminal illness to steal my fiancé. Other guests were leaving, looking disgusted. Vanessa's friends were staring at her in horror. My aunt, my mom's sister, said she'd suspected something was off, but hadn't wanted to accuse Vanessa of something so horrible. She'd noticed Vanessa never lost her hair, never looked sick, always had energy. She'd questioned it once and been told she was being insensitive. The engagement party ended with Vanessa locked in a bedroom crying, while my parents tried to do damage control. But there was no controlling it. I'd sent copies of everything to extended family members and mutual friends before the party. By the end of the night, everyone knew the truth. The aftermath was nuclear. Daniel broke up with Vanessa immediately. He called me the next day, apologizing profusely. He'd been completely manipulated and felt like an idiot. He said he should have questioned her story more, should have insisted on meeting her doctors or going to appointments. He'd just believed her because who lies about dying? I told him we were done either way, that even if she'd manipulated him, he'd still made the choice to cheat on me and call off our wedding.
that I'd moved on and had no interest in revisiting that relationship. He said he understood, but he needed me to know he was sorry and he'd been a fool. Vanessa had a complete breakdown. She'd been working at a prestigious marketing firm, and apparently her coworkers found out what happened. The story spread quickly because it was so outrageous. She was fired within a week. Her employer said they couldn't trust someone who'd engage in such elaborate deception in their personal life. My parents tried to defend her at first, said she'd been going through a mental health crisis and needed support, not judgment. I asked them if they'd have been so understanding if I'd faked cancer to steal someone's partner. They had no response. I told them they had enabled Vanessa's behavior my entire life, and this was the result. My mom eventually admitted she'd had doubts during the illness, that some of Vanessa's stories hadn't added up, but she'd wanted to believe her daughter wouldn't lie about something so serious. She said she was ashamed she hadn't pushed harder for the truth. My dad just stopped talking to me altogether. Apparently, I was the villain for exposing Vanessa, rather than Vanessa being the villain for the lies. Vanessa's social life imploded. Most of her friends cut her off. The ones who'd been at the party spread the story. People were horrified. Faking terminal illness is beyond the pale for most people, but doing it to steal your sister's fiancé takes it to another level entirely. She tried to reach out to me several times. Long emails about how sorry she was, how she'd been jealous and made terrible choices, how she'd destroyed her own life and mine, how she'd been seeing a therapist and realized she had issues with always needing to be the center of attention, always needing to win. She said she'd give anything to take it back. I never responded. There was nothing she could say that would matter. She'd looked me in the eye for months while I grieved my canceled wedding and her supposed terminal illness, knowing she'd caused it all deliberately. That level of cruelty isn't something you apologize away. My therapy sessions focused heavily on processing this. My therapist said what Vanessa did was a form of psychological abuse, that faking a terminal illness is emotional manipulation at an extreme level, that using someone's compassion and grief as weapons to get what you want is sociopathic behavior. The wedding venue sued Vanessa and Daniel for breach of contract when they canceled. They'd paid substantial deposits. Daniel paid his portion. Vanessa couldn't pay hers because she'd lost her job. My parents ended up paying it, costing them about $12,000. They were not happy about it. I heard through family that Vanessa moved to a different state, couldn't handle the reputation she'd developed here. My aunt said she'd basically become a cautionary tale in our community. The woman who faked cancer to steal her sister's fiancé, not the kind of story that goes away quickly. Daniel is apparently in therapy too, working through his guilt and the fact that he was manipulated. Part of me feels bad for him. Part of me thinks he should have questioned more, been less naive. Mostly I just feel nothing toward him anymore. He's not my problem. My parents and I are estranged now. They couldn't forgive me for exposing Vanessa so publicly. Said I could have handled it privately. I asked them how that would have worked. Tell Daniel privately and let Vanessa's lies continue? Let them get married based on a foundation of deception? They said they didn't know, but I'd been cruel. I moved on with my life. Met someone new who's wonderful and treats me well. We've been together for 8 months and he knows the whole story. He can't believe what Vanessa did and says I was right to expose her, that some behavior deserves public consequences. Some people think I went too far, that I should have just told Daniel privately and let him make his own decisions, that publicly humiliating Vanessa at her engagement party was excessive. Maybe they're right, but I don't think so. Vanessa didn't just lie. She created an elaborate, sustained deception involving fake medical documents and a terminal illness. She let me grieve a wedding cancellation and her impending death simultaneously. She let Daniel believe he was supporting a dying woman while she manipulated him into falling for her. She would have married him on that foundation of lies if I hadn't stopped it. Private exposure would have let her control the narrative. She'd have told people I was jealous and lying, that the documents were forged, that she'd show proof of her cancer, but it was too traumatic to share. She'd have played victim, and Daniel might have believed her. Public exposure with undeniable evidence meant she couldn't hide. Everyone saw the truth at once. There was no opportunity for her to spin it or manipulate people's perceptions. It was harsh, but it was effective. I'm 26 now and I'm happy. I have a good job, a good relationship, and I'm not carrying around the weight of Vanessa's lies anymore. She destroyed herself with her choices. I just made sure everyone knew what those choices were. Do I regret exposing her so publicly? No. She spent months building elaborate lies to destroy my life and steal my fiancé. She deserved to have those lies exposed just as publicly as she created them. Am I for destroying my sister's life after she faked cancer to steal my fiancé? Some people think so, but I sleep fine knowing I told the truth and stopped her from building a marriage on lies and manipulation. Some deceptions are so elaborate and cruel that they deserve nuclear responses. Vanessa's was one of them.